Open. Hansard ready? Yep. Great. Well, I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Reference Committee into the Climate Risk Assessment. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay my respect to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via teleconference, video conference and in person. It's great to have my fellow senators here in the room. These are public proceedings being video streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made. The committee will determine whether it insists on an answer, having regard to the ground on which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that that answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of that order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of all of our obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and those who are not speaking, please to mute your microphones, and I'm sure there'll be some mute and unmute reminders throughout the day. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Climate Service, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I get each of you to state your names and the capacities in which you appear? We'll start down this end of the table and work our way through.
So I'm Alana Pentany. I'm the Acting Head of the Emissions Reduction Division.
I'm Nigel Pinto, Acting Branch Manager of Climate Active Risk and Disclosure Branch.
Nicole Mitchell, Branch Head of the National Adaptation Policy Office.
Jason Mundy, Division Head for Climate Change Policy, Adaptation and Risk at DQ.
Vicky Manson, I'm Head of the Australian Climate Service.
Judith Landsberg, General Manager with responsibility for the National Climate Risk Assessment from the Australian Climate Service.
Nick Belong, First Assistant Secretary, Climate Sustainability Division at DAF.
And David Galliano from ABARES in DAF.
Great. Thank you for appearing today. Just so that you know, our questions on notice deadline will be the 30th of September. But hoping that you've come here ready to answer some questions anyway, and that there won't be too many taken on notice. Do each of you have an opening statement in terms of the departments and divisions, or just the Climate Service?
We do as well.
You both do. Okay, go. We might start with Ms Mason.
Thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. I'm here representing the Australian Climate Service, a partnership that brings together the Bureau of Meteorology, CSIRO, the Australian Bureau of Statistics and Geoscience Australia. Together, we bring world-leading science, data and expertise to support Australia's response to a changing climate. The Australian Government tasked the Australian Climate Service with delivering the nation's first National Climate Risk Assessment. This is a foundational piece of work that provides a nationally consistent, science-based understanding of climate risks across Australia's systems, sectors and communities. To deliver this, the Australian Climate Service drew on the expertise of more than 250 scientists and specialists from across government, academia and the private sector, bringing together a breadth of information that can meaningfully inform climate adaptation. We developed new national indicators, integrated data sets and analytical frameworks to support a transparent and consistent approach to the national assessment. The methodology aligns with international best practice, including guidance from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It integrates hazard, exposure, vulnerability and response, ensuring the assessment is robust, credible and tailored to Australia's decision-making needs. The National Assessment provides a point-in-time snapshot of climate risks under 3 global warming scenarios, 1.5 degrees, 2 and 3 degrees. It shows what is at risk, where and how. If current levels of adaptation remain unchanged, risks across all systems are projected to increase significantly by 2050. This work shifts the national focus from reactive disaster response to proactive risk management. It supports decisions by many stakeholders about what we need to avoid, adapt to and learn to live with. The full National Climate Risk Assessment and supporting technical documents have been released. At the centre are the full National Climate Risk Assessment report and overview, which synthesise the findings across hazards, systems and priority risks. There are 2 supporting reports that provide further evidence: Australia's Future Climate and Hazard Report and Climate Risks to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people. In addition, there are more than 20 technical reports which outline methodologies, data and analysis used in the National Assessment. The Australian Climate Service website also has a data platform that can be used to visualise data spatially. There's been some commentary suggesting that the National Climate Risk Assessment was completed in December 2024. I'd like to correct the record. The Australian Climate Service needed the time to undertake the appropriate quality assurance for all components of the National Assessment, including technical reports and supporting website and data platform. This was completed in September 2025. The Australian Climate Service proudly provides the National Assessment and technical reports to the Australian Government as a resource for all Australians. These resources now underpin the National Adaptation Plan and provide a platform for informed and forward-looking decisions. Looking ahead, the Australian Climate Service will build on the resources and capability built during the National Climate Risk Assessment to further develop climate risk information resources to support decision-making. Thanks. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Mr Mundy.
Thank you, Chair. As the Australian Climate Service has noted, the National Climate Risk Assessment represents the most comprehensive assessment ever compiled of the risks posed by climate change across Australia. It's important to note that the scenarios outlined in the risk assessment are not inevitable. We can take action to avoid the worst impacts on Australian communities and businesses and environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And even where we cannot prevent climate change, we can help to avoid loss and damage to the things that matter to Australians by taking steps to adjust and adapt to the changed climate. Adaptation is not an alternative to mitigation, but it is an essential complement to it. Research tells us that every dollar invested in adaptation today can create a return of up to $10 in the future. So the National Adaptation Plan was released yesterday alongside the National Climate Risk Assessment, and it will guide Australia's response to the findings of the risk assessment. The National Adaptation Plan provides a policy framework for future climate adaptation action, and it takes stock of the extensive action already underway across the Australian Government, which includes $3.6 billion of investment in adaptation and resilience programs across all relevant systems. The Government has also committed to work with states, territories and local governments to implement an adaptation action agenda by the end of 2026. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water looks forward to working with partners across the Commonwealth, state and local jurisdictions and beyond to develop that plan and to work on further tangible actions to avert the worst impacts on Australian communities and businesses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. I'll go first to Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Appreciate your time, and in particular to the Climate Service. Thank you very much for the work that you've done on our first ever National Climate Risk Assessment. Very important work, and it's an incredibly sobering read. It's also an important way of judging what sort of 2035 target we need to avert the future that the report describes on the various temperature scenarios. So can I first take you to one of the alarming figures in the report. Your report states that by 2030, so in 5 years' time, if populations remain as they are today, that 597,000 people would be at direct risk of coastal hazards. Can you please tell me which areas you're referring to there?
The analysis that was done for that was looking broadly at the whole coast, and so we were not intending to identify specific locations. Part of the reason to do a national assessment is to identify communities with similar risks so that they can collaborate to share adaptation strategies and to help the government to prioritise investment.
Okay, but if you know how many people will be affected, you must have worked out which areas they live in. Are you able to let us know what they are?
The information is available on the website and the database. The sea level rise identified communities who live within 10 kilometres of a soft shoreline. So that does include quite a large number of local government areas. I'd have to look up the actual number. But the locations are identified on the website. Okay. Are you able to let us know what they are while we're on the public record on the Hansard?
Our report has 11 geographic regions. The way we've delivered the report, so we can certainly tell you the number per region that we use in the assessment. So yes, we can absolutely table that.
Okay, great. So if you could just tell me, in what places do those 597,000 people live that in 5 years' time they will be inundated?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice and I'll table something for you.
You don't, sorry, just you don't have that information in front of you?
No, I can give you a graph of the number of places per region that we did the assessment on, and I could certainly table that for you. I think
if you've got more detailed information, please table that. But I think what Senator Waters is asking for is a sense of where these places are. People have heard this news over the last 24 hours, and I think they have a right to know whereabouts we're talking.
So the whole of Australia is at risk. The highest risk communities will not be a surprise to Australians. They are already at risk because we're already experiencing the effects of climate change. Broadly, southern Queensland, up the coast of Queensland, there's areas at risk in Western Australia. There's areas at risk in every region, but also South Australia and the southeast of Victoria.
Okay, so Brisbane, Perth, Adelaide and
there's a number
Melbourne.
of regional communities as well as the capital cities. We have identified that there's specific risks to regional and remote communities, including coastal, regional and remote communities, also coastal cities and communities. Our capital cities on the coast is not going to be a surprise to anyone. We are a coastal country, and our capital cities are at risk from sea level rise. And that includes a number of ways they're at risk, including coastal hazards such as tropical cyclones, flooding, erosion, but also with rising sea levels, infrastructure risks. For example, we've identified that there could be saltwater intrusion into freshwater systems, putting water security at risk. So how communities are at risk is as important as the locations of where they're at risk. We've emphasised in the report that while we tend to consider hazards when we're thinking about climate change, we've consistently sought to integrate exposure and vulnerability, so how communities are vulnerable. So taking all of those into account, not just the specific locations, is really important in understanding how to adapt.
Okay, thank you. Now just in relation to the process for the report being finalised, do you give the report directly to the Minister or do you give it to the Department and then the Department gives it to the Minister?
We gave the report, both, I would say. We gave the report to the Department but also directly to the Minister. Okay, what dates did that occur? So the final suite of everything that we cleared, and all of the resources on our website, was the 5th of September.
Mm-hmm. And what were some of the earlier dates? If you can just give me all of the dates that you provided the various instalments to the Minister and the Department.
So in March 2024, we had a draft that we circulated across the Commonwealth. We provided a progress update draft to the Department, which also included to the Minister. Mm-hmm. We used that report to facilitate feedback across the Commonwealth from departments and department experts. We got about over 3,000 feedback. That feedback falls into sort of three categories. Some identified other evidence that we weren't aware of. Some was on language use and consistency to make it relevant for the decision maker, and then others was about information to tailor it to make it most useful. We did not get feedback directly from any ministers. It was all from experts within departments. We then shared a progress update in late June. And 24. Then 2024.
Yep.
Sorry. And then in July, we had a few iterations that we were doing some quality assurance with some of our experts. So we provided a copy in mid-July, and then the final one on the 5th of September, the final with all of the materials, including all the 20 technical reports.
Okay, so between July 2024 and the 5th of September 2025, what changes were made?
It was quality assurance, so there was no additional analysis from the July work. It was...
July 2024?
2024, yep. So there was... it was presenting the data in an appropriate way and ensuring that the information was presented in an understandable format, taking into consideration any of the feedback we'd received from experts. So it was really our own quality assurance processes that changed.
Okay. So did the Minister get a copy in July 2024?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was a draft. It was not a cleared copy. It was still in a draft format.
Okay, it was a draft,
Progress
and then you
update.
made data presentation and formatting changes, which took, what was that? What was September, October, November, December?
No, July
16, 17 months.
No, July 2025. Sorry, you
September,
corrected.
14 months.
2025. No. This July, 6 weeks ago.
Oh, so I did ask you that
sorry,
twice, and you did say 2024.
No, sorry, 2025.
Okay, so sorry, run me through. So in March 2024, you gave a draft. You got feedback from 3,000 people.
2025. So sorry, that was my mistake.
Yes, so this is where the confusions come in. You did say March 2024.
Sorry, so March 2025.
Yeah, my apologies.
And then June 2025, and then July 2025.
Yes, correct.
Right, that's a very important distinction.
Sorry, very.
Okay, so between July 2025, you did data presentation format. Okay, so when the Minister first got a copy in March of 2025, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you advise the Minister to release the risk report immediately?
I provided the report, and it was a decision for government on when to release it.
Okay. There was reporting that the report was finalised in December 2024. Where did that come from, and what does that relate to?
Look, I think that I don't know where that information's come from. We did do a working draft in December 2024.
Okay.
I'm going to be really careful of my year dates now, sorry. We're working towards the 2024 date. It was a pretty ambitious time frame that we set as a country. When we pulled that together, part of what we were trying to do is understand what we could answer and what we couldn't answer. And it was the Australian Climate Service judgment that we needed to do a bit more work, and we needed some more advice. So it was a working draft that pulled together what we had, and there was lots of sort of big chunks missing, which is why we called it a working draft. We used it to go back to our technical lead teams to ask for further information or advice, and then we really got that advice sort of till that March period. And at that point, we still had a couple of areas that were gaps that we were working on, but we were starting to really pull the report together in a more fulsome way. So that working draft, there were some stakeholders that would have seen that to help give us feedback on how to interpret it, but that was certainly not a final, and it wasn't fit for sharing with decision makers with any confidence.
Okay.
Senator Waters, we are going to have to rotate the calls. As last question, then we rotate.
Right. So you briefed the minister in July of 2025. When did you brief the Prime Minister?
We've briefed the Prime Minister's office and PMNC on several occasions.
Have you briefed the Prime Minister directly?
I have not briefed the Prime Minister directly.
Right, but we're about to make the targets for 2035 and the Prime Minister hasn't been briefed on what was very confronting facts in this report.
Senator, if I may, I think it's in the normal course of business, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet would be the intermediary who would brief the Prime Minister.
Are they
using
scientists?
the materials that have been provided by the Australian Climate Service. So I or colleagues can talk about the degree to which there's certainly been very close sharing of all of the products which comprise the National Climate Risk Assessment and preparations for the National Adaptation Plan with the Prime Minister's Department, and they will have been briefing the Prime Minister on those.
Just a quick follow-up, sorry, because the time's tight. At what date did you brief the Prime Minister's Department, and what are the qualifications, and are any of them scientists, of the folk who then directly briefed the Prime Minister, and when did that occur?
Senator, I don't have specific dates. I can say that it's been a constant engagement across government.
I need specific dates. That's the question that I have for you.
Involved in briefing their own ministers, because of course the risk assessment and adaptation plan, it does affect every portfolio.
What are the
in
dates
Australian
that you
government.
briefed the Prime Minister's office?
We'll take on notice dates where we've engaged
Okay,
with
can you
the
come back
Department
to
of
me
Prime Minister
today
and
with
Cabinet.
that, please? It's an important point because the 2035 targets are about to be set. We need to know when the Prime Minister's office was briefed. It's unfortunate that he himself wasn't briefed. And are the folk who are then briefing him, do they have a science background? What qualifications do they have? This is a highly technical and very important report. It shouldn't just be briefed to the Prime Minister by media folk or comms folk. There should be scientists doing that work. Did you ask to brief the Minister directly, the Prime Minister directly?
No.
Did the Prime Minister ask to be directly briefed by the Australian Climate Service?
Not to my knowledge.
Right.
Thank you. Michelle.
Thank you, ACS, for all the work you've done. Could you just perhaps take us back to the beginning and tell us the journey of how this work came to be? Because this is a national first for this country, and it's a comprehensive piece of work. It was multidisciplinary. You followed best practice. Maybe talk us through from inception and walk us through the steps. And right up until, I understand, 6 weeks ago, you were still working on this report. It wasn't actually finalised, and it's not just the reports that we have, which I don't actually accept are that technical. I read them. I'm not a climate scientist, and I understood them pretty well. I would imagine, though, that the technical reports would be quite different. I'd like to just better understand those two bodies of work and how they came to be.
Thank you. So the Australian Climate Service was tasked to collaborate with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water in May 2023. I'm checking my dates now that I'm... Australia had worked on, we'd collaborated on working on a methodology. Now that methodology has two parts. One of the first phase, which was a national expert elicitation to draw out nationally significant risks. So we facilitated that process, drawing on sort of over 300 sort of experts from across Australia, across different disciplines of society, across those 8 systems between July and December 2023. We provided, so we identified 56 nationally significant risks. Of those, we provided that to the department, and in the first pass, the department then consulted the government, and through that process 11 priority risks were selected from those 56 nationally significant risks, and the Australian Climate Service was tasked to do a quantitative and qualitative analysis of those 11 risks across those 8 systems for the 10 priority hazards that were selected for the assessment. So we had over 20 project teams working to analyse those different components, but for those 11 priority risks, we had teams from CSIRO, Bureau of Statistics, Bureau of Meteorology working, and our own ACS task force working to really understand hazard, exposure, vulnerability, response across, and to assess that risk. We were then between, so that occurred from March, so the first pass was released in March 2024, and between March 2024 and March 2025 we were doing the detailed second pass assessment. We had an expert advisory committee who was made up of a cross-section of scientists and academics who provided us methodology advice along the way. And then I think I've talked you through the process of moving from March to now to finalise the assessment. The key challenge in this has been the number of layers, so you know, bringing together the sort of hazard information with exposure and vulnerability across every sector of society, and ensuring we understand that in a way that's meaningful for that sector or that system, but then looking at those cross-system risks. In addition to that, or in parallel to that, in the first pass assessment, we needed longer to work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to identify nationally significant risks that were specific to them. So we had a range of engagements, gatherings and consultation to identify with them nationally significant risks. So in the final assessment we've released an additional 7 nationally significant risks.
And just a follow-up question, this was obviously a very iterative process over a long period of time, so information was being verified and checked and then worked on and so on and so forth. Was it then fed back through just to follow on from Senator Waters' question, fed back through the Prime Minister and Cabinet's office? Did you give them updates? How did that sort of communication go? Really that was where the department played a role in facilitating involvement from other agencies, but we did have several steps along the way where we briefed where we're up to, provided some progress updates, and importantly got feedback to improve the quality of the assessment. Mr Mundy, could you perhaps elaborate on that process and communication with the Prime Minister and Cabinet? Thanks.
Certainly. So the process to develop both the National Climate Risk Assessment and the associated National Adaptation Plan, as mentioned earlier, was subject to ongoing regular engagement with other departments who in turn were briefing upwards to their ministers and will individually be able to provide information on that. It was also subject to Cabinet deliberations, so consideration by the Cabinet obviously includes the Prime Minister. I don't have dates and details of Cabinet. And
just keep going. I want to get an overview. So deliberations by Cabinet on an ongoing basis. Yeah.
Also, yes. So deliberations by Cabinet and literally constant engagement at the officials level with other departments, because again the risk assessment touches every aspect of Australian society. The National Adaptation Plan does as well. It's broken into chapters which look at each of the major systems which comprise Australia's economy, society and environment. And so in developing each of those chapters, obviously the responsible line area departments were very closely engaged in seeking to take stock of current adaptation actions, in receiving early drafts of the National Climate Risk Assessment, and making sure that they were across the development and the implications of those as they work to look at future adaptation actions and the current prospective and potential future actions that are included in the National Adaptation Plan.
Ms.
Can I
Manson?
just add something to that? It's important to note that we didn't provide the risk assessment for approval to Cabinet or to our Minister.
Thank you.
That was something that my team and I'm responsible for the quality of the report, and we provided it as an evidence base, an independent evidence base to the government. When we provided it, it was to support other decisions and processes that were occurring. It was a progress update, so it was the Australian Climate Service delivering the report, not the government endorsing or approving the report in its full.
And when was that progress update provided?
June 2025. That's what you
Correct.
previously
Yes.
said, yeah.
To Cabinet?
I'd need the department to tell me the exact. I provided it to the department who facilitated that
Just a follow-up question. With regards to the process, I imagine that engaging with multiple departments also builds capability within those departments going forward. Was that intentional to involve all these departments because this obviously affects every portfolio?
Naturally, I think it's an essential element, and it's one of the key takeouts of the risk assessment and the adaptation plan, that the implications of climate change are genuinely cross-cutting. They do affect every portfolio, and it's important that the findings of the risk assessment are disseminated and understood, and that each of those portfolios, which have responsibility and expertise in management for risks across their own fields of endeavour, take charge of understanding and responding to those risks. That's part of what mainstreaming climate action in the adaptation space is about. So, and just to maybe elaborate on Vicky's comments then, it was essential in considering the National Adaptation Plan that it proceed in tandem with the National Climate Risk Assessment, because the two are so intimately related that you could not prepare the National Adaptation Plan without the evidence base of the National Climate Risk Assessment. So while the government wasn't approving the National Climate Risk Assessment, it was provided then, as it is now, an essential evidence base and a resource and intelligence that can be used to help frame and inform the actions that governments at all levels, not just the Commonwealth, but also state, territory and local can take in response to it.
Could you just perhaps unpack for us what these technical reports look like? There are over 20 of them. I tried to count the number of pages. I think I got to over 2,300 pages alone. What's inside these technical reports? When were they finalised as well? That's also important because it speaks to when this whole report was released.
The final technical reports were cleared on the 5th of September. As Vicky said, the timeline was very ambitious, and what we found, given this is the first time we've done this, is there were a number of technical reports that required input from the others, which is partly why we had a couple that were quite late. Each of the 11 priority risks teams has provided a technical report which is standard science structure. So it looks at methodology, it provides the data and the data sources, it provides limitations and where there are gaps. So there are 11 reports from each of the priority risk teams. A couple of them have sub-reports. So natural environment has one on the terrestrial environment, one on marine environment, and one on freshwater. There are a number of supplementary reports. There are 2 reports on the climate models and the hazard modelling. There are reports on, there are 2 supplementary reports for the health analysis, one on infectious diseases, one on changes to communicable diseases and air quality. There's probably a couple of others, but
it's quite comprehensive.
There's one on adaptation stocktake as well, which is a partnership with NESP and with Monash University, looking at current adaptation, so that we could take into account in the final risk assessment what adaptation is happening today.
Thank you. We're going to have to rotate. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for your participation today. In the overview document at page 1, it makes the statement that there are limitations of the available data and evidence to fully assess residential risks. What are those limitations exactly?
This was a very rapid assessment, so we set out to do it in essentially 18 months. So other countries have done it in 3 to 5 years. So we used available evidence and some new modelling. In any of these endeavours, there are always going to be gaps. The scope was domestic only, for example, so we were not considering the impact of international risk. or international impacts. The scope was also physical risk only, so we were not looking at transition risk, for example. Some of the analytical gaps Vicky has already referred to, which is that there is certainly more work needed to look at risks to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And one finding from the report was we were not able to do a comprehensive assessment of the impact to the economy of climate change because that information just requires longer.
So in the document where it says this risk-based method is consistent with international practice and has been used in countries such as the United Kingdom, Canada and Japan, that's not an accurate statement because you just said that this report was prepared in an 18-month time period, whereas international practice, the report is prepared in a 3 to 5 year time span.
The methodology was based on methodology from other countries. So we did consult with them, and that's partly why we could do it faster because we were building on work that's been done by other countries.
So the speed of the work has not compromised the quality or accuracy of the work?
No, we don't believe so, and that's why we took a little bit longer to do the quality assurance.
Just in regards to the technical expert reports, were they informed with or the support of consultants? Or only individuals across government?
The vast majority of the work was done by government agencies that Vicky's talked about, or universities. There were a couple of specific questions that were answered by consultants. We had support from Deloitte in writing up the initial methodology. There was a contribution from a couple of other consultants to look at risks to the economy and finance. But they were inputs to the report. And as I said, the vast majority of those 21 reports come from government agencies or universities.
So on notice, could you just provide to the committee which external consultants were engaged and at what cost to inform the technical reports? Yeah. Ms Mason and Mr Mundy, in your evidence you advise that the document was made available to Cabinet for Cabinet consideration. Is that a true statement, Ms Mitchell? I just noticed that you're the most senior official here from the department. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm not the most senior official here. But
you're the first one on our list. Mr Mundy, you are sitting at the centre of the table. I should have gone. Mr Mundy, is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
So in the Senate, Senator Ayres, in the last Senate sitting week, claimed cabinet confidentiality as a justification for not providing the climate change authority's advice to government
on the targets,
on the 2035 targets, as a justification for not releasing those documents under an order of the Senate. So why are these documents suitable for release if they've been considered by Cabinet and as part of the Cabinet deliberation process around the 2035 target, but the other documents are not?
Senator, I mean, Senator Ayres can, I'm sure, will speak for himself. If I heard his...
I'm sure he will, but,
if I heard
the integrity of the public
correctly,
service is where I'm going, Mr Mundy, yeah. And consistency of decision-making across the public service is where I'm going, and orders for the production of documents are decisions of a majority of senators. Majority of senators.
So, Senator, if I heard Senator Ayres' testimony in the Senate correctly, I believe he said that they were subject to active Cabinet deliberations. So documents which are subject to active Cabinet deliberations are typically not releasable, whereas those for which Cabinet has concluded its deliberations and reached a decision, which then becomes policy and part of the Australian government's position, are
Mr Mundy, so just
for
the sake of the committee, at what point were these documents considered by Cabinet as part of its consideration of the 2035 target setting process?
I can't speak to Cabinet deliberations, I'm sorry, Senator.
These have been presented to the Cabinet?
Correct.
And for what purpose?
For Cabinet deliberative purposes. I can't
On
speak
what
about
issue?
Cabinet processes, Senator.
On what issue?
It's Cabinet confidentiality precludes and...
But they could have been considered. They could have been considered as part of the Cabinet's deliberations.
Point of order, Chair. I mean, the panel has answered the question, given an explanation, said it was under active consideration by Cabinet. I don't think it's appropriate for the Senator to keep hounding our public servants in this way when the gentleman has actually answered the question appropriately.
No, Senator, no, you misunderstand my questioning.
Yeah,
I just want to be very
just
clear that Mr Mundy is comfortable with the advice that he's provided the committee thus far. I just want to be very, very clear.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I just want to go to the point of quality assurance, Ms Mason. You talked about quality assurance being part of the process. Can you provide some detail to the committee in terms of how that quality assurance process was undertaken?
Sure. It varied across the different components. So the overarching National Climate Risk Assessment had internal checks initially. So the ACS task force would check the reports. The methodology, we had an expert advisory committee who provided us feedback on whether our methodology was appropriate and whether we were applying it in an appropriate way.
But the methodology was set at the beginning of the process?
No, well, the methodology at an overarching level was, but given this was the first time, we had to work out how to pull data together to answer specific questions at a system level. Equally, the way we've done risk ratings in the report, we needed to identify a methodology that would work well, so we consulted an expert advisory committee to check the way we were going to do it. We also got feedback, actually, significant feedback from the Europeans who'd just done their risk assessment and adopted some of their approach. But sorry, back to your quality assurance. So the steps we had were some internal checks. We then, if there was a department with expertise relevant to the particular area, we would share it with the experts in that. Sometimes we would share it with particular scientists, so some of the science might have been shared with academics. It would come back to us, because there was a lot of iterations as we would go back and get, seek further information or further work done. It would come back to us and we'd do those same sort of checks, internal, then check with some externals, and then the final processes was really making sure all of our partners, so the ACS is made up of 4 partners, making sure that they were all comfortable with the quality. And then I suppose Judith and I were responsible for checking every report before it went public. So we would go through, has it followed the method we set out? Has it used quality data, and have we documented that data, and have we documented the methodology we've used well? Has it written up in a way that's meaningful and understandable? Has it adopted the feedback from experts that we provided? And we kept a pretty good log of if someone gave feedback, and we would check that feedback. Sometimes we didn't think it was technically valid, so we would keep a log of why we didn't make that change, and then we would finalise.
We're going to have to rotate.
Just quickly, if I may, just on notice, could you provide us with a detailed overview of the various inputs to the whole process? So the Assistant Minister talked about roundtables, use of expert advisors. You've talked about a quality assurance process. Others have talked about methodologies. Could you labour over a very detailed document for us that explains the entire process? Final question, if I may, Chair. Is it right to characterise this document as a scientific document?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And has it been peer reviewed?
Yes.
And who did the peer reviewing?
Well, it depends how you define peer review. So
it's a scientific document, so others might have a scientific view about what
there's
peer
different
review.
ways of defining peer review. So there's a journal way of doing it. We've done it through the quality assurance that I'm going to table for you.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
And you're comfortable, Dr. Landsberg, that this is a scientific document?
Yes, I'm comfortable. As Vicky said, normally when you say peer review, it refers to peer-reviewed in an academic journal. That can take a couple of years, and that is certainly our intention for the underlying evidence base. But the process that happens before you submit to a journal is peer review internally by the organisation and then by expert scientists. So all of the technical reports went through that before they were published or were used as input.
And so what is that final part of the process? You said that there would be a subsequent review mechanism?
No, the final part, the intention is to submit the work to international peer-reviewed journals, which is the final step. But none of these organisations that contributed to the risk assessment will do that until they are comfortable that they meet those standards.
And to note, I think that will be on the methodologies used, so we can test them and then apply them again in future. It won't necessarily be us submitting the risk assessment to a journal. It'll be, this is how we've done it. Check and help us write that up in a way so we can apply that in future and learn from that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Ms Manson, thank you very much for the work that you've helped coordinate, just so important for our country, and I really appreciate a huge amount of work has gone in, not just from yourself but from various departments and people in government. I'm interested, based on your research of risk assessments, and I understand this is sort of based on international best practice. What is best practice in terms of updating this report? We now have it. How often should we be looking to continue this work and say, okay, this has changed, or we need to look at this based as science emerges?
Oh, look, I think all countries have a different approach to that, and I think it depends on the decisions you're trying to make. So how the government choose to do a future point-in-time assessment is up to the government. But I'd say the Australian Climate Service has been set up to provide climate risk information in an ongoing sense, and so I think we're looking at using and learning from this report to do smaller point-in-time assessments to help support particular decisions.
Which can you give me an example? Which country does it most regularly? It differs. So, some countries do it sort of every 5 years. Some do it at a key point in time where they've got some things that they're thinking about and they're trying to make some decisions. So, the timing difference might be 2 to 3 years. Some do it at a sort of sector level when they're trying to make particular decisions. So I don't think there's a set international practice on timing. Okay. Who does it every 5 years? Do you the UK are doing it every 5 years, and I think so is Canada. Okay. And maybe one for the department. Are you aware of any plans from government to legislate having a national climate risk assessment done every, say, 5 years or regularly?
So, Senator, it is a matter for government, and I did hear Minister Bowen say yesterday that there had been no decision made on that at this time. Okay. The government hasn't asked the department to prepare anything about legislating it? No instructions at the moment, Senator, but one of the things which the government has committed to is preparing an action agenda in collaboration with states, territories and local government by the end of 2026, and we anticipate that will provide an opportunity for us to discuss what further policy interventions might be appropriate to take account of the National Climate Risk Assessment and build on the existing body of adaptation work that's underway. Okay, thank you. And Ms Manson, the risk assessment is surprisingly inconclusive on the Great Barrier Reef, and reading it I thought it had some fairly opaque scientific language. I'm interested can the Great Barrier Reef survive as we know it if we breach 2 degrees of warming?
I'll get Dr Landsberg to answer that for me, thanks.
I would argue, Senator, that we're not inconclusive on it. We provided the latest science on it. So I was just flicking through. I can refer you to a page on that. We did not look specifically at species or specific ecosystems. So the report was looking broadly at the impacts on ecosystems and certainly notes the impacts, both the recent and the likely ongoing impacts to our iconic reefs, including Ningaloo Reef. Why I say we did not look at species is because we did not draw conclusions about whether any species or ecosystem is likely to disappear or go extinct, because that depends on adaptation. But there's a significant amount of information about the current threat and the current science on what is the impacts of marine warming, acidification and bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef.
So I guess one of the things the assessment suggests is that the reef would, and to quote, reach a tipping point at 1.5 degrees Celsius, but it doesn't clearly explain what that means. What does that mean? What tipping point does it reach at 1.5 degrees Celsius?
Do you have it?
Page 203.
Thank you. Just wanted to see what the source of the information is. That comes from our natural environment team, who has a report on the marine environment, and so I'd have to look that up, but I can provide that.
And so, at what?
Just to be clear, you want a definition of what tipping point?
Yeah. What?
Yes.
Rather than just it being it's being used as a descriptive word or a scientific word. What does it actually mean? Thanks.
And I mean, what temperature change can the Great Barrier Reef and Ningaloo survive, based on this best scientific?
I would have to refer to the technical reports, but I'm happy to provide that. But I would also repeat that it depends. There's a significant amount of adaptation that is happening. So, for example, heat tolerant species, there are adaptations that can actually support new seeding of reefs. So we did not draw any conclusions and don't think that it's scientifically defensible to say that we will lose the reef completely.
Mm-hmm. The report also doesn't really go into the impact on youth mental health of climate change. Is that something you looked at all? And could you maybe talk us through what are the risks to youth mental health?
It is acknowledged, and we do have a statistic in there about the fact that that climate change is a concern to youth. It wasn't a focus of any of our reports, but it is certainly something of concern. But it wasn't a detailed report.
Yeah, so of the 11 priority risks that we looked at, it was certainly something we considered in the health system at a sort of a high level. I think in future doing a bit more analysis in that space would be beneficial.
And I guess given the sort of alarming rates of mental health issues amongst young people, how was the decision made to exclude that from analysis?
So the priority risks we had for health, do you have it?
Yeah, it was chronic and acute diseases. So it is acknowledged in the first pass, as Vicky mentioned, we have 56 nationally significant risks, and mental health is one of those. But 11 of those were selected for deeper analysis. So it is by no means discounted saying that is unimportant. It is a nationally significant risk, but it wasn't a focus of this analysis.
Okay. And what work is being done to protect groups that are most vulnerable to climate change? Older people living alone, families with young children, particularly from health risks like heat waves. Maybe this is for the department.
So, Senator, there's a lot of action underway across a range of across all of the systems, some of which are interconnected in terms of their benefits and impacts. In the health space, the Department of Health is obviously the lead agency for leading that response, and their National Health and Climate Strategy is the principal vehicle through which they're framing up their national level response. I understand it touches on some of the issues that you list, and they have a forthcoming National Health Adaptation Plan, which will be the principal vehicles for managing climate risks in the health system. My expectation would be that those pieces will be informed by the new evidence that's just been made available through the National Climate Risk Assessment, as well as their own ongoing work to understand the impacts of climate risks.
Mm-hmm. And does that currently have funding behind it, or it's?
I'm sorry. I'm not. Again, I'm not across the details in every other portfolio, so it's probably one I'd need to defer to the Health Department.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just follow up a question on the health, the chronic, and you said that the two health risks were chronic and acute. I'm interested as to whether you considered the impact of toxic algae blooms in relation to chronic health, impact on chronic health, knowing that what's happening in South Australia right now and the new asthma warning that's been released as a result of the toxic bloom in South Australia?
The priority risk that we were asked to look at was risks to health and well-being from slow onset and extreme climate impacts. The impacts of the algal bloom is not specifically identified. There are a range of health impacts we could have looked at, so it wasn't part of this analysis.
Obviously, the South Australian government are trying to work out how to respond to this. Have you had any contact from anyone in the SA Health Department or South Australian government in relation to any of the health impacts, or indeed any of the climate risks of algae blooms and marine heat waves, given everything?
No, we have provided some briefing on heat waves to input to decision making related to the algal bloom, but not in the health space. So more looking at the climate changes and what our research might have said about heat waves and future heat waves.
Could I ask you to table that information, that advice you've given?
Sure.
That would be helpful. And look, I guess the reason my ears are pricked up in terms of the health risks is because there's a lot of talk about the environmental devastation, the economic devastation, but it's quite clear that people are having acute and ongoing chronic problems, respiratory issues in particular, because of the bloom. And so I would, I'd be keen to know how we dig into that further, given it's not going away. It's only going to get worse, and it's going to be a terrible summer for it.
Yeah, and we heard in the qualitative part of this review or this assessment, other weeds and pests and the damage or challenges they create. So weeds in particular areas, similar sort of things. People have allergic reactions or the increase of those. And we're definitely going to see more weeds in a changing climate.
We were told last week in the Senate inquiry into the algae bloom that this is the first time brevetoxins had been detected in the metro waters. I mean, that of course is what's causing a lot of these problems, they believe. All right, Senator Waters.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Hi, folks. Just a few more questions from me. The scientists at the Climate Council have calculated that a 2035 target in the range of 65 to 70 would align with warming of 2.5 degrees. Australia would experience that at a higher rate because that's our landmass peculiarity. So that means that a 65% target by 2035 would put us on track to experience the worst scenario outlined in this report. Is that correct, and can you add anything to that?
We didn't specifically look at what is the most likely scenario or the impact of policies or behaviour on how the climate will change. The reason that we selected those three scenarios is so that people had a strong body of science on what the impacts could be at those three warming levels. So we didn't specifically look at what's the most likely scenario.
Okay, but do you agree with the Climate Council that a 65% target puts us on track for that strongest scenario?
We haven't considered that or looked at that.
Okay. What action should be taken to avoid the worst impacts outlined in this report? Should we have a phase out of fossil fuels? Should we stop opening new coal and gas? Should we have a strong 2035 target?
That's a policy decision and a decision by many stakeholders. I think what we've provided is a lot of information that can be used by national stakeholders right through to local to identify what sort of adaptation or response actions are appropriate for their circumstances.
Okay. Just one for the department. The Climate Service website was down last Thursday, which everybody thought might have meant that the report was ready for release, but nothing happened that day. The next day, the government approved the North West Shelf project. Was this report delayed so that Minister Watt could approve the Woodside North West Shelf carbon bomb?
I can't speak to the decisions of government, Senator.
Well, do you know the answer to the question?
No.
Right. Okay, the adaptation plan, it's great that we finally have one, but is it correct that there is no new money at all associated with this adaptation plan?
Yeah. So, Senator, there's as we've noted, there is the National climate risk assessment is a lot, and it contains a vast body of evidence that we need to take stock of to look at what the best forms and types of interventions are to prevent the worst impacts of climate change. There's an existing very large body of activity underway around adaptation, which is detailed in the National Adaptation Plan. The current investments, which are described by Treasury, that relate directly to adaptation and resilience, are in the order of $3.6 billion since 2022. That's part of a larger suite of policies to the value of around $9 billion, which assist with resilience and with adaptation actions. So there is a lot of action already underway. The report takes stock of it, and the action agenda which the government has committed to preparing provides us with an opportunity to take careful stock of this very large body of evidence which we've just received, and which warrants careful consideration before we begin to make interventions associated with it.
Okay, so no new money, and then no new money for the next 12 months while you do a further stock take. How does that make any of us safer or get us ready to adapt?
Senator, I think you can be assured that that we'll collectively be taking the findings of the risk assessment very seriously and looking at the best ways to respond to them so that we can protect the things that matter to Australians, but also so we can avoid maladaptation. There is a risk in some of these circumstances where investing in the wrong things can actually cause more harm than good.
But you're not investing any new money at all, let alone in the wrong things.
Again,
why not?
There's a significant body of existing funding and work underway at the moment, and the intent is to take careful stock of that body of work, look at the areas for greatest impact and where we can achieve the best leverage, including in collaboration with other parties who must act, which include states, territories, local governments, private sector, and all of us, individual households, will need to take stock of the findings of the report and consider what they mean for us and responses. And it'll be important that we do that in a deliberative, prioritised way so that we can come up with a set of interventions that really do get the best bang for the buck in what's a very large challenge facing every aspect of Australian society.
Just last question from me. Thanks, Chair. Given the iterations of this climate risk report, and you run us through the dates earlier, did any of that advice feature in your advice to the Minister or his delegate in relation to whether or not to approve Woodside's North West Shelf carbon bomb?
I have no knowledge of that, Senator. I'm not involved in that process.
Can you take that on notice
Certainly.
on behalf of the department as the most senior departmental official sitting
Certainly.
at the table, please? And if anybody else has any knowledge of that, I'd be grateful to receive that right now. Nobody knows.
With the adaptation people.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Canavan, are you on the line?
I am, if you can hear me.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Video's working, but hopefully you can hear me. Look, I just had a question. I think the Department of Agriculture is there, so I've missed some of the questions. I wanted to ask, have you modelled the potential loss of agricultural land as a result of the need to reduce emissions to net zero?
Senator, no, we haven't looked at that, Senator.
Right. So that I'm just trying to work out then. I mean, because there's an extensive report. I think I've started working through the primary report, the impact of primary production. So you've only assessed the impact of the potential climatic changes, you haven't assessed then whether the policy responses will be worse or better than those climatic impacts. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, the Australian Climate Service has undertaken the methodology and the analysis in these reports, not the Department of Agriculture, so I might need them to...
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm not... I suppose, yeah, true, that my question could be for anybody.
Yeah, so happy to take that, Senator Canavan. So the work we did, we had CSIRO do the work on the primary industries priority risk, and they did not assess current policy or model loss of agricultural land. It looked at impacts of the changing climate on particular crop types or different types of productivity, but didn't look at that specifically.
So the Net Zero Australia report you're probably familiar with, it finds that to reach its version of net zero, that there would need to be 120,000 square kilometres of land converted to various forms of renewable energy, solar, onshore wind and transmission lines. They say, this is a direct quote from the report, they say that's equivalent to over half the area of Victoria. They go on to also assess the potential loss of land for carbon offsets, the reforestation of previously primarily pastoral, but also cropping areas. And they say there that that will be another 5.1 million hectares. So that's, and they say in a direct quote, says that will require significant changes to farming practice. I'm just trying to wonder then, I mean, the report has obviously been used to scare the bejesus out of farmers, saying you're going to have this terrible impact on your productivity. But why haven't then you looked at what will happen to farming if we pursue net zero emissions and potentially convert something like 170,000 square kilometres of land from agricultural use?
Thank you, Senator. The scope of this report was physical risk only. It did not include transition risk or mitigation, which is why we were looking at productivity, potential productivity impacts. Okay.
So I suppose in that point then you can't really use your report alone to determine what our emission cuts should be. The Hansard can't hear a nod, sorry.
No, that was not the intention of the report. The report is primarily intended to guide and be a resource for adaptation. Right, so this report really, it doesn't provide any useful information from a cost-benefit point of view about whether we should cut emissions by 30%, 50% or to zero. No, as I said, the report is guiding adaptation and looking at scenarios for what Australia may look like or what some of the impacts would be. It was mitigation was out of scope for the report. Okay. Just going back to, I don't know if it's, I actually don't know if it's Department of Agriculture. It's an agricultural question. It's from my initial quick look at the primary industries technical report. Can someone outline to me what is expected to happen to rainfall and drought in the Murray-Darling Basin? What the climate science has found is that the changes in average rainfall are highly uncertain and depend by region. What is quite clear is that rainfall will become more intense when it does happen, which will likely to increase flooding, but it would also mean that the droughts will also become more frequent and more intense. And this will certainly challenge the Murray-Darling Basin catchment in the same way as it will every other region of the country. Can I just quoting from the Primary Industries Technical Report, it says, in contrast, confidence is low for changes in most of northern and inland Australia, including the Murray-Darling Basin, due to the large uncertainty between RCM's type of model, ranging from halving to a 50% more increase in time spent in drought. So I'm just trying to understand, you said it will be an issue for the Murray-Darling, but that quote seems to indicate you really have no idea, but we have no, I shouldn't say you, we have no idea about what will happen in the Murray-Darling. So average rainfall, there is a lot of uncertainty around changes to average rainfall, but impacts on all of our catchments depends on how it rains and when it rains. So what we do have confidence in is that when rainfall will become more intense and droughts will become more intense. And so when we have provided low confidence information in the hazard tables and a range, the way that we would recommend that is it's used for scenario planning. So what if planning? What if we have a few years that look at the low end of the range? What happens if we have a few years at the high end of the range? It is an area of ongoing research in climate science. It's particularly hard to project at the moment high-intensity rainfall, which is very high resolution, requires very high-resolution climate modelling. So the climate scientists have provided guidance, which is the current state of the science. Can I just ask about cyclones? What do you think will happen with cyclones? So the science says that we expect to have fewer cyclones, but the ones that we have are likely to be more intense. They all flow on from the same processes as the rainfall that I was just describing. There's low confidence. There is some indication that they are likely to appear further south but there's low confidence in that at the moment. But again, we would recommend that is used for scenario planning. It's also an area of active international research.
I mean, I'm just trying to square that. I'm sure you're aware of the Bureau of Meteorology data, which shows that there's been a decline in both severe and non-severe cyclones in the last 30 years. We've only really got good data from late 1960s from satellites. But so for the last 30 years of the 20th century, we had an average of 6 severe cyclones a year. Since 2000, we've had just 4 severe cyclones a year. I'm just trying to wonder why. I mean, we've obviously been increasing emissions, and we're told we're experiencing the impacts of climate change. Indeed, every time a cyclone turns up, people say it's because of climate change. Why haven't we seen that signal in the data to date? If you're saying that, but in the next 30 years we're going to potentially get an increase in severe cyclones, why have we had a decreasing trend while emissions have been increasing for the last 50, 60 years?
The statistics for cyclones are very small. If you see a change from 4 to 6 is not significant, and but also the climate is changing significantly, and what we expect to see over the next 25 or 75 years, which is the time frame of our report, is quite significant changes. So there is low confidence in the tropical cyclone work. It relies on high resolution modelling, which is an area of active research. But the research was done by the Bureau of Meteorology and by CSIRO, and so what is in the report is what is reflected in their science.
So you agree with the IPCC, which concluded that there is low confidence in long-term, multi-decadal to centennial trends in the frequency of all category tropical cyclones?
At the moment, yes.
Yeah.
Senator Canavan, last
all right.
question.
I've got one more.
Yep, one more. Then I'm going to take it off.
How much did the report cost?
The Australian Climate Service got $22.9 million to undertake the work over 2 years.
And how many people worked on it?
We had over 250 experts, but in addition to that, there would be other people in my team for, doing governance processes, communications and the like. So I would say over 350 people.
Take that on notice. Can you split out on notice how many people were employed on the communications side in your team? Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Smith,
I can answer that without notice.
Okay.
Two people.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. Dr. Landsberg, I thought I heard last night on an ABC Radio National story someone talking, I'm a senator from Western Australia, someone talking about how changes to rainfall in the northwest of Western Australia could lead to improvements in agricultural production, but I couldn't find it in the report, and I'm sure this expert was quoting from the report. Could you make a comment about that, if it's familiar to you, and perhaps direct me to where that was in the report? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Senator, I'll have to take that one on notice. I'm not familiar with exactly where that's quoted in the report or the source of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to talk to you, ask you a little bit more about communicable diseases, particularly vector-borne diseases. Dengue would be one example. There'd be others, JE, mosquito-borne viruses. The medical profession and healthcare workers in this country have very little familiarity with these diseases. They've just not really been seen much in Australia. They're more the norm in tropical zones. What advice would you give to the incoming CDC that will be stood up?
So one of the projects was specifically on biosecurity and communicable diseases. It is early work. So they were looking at the climate changes, particularly some of the changes that I've already talked about. So more extremes and extreme rainfall causing flooding associated with extreme heat, which is likely to incubate these kind of diseases. So in the report on page 137, they have, as you just pointed out, identified a number of diseases with which Australia is less familiar, and the recommendation is that these are monitored. There are more recommendations in that specific report because it's early work.
And did you look at animal diseases, zoonoses?
Not specifically, except that it's identified in the Prime Minister's report that given the pattern of weather changes, that we're likely to see more pests and diseases both for crops and for animals.
Right. And just one last question, Chair, if I may. You mentioned this, the action agenda, which is due in 2026, to work with the states and territories, and I'm not sure if councils are included in that, but this plan, this report that you've produced now, along with the Data Explorer, can be used immediately. That's my understanding, in planning by state governments as well as local councils. Is that correct? And what advice would you give them?
On the first question, maybe yes, indeed, the products are available. They've been intended to assist with policymakers as well as pretty much everyone with a stake in Australia's climate future, which is all of us, to inform action. The reports represent a pretty significant contribution to our understanding of climate risk. We hope that they will form a useful resource to all decision makers at all levels of governments to help build understanding of the potential impacts and to help inform actions in response to them. So yes, again, like we said before, there's a lot in here. It may take people some time to digest it, to interpret it. I'm sure there'll be a process of iteration and elaboration around what the lessons and the implications are. Part of the next step for all of us is to engage very closely with states, with territories, and also with local governments. We've worked pretty closely with the Australian Local Governments Association as part of the Environment and Climate Ministers Committee to bring them along on the journey, and it's very much our intent to work closely with them to make sure that they have access to useful climate information and they have the tools to be able to use it effectively. We have, by way of example, we have an existing program called the Climate Risk and Opportunity Management Program, which if anyone's listening, I'd endorse it to them at any level of government. It's just a very useful, free online tool that councils and governments at all levels can use to just frame up their understanding of climate risk and to begin to think about how they take action in response to it. The National Climate Risk Assessment helps to put batteries in that tool, if you like, by giving a much deeper and richer body of evidence that those decision makers can use to decide what's at risk and how they should respond into the future.
So is your Data Explorer now integrated with this climate risk opportunity tool? Or?
Not directly at this point. That would be one of the things that we can consider in the future, but certainly they both are publicly available and can be used alongside one another. There would be options for considering future integration.
And can you just repeat what it's called again?
It's called CROMP, which is a catchy, we love acronyms, the Climate Risk and Opportunity Management Program.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
In answer to questions to Senator Waters, you outlined that you'd been briefing other departments and, a kind of whole of government approach. Just wondering whether the Minister for Housing was briefed.
Again, similarly to other questions about which ministers were briefed, their own department would have been principally responsible for briefing upwards on the basis of the information they have. So the department. So
advisors to the Housing Minister, you assume, would have been given a briefing.
I assume there's also been lateral contact between ministers' offices through the development as well. But again, I can't answer detailed questions.
And obviously, Treasury was briefed.
Yes.
And we've got Treasury up next, so I've got some questions for them. The reason I'm asking is because the clear recommendation in this report around the National Construction Code and needing to make housing more resilient and needing changes to the National Construction Code. When, Ms Manson, did your body of work fall on to that conclusion that there needed to be changes to the National Construction Code?
There's work done by Geoscience Australia, which is modelling the vulnerability of residential buildings to wind and to flood. We have not made recommendations on adaptation or policy decisions. What we have identified is where buildings are vulnerable to hazards that may increase in their locations.
So what is in the report that references the National Construction Code?
It's cited as an example of a potential policy that could adapt. So every one of the systems that we looked at, This report was looking at the impacts. As we looked at impacts, we identified adaptation that is happening today. And so in order to support adaptation, we provided examples. So this is, sorry, Vic.
Yeah, can I just add?
Were there any proposed changes or examples of changes needed to the National Construction Code in this report?
No. So we've provided information, and I think as we noted, we didn't finish this report and all of these materials until a couple of weeks ago. The role of the Australian Climate Service and our forward plan is to start to work with agencies like what you're referring to help them understand what the findings are and how to plug them in or, consider them as part of their decision process. So I think it's unfair to sort of say, have we briefed agencies on every aspect of this report, because we hadn't finished it. So I think we had got their feedback, but now that we've finished it, I think our next step is to do some broader engagement across the Commonwealth.
What in your report directly references the National Construction Code?
There'd be a range of parts of our report that reference the construction code. In the infrastructure and built environment, communities, where it looks at community risk.
And is the National Construction Code adequate?
No, we're just identifying that what buildings are made of will impact and change their climate risk and the resilience of the communities that live there. The
reason I'm asking is, of course, because the government's productivity roundtable, Paul has announced, as a result of that, the Housing Minister has announced a pause of the National Construction Code until 2029. So you've identified all these risks, and yet we've got another arm of government saying, oh, it doesn't matter. We'll just put that on pause for a minute. And it seems to be a total disconnect of what the risks are, what's required, and then what the government is saying they're going to do.
When we've looked at risks, Senator, we've looked at both how the hazards are changing, how exposure is changing, and the kind of things that make communities vulnerable. The work that was led by the ABS as part of the ACS looked at more than 40 different factors of what makes communities vulnerable. This includes socioeconomic factors, built environment factors, urban greening as an example, transport, as well as houses and the quality of housing. And we provided this information as a resource for governance of all kinds, from local councils up through to individuals and to the Commonwealth Government, to help support adaptation.
Okay. Could you take on notice for me which changes or proposed improvements to the National Construction Code this report references and where that information has gone?
We can take, I'm not sure we'll be able to answer exactly the way you've asked, but we can look at how our work might inform the National Construction Code. But I don't think we're providing recommendations. We're identifying where there might be risks and opportunities.
Risks and opportunities.
Yeah, we're happy to
So it's a risk to leave the National Construction Code as it is, or a risk to pause it?
We haven't examined the construction code. We've examined the physical risk based on what is currently occurring.
Thank you. Any burning last questions?
Maybe if I could just ask one about heat-related deaths. And thanks for your indulgence. The report says that under the 3-degree of warming scenario, there's a 444% increase in heat-related deaths in Sydney. How many people is that?
The methodology for calculating deaths related to heat differ by report and by location. Current deaths in Sydney we use as a basis were between 80 and 117 deaths annually, looking at, I would have to check, but I think it's the last 10 or 15 years. But what we have provided is a change so that it can be used regardless of the methodology. Just to give you an example, not all jurisdictions are deaths from heart attacks attributable to heat, even although that is included in other health-related reports.
So it's a 444% increase on 80 to 170.
For that specific location, yes.
Yeah. And for Melbourne, there's a 259% increase in mortality. How many people will die there?
I don't have the figures for the current information that went into the report, Senator. But as I said, they were very careful about looking at specific locations. It's also why they haven't provided a national change, because they have had to look at specific reports and jurisdictions and how they report on heat-related deaths.
Okay, and in Townsville, it's a 335% increase. How many people are dying under the 3-degree scenario?
The only location that we have information in front of us for is for Sydney.
It's for?
We
for Sydney.
Other locations
Okay.
on notice.
Thanks. If you could take those on notice, it's 312% in Perth, 146 in Launceston and 423% in Darwin. So yes, please let us know how many folk face demise under the heat predicted under the scenario that the government's targets are sending us towards.
Senator Canavan, you've got one final burning question.
I'll be very quick. Just a follow on, really. Did you estimate the potential reduction in deaths from coal?
No, we did not.
Why not? My understanding is more people die from cold than heat in Australia.
We were specifically looking at climate hazards, so it was out of scope for our report.
But if the climate warms, won't there be fewer cold deaths?
We were looking at physical risk from climate hazards specifically, and that transition risk, which has included any changes to do with mitigation, were out of scope.
But this is not a mitigation risk, this is a direct result. Presumably if the climate warms, there'll be fewer people who die because it's too cold. Am I missing something? Or?
That was outside of our scope.
Thanks, Senator Canavan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to leave our witnesses there. Thank you. You've taken some information, questions on notice. As I just remind you, it's the 30th of September for those to be due back. And that's not to say that senators might not put other questions on notice to you as the usual practice. So thank you. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority, Department of Finance and Treasury. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I please get you all to state your full names and the capacities in which you appear? And I understand we've got two of our witnesses online. We can see you. So we might start with Ms Colton, if you would like to introduce yourself, and then we'll go along the table and then we'll come to our folks online.
Good morning, I'm Freya Carlson. I'm Director of the Domestic Macro Modelling Unit in Treasury.
Matthew Maloney, I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Climate and Energy Policy Branch.
Alex Heath, Head of the Climate, Energy and Trade Insights Division.
Libor Peletsky, First Assistant Secretary, Property and Construction Division in Finance.
Louise Starr, Assistant Secretary, Climate Action and Property Data, Department of Finance.
Thank you. Online there?
Good morning, Senator. I'm Ian Beckett. I'm General Manager of Policy at ACPA.
And I'm Alison Bliss, General Manager of Non-Financial Risk at APRA.
Great, thank you. Now, Treasury, do you have an opening statement, Dr Heath?
No, we don't.
No? Finance?
No, we don't.
No? APRA? No? Okay.
No, we don't.
All right, we'll go to questions. Senator Waters.
Thanks
very much, Chair. Hi, folks. Thanks for your time today, including APRA Online. I'll start off with questions for Treasury, please. This report has detailed horrifying consequences, but in particular, relevant for your interests, horrifying economic consequences of a heating planet, supply chain breakdowns, insurance unavailability, crop failure, extreme productivity loss, not to mention the 400% increase in heat-related deaths. Can you say with any degree of certainty that the economy will not collapse in these scenarios?
So the economic analysis that the Treasury has contributed to this report is all related to the work that we provided in the intergenerational report 2023. So we've looked at some very specific questions. So we've looked, for example, at the impact of heat stress could have on productivity. We've had a look at the potential increase in the costs of disaster recovery funding. So we haven't done a holistic analysis of what all these things may mean for the economy.
Why have you not done a holistic analysis of what all of the climate risks mean for our economy?
So I think as the report, the Climate Risk Assessment and the National Adaptation Plan shows, there's a lot of channels of effect from physical risk through the economy, and at the time that we did the analysis in 2023, we only had the capacity to choose some of those channels that we thought would be most important, and that's the work that we have done. Doing it more holistically would require a lot more work.
Okay, so now that the climate risk report has been released, what work will you now do to look at the risks to the economy from all of the facets of what's projected and predicted?
So as a part of preparing for the next IGR, we will certainly be looking at the evidence presented in the National Climate Risk Assessment and make an assessment of what additional analysis we might do.
Okay, so when's the next IGR?
Next year.
Beg your pardon?
2026.
Okay. And why is it that you're just sticking in that lane and not looking at the broader economy-wide impacts outlined in this report? Who made that decision to put the blinkers on what you look at?
So, as I say, at the time that we did the intergenerational report in 2023, a decision was made to look at a selection of the physical risks we thought would be most important and a selection of the economic impacts we thought would be most important.
Okay, so because you made a decision almost 3 years ago, you're going to stick in that lane and not broaden out your analysis despite the first climate risk nationally ever having been conducted. Why is that?
No, I said that we would take into account the information in this report and think about how we scope up the work that we do for the 2026 IGR.
Okay, so you will expand out what you look at for the 2026 IGR?
We're certainly considering that.
Okay, is that up? Who gets to make that call? Is that you, or does the Minister have to tick on that sort of decision?
So this is a government report, so we would be providing advice to the government.
Okay, so the Minister, the Treasurer will decide whether or not you broaden out what you look at in that intergenerational report.
I think that's right.
Yeah, yes, Senator. It's a matter for government.
Okay. Has the Treasurer been briefed on the climate risk report by the ACS?
I'm not aware of whether he has or has not.
I can assume you might suggest that he receive a direct briefing from the scientists in order to make the decision about the parameters for his department to look at the risks to the economy.
We can certainly pass that on.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The Australian Security Leaders Climate Group, which is a group of former defence and intelligence experts and officials who are appearing before us a bit later today, have said, and I quote, "In a globalised market, a persistent international food crisis would hit Australia hard through escalating prices and supply shortages in a manner that would make today's cost of living crisis look like a warm-up act." What do these warming scenarios outlined in the risk report mean for inflation spikes and, importantly, for the price of groceries?
So we haven't addressed that question directly, but I think it is fair to say that increased incidence and frequency of climate-related risks with the climate risk assessment does make the point about supply chains being more disrupted, would have impacts on prices. Exactly what that is and how that would play out, we have not done an analysis.
Why not?
Again, the analysis that we contributed to the report is an update of what we did in the IGR 2023. There are a lot of questions we could have asked. That's the set that we contributed to this report.
So will anybody now look at that assessment of the current cost of living crisis being a warm-up act? Whose job is it to look at that? To the extent that we're the economic advisor to the government, that would probably, in terms of the government, it would probably fall to us. I think it's also true that the climate risk assessment has engaged with a number of external advisors to also provide some of the content on economic outcomes that could result from the physical risks of climate change. So it's also possible that other departments with direct responsibilities might engage with external experts. Okay, so the Treasurer hasn't asked for an analysis of what this climate risk report will do to the cost of living?
Not in those terms, no.
That's somewhat perplexing to me.
So, as I said, we've definitely taken the climate risk assessment on board, and we're thinking about what an additional analysis we might wish to add to the intergenerational report to reflect.
Okay.
That.
Given that report's in 2026, at what timeframe will you decide the new parameters for that 2026 report?
That will be done in the very near future.
Okay. All right. Why is there no new money for adaptation? And why is the decision on whether there will be any additional money for adaptation not going to happen for at least 18 months?
I think decisions about how to respond to the National Climate Risk Assessment and the National Adaptation Plan are decisions for government.
Have you provided advice on whether there should be new money allocated for adaptation with the new adaptation plan?
We have not. I'll hand over to my colleague Matt, who is responsible for the policy.
I mean, Senator, we provide provide advice in the normal course on any policies that are coming forward. I would make the point that the National Adaptation Plan points to some of the tracking work that we have done around climate spending since the budget in October of 2022. One element of that does point to the kind of adaptation spending that is ongoing, and I think if you add those up over the series of budgets, it does total around $3.6 billion.
Yes, that's the existing money since 2023, I understand that, but no new money, and you haven't been asked to advise on whether new money is required for adaptation?
Not directly.
Okay, it seems like your expertise isn't being appropriately harnessed because there's quite a lot that you haven't been asked to advise on. Hopefully that will change in the near future. Can I ask a question to Finance now? Some other jurisdictions require fossil fuel companies to contribute to the clean-up costs of natural disasters. Are you doing any work on making fossil fuel companies pay for the climate damage they're causing?
Not that I'm aware of. Noting that my area doesn't cover budget and new policy proposals, so certainly not in my area.
Okay, well, could you take on notice, please, whether anyone in finance is looking at making fossil fuel companies pay for the damage that they're creating? Because we've seen some pretty stark figures in this risk report about the cost of natural disasters, and we have some witnesses later that will take us through that. So is any work being done on who should bear that cost?
We can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And just now to APRA. Hopefully you can hear us. Okay, yeah, great. Given the skyrocketing premiums already in areas most vulnerable to climate change, such as coastal communities in Northern Australia, what is your assessment of the insurance industry's ability to offer affordable insurance in the warming scenarios mapped out in the climate risk report?
So thanks, Senator, for the question. I think the best thing to do here is to flag that we are currently undertaking an insurance climate vulnerability assessment with the insurance industry that seeks to understand future changes in the affordability of general insurance over the medium term and how those changes will actually impact the general insurance industry. That work is currently underway and we will be seeking to provide insights more publicly early next year.
Okay. Can you share any preliminary findings about the ability to offer affordable insurance in a warming climate?
At this stage, it's too early, Senator. We are still, we've received data, but we are still working through and undertaking analytics.
Okay. Thank you. I can leave it there for the time being, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. The National Climate Risk Assessment went to Cabinet a few times, I understand. Might be perhaps getting that wrong, but it was an iterative process and Cabinet were kept abreast of it. So I'm assuming the Treasurer actually would have been aware of the findings of this report.
Yeah, so we certainly brief the Treasurer as we normally would when things go to Cabinet for discussion.
Right, okay. All right, it's good to clear that up. So the other area that I'm interested in is this issue of financial risk and mandatory disclosures in companies. Could you just talk us through about some of the legislation that our government introduced around this for large entities, financial institutions, and then, of course, the Commonwealth entities as well?
So the climate-related financial disclosures, the legislation was passed on the 9th of September 2024. It came into effect on the 1st of January 2025, so very large companies, so the Group 1 set of companies who have financial years starting from the 1st of January 2025 are now in reporting. So that is a group that really is equivalent in size to ASX 200 companies, would include large emitters, for example. And the purpose of this is really to improve the transparency of information around climate risks and opportunities to help firms make good decisions about how to manage those risks and how to take advantage of the opportunities. Many of the companies in that category had already been reporting against the TCFD, so the Task Force on Climate Disclosures, that's correct. So really, the disclosures regime that's now in place is a much more structured way of doing that reporting. So it actually really helps those big companies do their reporting in a way that improves transparency, improves comparability over the disclosures being made by different companies, improves the interoperability of the disclosure regime in Australia with regimes in other countries because it's based on the International Sustainability Standard Board standards. So that's...
And do they report to ASIC, is that right, or somewhere else?
They report as a part of their standard financial reporting, and ASIC has responsibility for regulating those reports.
And can you talk us through the obligations on Commonwealth entities as well, like the Public Service, for instance, and other agencies?
I think that sits with...
Was that finance?
Finance.
Okay. One other question I have is the National Adaptation Plan speaks to the need for a finance strategy to allow or crowd in private investment. What are some of the tools that the sector needs to allow greater investment? Because obviously to pay for all of this can't just come from the Commonwealth. We don't have enough money for this. How do we also engage with private sector funding and capability? What sort of instruments do we need?
One of the directions that is mentioned in the report is the potential to expand the sustainable finance taxonomy. You would be aware that ASFI released 6 sector sustainable finance taxonomy with the objective of mitigation on the 17th of June. One of the possibilities that's raised in the climate risk assessment or the National Adaptation Plan rather is the potential to expand that, but obviously any decisions about what expansions might be sensible as a response is a matter for government decision.
You must forgive me, I'm not a financier. Can you break down what sustainable finance taxonomy is?
Oh, okay.
I know what a taxonomy is, but what does this mean?
So basically it's a list of definitions, if you like. So it characterises activities, whether they are in some sense green or whether they're aligned with a transition to net zero and maintaining temperature increases to a limit of 1.5 degrees. So it's a way of characterising what activities are aligned with different sustainability criteria. As I say, you can have a range of objectives for a taxonomy. The one that has been released for voluntary use is about mitigation. You could also, for example, have an objective of adaptation. You could also have an objective on financing nature as well, just as examples.
And is this in any way related to the nature repair market, which is, obviously relatively new? Can you just talk us through a little bit about the NRM and what involvement Treasury has had with that?
So the nature repair market is the responsibility of Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. And I will pass to my colleague, Mr Maloney, in a second. But one way to think about it is it's an extension of what you think of as the Australian carbon credit market. So it's a way of people who do things to benefit nature to potentially monetise that activity. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation this morning. To the Treasury, have you... sorry, before we go there, Mr Maloney, you mentioned budget tracking activities.
Yes, Senator.
It's a term that I'm not familiar with in the context of climate policy, climate change, emissions reduction. Can you just expand, just at a high level, what is that budget tracking process?
Certainly, Senator. So it's probably just loose language that I'm using there. I think as part of the budget in October of 2022, there was a new table that was constructed that set about tracking climate net zero related spending. Now, this was limited to new measures that were introduced in that budget, and there was a series of categories that, largely went to sort of measures that predominantly target emissions reduction, measures that, strengthen industries and skills, measures that improve, sort of adaptation. So there were a number of categories there, and over time, over subsequent budgets, we have updated that table and updated the framework a little bit, but that's basically what I was referring to, Senator. Yeah.
The table's included in the budget documents?
It's included in the budget documents. It's in Budget Paper 1, Budget Statement 3.
Thank you. October 2022. Okay, and it is updated as part of every
budget, Senator, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And it's every initiative across government?
So it's not, well, there are some, maybe I can explain it this way, there are some measures that will have an incidental or, a byproduct of that measure will have an impact perhaps on emissions reduction or adaptation perhaps. We are targeting measures here that predominantly have that have that impact. So, so it's a limited subset of new measures in that budget. But so, of course, there will be some measures that do have that impact, and so if you defined it differently, you could get a broader subset of measures, obviously. Yeah.
Thank you very much in regards to that. Has the Treasury been asked to cost any of the risks that have been identified in the National Climate Assessment document released yesterday?
Not in those terms. So, as I say, there is analysis in the 2023 IGR where we do some assessment of what the potential cost of physical risks could be on specific areas of the economy under different scenarios, temperature scenarios. So in that sense, that analysis goes some way to answering your question, but not beyond that. But if I
understood your evidence, Dr. Heath, I thought that was a very narrow input into this document by the Treasury. My understanding from your evidence was that the intergenerational report, which was released in 2023, the data, of course, would have been pre-2023. Is that a correct assumption?
The input data and the historical data that created the starting point, correct?
It's released, the IGR was released in 2023, which includes or is made up of, its composite is historical data. It's some of the information in that IGR, some of that information in the IGR, which has been imported into this document. So my interpretation is that is a narrow Treasury input into this document. But my question goes to, has the Treasury been asked to do a cost assessment of addressing the risks that are identified in this document that was released yesterday? Given, I think in your evidence and in others' evidence, this has been shared in government, shared at the cabinet level for a period of time now.
So again, the things that have been quantified in terms of a future cost are the areas of the channels of effect that we dealt with in the 2023 IGR, so not the full set of channels of effect that have been identified in the National Climate Risk Assessment.
Channel of effect, is that a loose term or a specific term?
I think it's a general term.
I'm not familiar with.
So
when I say risks, do you mean channel of effect? Are they interrelated? Are they
so for example, the intergenerational report doesn't look at the consequences of the full range of physical risks that are considered in the National Climate Risk Assessment. So it is a subset of those. Then, for example, when we look at the impact of increasing heat on productivity, the channel of effect that we looked at specifically was the impact that might have on people's ability to work, and particularly to work outdoors, and what impact that may then have on productivity.
Dr. Heath, on notice, could you provide me with the detail of the specific channel of effects that Treasury has been asked to cost?
Sure, but I think again the content in the National Climate Risk Assessment that we have contributed is all information that's in the IGR.
So just to make sure I'm clear, Treasury has contributed to the Climate Risk Assessment report released yesterday. Its contribution to that has been through the lens of the IGR.
The analysis in the IGR.
The analysis in the IGR, of which some parts of the IGR have imported into the Climate Risk Assessment. Is that a correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think it's also worth just making the broader comment that the process of putting the Climate Risk Assessment and the National Adaptation Plan together did have, so there was a National Climate Risk Assessment Project Board, then there was also an Economic and Policy Reference Group. So as a part of the deliberations and the conversations that went to putting those reports together, information and feedback was provided through these two bodies and which we participated in.
Did those two bodies ask the Treasury to provide a cost of addressing the risks identified in the climate risk assessment report?
No.
Thank you. To Finance, Mr Palicki, has the Department of Finance been asked to assess the cost of addressing the risks identified in the climate risk assessment report?
Not to my knowledge.
And you would know if a request had been made?
I'm not privy.
You are the Assistant Secretary.
Yes, for property and construction.
For
property and construction. So I'd have to take in on notice to give you a comprehensive answer in terms of whether finance has been asked.
But you don't think so?
I'm not aware that we have been.
To APRA, if I may, there's been some commentary about the impact to the value of housing, both by Minister Bowen yesterday and also in the Climate Risk Assessment report. Did APRA provide any advice to Minister Bowen on his use of the comments yesterday about the possible loss to housing values?
No, Senator, we did not.
Thank you. Did APRA provide any commentary or any commentary, so improvement, enhancement, redactions, caution about the import of the Climate Council's commentary around the hundreds of billions of dollars of loss of value to housing, which is in the report?
Senator, thank you for the question. To my knowledge, we did not make any specific comments, but I would like to take that on notice to confirm.
Thank you very, very much for that. To Finance, I understand that the APS has a net zero 2030 target policy. Has Finance estimated the cost of implementing that APS net zero 2030 target across government?
Senator, our responsibility is for producing the progress report, which essentially summarises the emissions that are generated by entities. So we have produced the first report for 2022-23 year. Recently, in March this year, we have produced a report for 23-24 year. So the system is still evolving in the sense that we're getting more entities to report as they gather data. To answer your question about us estimating the cost, not at this stage, because we are still in a process of making sure that we can measure emissions to a good level of confidence before we can start estimating the cost. But it is certainly something that will have to be considered by government in the future.
So when was that APS Net Zero 2030 policy introduced?
It was in November 2023.
November 2023, and there have been two reports on the implementation of that policy. The first one, 2022-2023, is a part report because it's not government-wide because of the slowness in some parts of the government implementing that policy.
Yes.
And then the second report is 2023-2024, which again is not a complete document because some parts of the government have still not implemented the APS Net Zero 2030 target.
Yes. So to give you a sense of, I guess, the improvement. So in 2020,
improvement. Is it a public document, Mr. Palicki? It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
It is. Yeah.
I might just have a look at that. I might have a look at that myself in the first instance.
Yeah, I'm going to have to rotate.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Sorry, just coming off on mute. Just a couple of quick questions for me. I just wonder, I suppose it's for the Treasury, has anyone looked at or been asked to look at what's happened to energy prices in recent years and why they're not decreasing like we were promised they would when we signed up to net zero emissions?
So we haven't been asked that question in the context of the National Climate Risk Assessment or the National Adaptation Plan.
Has Treasury been asked in any other context to do that work?
Clearly, that's related to the conversation about mitigation and the 2035 target, and I think that's a different conversation.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm just. It's about the If it's about the 2035 target, wouldn't the potential change in energy prices be very relevant to the setting of that target?
That's correct, but this is not a place to have that discussion. It's beyond the scope of what we're here to talk about today.
Well, look, I think you've had a broad range of questions, and I'm just asking Treasury, if you need to take it on notice, you can take it on notice, but I'm just asking a question which is clearly relevant. The government yesterday said that these reports would help inform its 2035 target. It's a very important public policy question. So I'm simply asking, and you can take it on notice, has the Treasury been asked to look at why energy prices have increased by 40% since we signed up to net zero, and what will happen to them in the future if we set various emission reduction targets?
Senator Canavan, Dr Heath, if you can answer the question, I think it's a fair question to expectation that representatives of Treasury should be able to answer a broad range. If you can't, then you can defer, but I'll leave it to you as to what you prefer to do.
I think that there's, at this point in time, the National Climate Risk Assessment and the National Adaptation Plan have been made public. It's appropriate to be answering questions about that. It would be appropriate to answer questions about net zero targets.
Just to be clear,
you take it on notice.
You can take it on notice. You can take it on notice. Okay.
Yep.
Senator Canavan.
Yep. Just one more question. There was a question earlier about climate disclosures requirements. I noticed the other day news that the United States are removing such disclosures on their businesses. Has there been any analysis on the increased costs that Australian businesses will face from our climate disclosure regime, especially in the context where our other trading investment partners are not doing the same?
As we discussed before, the climate-related financial disclosures legislation has passed. The regime has started for very large institutions, and we will continue to monitor how the implementation of that is proceeding and how that is affecting businesses of different sizes across the economy.
Is there plans, or are you conducting a post-implementation review at the moment?
We're not conducting a post-implementation review. There is a plan to review the legislation. If I recall correctly, it's 2930. Having said that, we are engaging actively with how it is being rolled out and how it is affecting different businesses.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Waters, you've got some final questions?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. The Climate Risk Report cites Treasury research saying that the annual cost of cleaning up after natural disasters will hit $40.3 billion each year by 2050, and that's if we constrain warming to 1.5 degrees. So I'd like to know what the clean-up cost would be if it's a 2-degree or if it's a 3-degree world. And I'd like to know whether that figure includes lost GDP or if it's just clean-up costs.
So the 40.3 number is actually a number from the Colvin report. That's not actually related to the Treasury modelling. The Treasury modelling in the intergenerational report, I might hand to my colleague, Ms Carlton.
Yeah, so we included analysis in the 2023 IGR, which we extended for the risk assessment, basically projecting out potential costs for spending under the disaster relief funding arrangement. So we're specifically looking at that program and how those costs could increase over different temperature pathways. So we projected out for a less than 2, a less than 3 and a less than 4 degree temperature pathway. And the results in the IGR found that could increase costs 3 to 3.6 times over the next 40 years. And we also introduced some new data points for 2050 and 2090, extending out those forecasts for the ANCRA, which are included in the document as well.
Okay, could you pop that in as a document for the committee to look at? Thanks, just with a summary of those points. And yeah, including making it clear whether that's just clean-up or if that factors in GDP impacts as well.
These specific costs, I can clarify that. So the analysis we did was specifically looking at the disaster relief funding and the reimbursements through that scheme.
Yep.
We can maybe provide context on what the scheme is and the cover costs.
Okay, so you're not actually looking at broader clean-up costs, you're just looking at what you're reimbursing communities. Have you done any quantification of the broader clean-up costs, including the impacts on GDP?
No, we haven't.
Has anybody in government done that?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. But...
Right. Well, I'm sure you are busy doing important things, but there does seem to be some real gaping holes in the issues that you're looking at, and I would urge you to... surely these sorts of figures are necessary for taking future government decisions. The climate risk assessment states that recovery from natural disasters will cost 7 times more than they currently do by 2090. What's the base figure that we spend on disaster recovery at the moment?
I don't actually have that off the top of my head. I'd have to take that on notice. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. There's been some conjecture about the economic, either the benefits of high targets or the cost of inaction. Have you done some work on the costs of averting the worst scenario set out in the climate risk report? Have you done? You said you hadn't done an economy-wide analysis of what the various scenarios would mean. Have you looked at the various costs and benefits of different potential climate targets for 2035?
No, not in the... No.
Okay. So you haven't looked at the economic costs and benefits of differing targets for 2035?
So the Treasury modelling that is being used to inform the net zero plan is different pathways to net zero with an explicit target for 2035.
Sorry, can you say that in another way? Please, I'm not following you.
I think at this point it's probably best to take this on notice. We'll have an opportunity to talk about it once the net zero plan and the modelling reports are released.
Okay, when will that be released?
I think this is, if I may, Senator Waters.
Just 1 second.
And I'm happy to stand corrected, but I'm relatively confident on this point that the standing orders require officials to either not give an answer and refer to a superior official, but they're not allowed. The standing orders don't allow them not to reveal information on a question that they're asked if they know that information. Now, I'm happy to stand corrected, but this was a matter I challenged the Secretary of the Treasury on in the last Parliament. So
it's fair enough. It's a fair enough point. Do you know the answer?
Could you please repeat the question just so that I...
I'm interested in the economic modelling that Treasury has done to underpin the decision about what target for 2035 should be adopted.
So Treasury has not done explicit modelling of different targets for 2035 to inform the net zero plan.
So you haven't done any modelling on different targets. Have you done any modelling on a single potential target for 2035?
Yes, we have.
Okay, what number? What target have you done the modelling for?
I think I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. You know what the number is, though, don't you?
I do know what we've done our modelling on.
Is it a single number or is it a range?
The nature of the modelling that we have done has a point estimate for 2035. I would refer you to the Climate Change Authority's advice, which is explicitly the advice that the government is using to look at, to understand the potential implications of different targets.
Yes, and you've modelled one particular number, not a range, but a particular number, is that right?
And that's a function of the model that we have and the the difficulty of dealing with ranges.
Okay. Dr. Heath, that advice has been denied to the Senate, despite the Senate having a majority of senators decide that that document should be made available to the Senate. Now, to be fair, your climate change advice reference that you just referred to, or are you referring to a different document?
We're referring to a document that's still being finalised.
When did you do the modelling? If I can, sorry to interrupt you there, Chair. When did Treasury do the modelling of that particular target?
We have been doing that modelling for a long time. It feels at least a year.
Early last year.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Early last year.
Yeah.
Okay, since early last year, you've been modelling one particular 2035 target and the economic opportunities or costs of that.
I'd clarify and say we've been modelling to support development of the net zero plan since early last year. So there's different. So the modelling for the net zero plan specifically has been going since early last year.
I'm sorry, can you speak up or have your microphone turned up? I just didn't catch that.
So we have been modelling to support the development of the net zero plan since early last year. We have to check the specific dates of what we've been doing.
Yeah, if you could please.
The question is whether when you started modelling the specific target that you've...
Yeah, we would have to take that on notice.
Was it as late as last year? Was it as far back as last year?
For modelling the trajectories?
Yes.
Yeah, we have been modelling since last year, but yeah, we've been modelling different pathways, as Dr. Heath mentioned, to kind of inform the transition.
But you've just modelled a particular number for a 2035 target, and when did that modelling start on that particular 2035 target?
I would have to take that on notice.
Was it this year?
I also have to take that on notice.
Oh, come on. Was it prior or post the election?
Point of order, Chair. The Treasury officials have said that they will take it on notice. There's no need to keep hanging on about it. They've said they'll take it on notice. They have responded to your questions repeatedly with that they are going to take it on notice. So why don't we give them the benefit of that doubt?
Well, I look forward to the specific date on notice, but I think
rather than expose them to making mistakes by challenging their memory, which they clearly are not willing to do.
Officials are free to correct their evidence at any particular point in time.
They've also said
and I'm sure the committee will accommodate officials correcting their record during the course of
order. Dr. Heath, if you can't give us an answer to whether it's post or prior the election, I accept that, but I would like to know if you do know that answer.
I genuinely cannot recall exactly the point in time.
Fair enough. Senator Waters.
Yeah, thank you. And not to belabour the point, but just before that interruption, I thought I heard you say, I think it was prior. Is that what you said before, prior to the election?
I think that's right, but I would much
you can take it on notice and
prefer to take it on notice.
Senator Waters.
Okay, thanks very much. Can I just ask you, so you've taken on notice the cost of cleaning up after natural disasters, but the climate risk assessment says it's going to be at least 7 times as much as we currently spend. Can Treasury tell me, please, how much do we spend each year on subsidising cheap diesel and accelerated depreciation, also known as fossil fuel subsidies, for coal, oil and gas companies? What's the figure for that expenditure each year?
Senator, are you referring to the fuel tax credits?
Yes, and accelerated depreciation.
I don't have that figure with me specifically, but I'm happy to take it on notice and provide on notice exactly the expected cost of the fuel tax credit regime over the 4 days.
Just for coal, oil and gas, thank you. Are you aware of whether that's a larger amount than the cost of cleaning up after climate disasters?
Again, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. I can't recall off the top of my head exactly the cost of the fuel tax credit.
Okay, it's approximately $9 billion to my recollection, but I will await your actual figure. And again, you can't tell me roughly how much we spend on disaster recovery at the moment. And to take that on notice, do you have a rough
Senator,
estimate?
I will take it on notice. I think in budget statement 6, I think there is the disaster recovery arrangements are booked into the forward estimates there, or at least that expenditure is shown there. But I'm happy to take that on notice. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just after a comparison of how much we spend making the problem worse, and then how much we have to spend on cleaning it up. And referring back to the question to finance, why aren't we making the coal and gas companies contribute to cleaning up the climate damage that they're causing? So that's a reason for my line of questioning.
I will take that on notice.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on the questions that I asked the previous panel, and that was in relation to the construction code. Is there a review of the construction code underway? Is Treasury involved in that?
We would have to take that on notice. That's a different group is responsible for that.
I'm asking, obviously, because of the government decision to pause the construction code for until 2029, and then yet all of the risk, the climate resilience elements that are in this particular report. So have you looked at those particular parts of the report and what that means for buildings and construction?
We have not.
No, Senator, we have not. But we are from the climate and energy part of Treasury, but very happy to take on notice those questions and refer them to that part of Treasury. Yeah.
I'd also like to know whether Treasury was briefed on the need for climate resilience in our building code prior to the productivity roundtable.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Any final burning questions? No? Thank you. Yes, quickly.
So just for clarity, Treasury has modelled a particular 2035 target, the economic impacts thereof. You haven't modelled any other particular 2035 target, just one number that you think you've been working on since before the election. So how will the government know? Yeah, so the government's flying blind on the economic cost or benefit of different scenarios if they've only got modelling on one particular target.
So there is also the interim report from the Climate Change Authority, which explicitly looks at the costs and benefits of different targets.
Okay, but they're a climate body, which is great, but they're not Treasury. Surely their economic modelling wouldn't stand up to yours. That's surely not their role.
So we have done the modelling that was agreed that the government asked us to do.
Okay. And they haven't come back and asked for any different modelling to be done?
As I've said, we've modelled a range of pathways to net zero that make an explicit point estimate or take an assumption for the 2035 target.
Thank you.
What is the modelling called? Does it have a name? Is it the net zero, is it emissions 2035 economic modelling? I'm just keen to know, what is the name of the modelling?
The name, do you mean the name of the report?
The name of the report, yeah,
modelling?
name of the report, yeah.
I actually genuinely can't remember that either. We're still in the process of settling these details.
Sorry?
We're still in the process of settling the final report.
Okay.
So we do have a working title, but the final decision has not yet been made on the final report.
I'm sure that something like that could be checked pretty quickly. So if you can get an answer to us on that by the end of today, that would be helpful.
What's your time frame for settling the report?
In the very near future.
This week?
I think, Senator, that's a matter for government, really. Yeah.
Your time frame is not their decision. I'm just asking about your time frame to finish the report that you're currently doing.
So we've completed the modelling and it's a matter of finalising the report.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Treasury, just with regards to this line of questioning, so I'm assuming some of this work that you are doing currently with respect to modelling net zero and specific targets, etc., would be subject to Cabinet in confidence discussions. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that being the case, that would not be something that would be in the public domain necessarily. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your evidence today. You've taken quite a bit on notice. If we could get a response on the name of the report or what the modelling is referred to internally.
Well, actually, if it's cabinet in confidence...
Excuse me, you are not the chair, and I'm asking a question for clarification on a question that's been put on notice. So if Dr Heath wants to claim public interest immunity, she can. She has not on the name. Thank you. If you could get us the answer by the end of today, it'd be appreciated. Thank you. We're going to break for 10 minutes. Hansard needs a break, and we will be back just over 10 minutes. We'll be back at 11:35 with our next set of witnesses. Thank you. All right. Well, I now welcome representatives from ARC Centre of Excellence for the 21st Century Weather, the ANU Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions, and Melbourne Climate Futures. I understand we've got some people down the video conferencing. Information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I would like you all to give us your full names and the capacity in which you appear. And we'll start with the in-person reps. So.
Yep, I'm Professor Sarah Perkins-Kirkpatrick. I'm representing the RC Centre of Excellence for 21st Century Weather, as well as the ANU Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Professor Christian Jacob, and I too am presenting the ARC Centre of Excellence for the Weather of the 21st Century.
Thank you. Down the line there, Dr. O'Neill.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Lily O'Neill, Melbourne Climate Futures, University of Melbourne.
Thank you. Professor Neville.
Yes, hello. Associate Professor Ben Neville, Deputy Director of Melbourne Climate Futures at the University of Melbourne.
Okay, wonderful. Now, do each of you have a short opening statement for us? Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so it is my understanding that the Australian National Climate Risk Assessment, or NCRA, has been ready for release since the beginning of this year, and that there was no scientific reason for it to be delayed. Some of Australia's top scientists have been working very hard in bringing this together over 2023 and 2024, only for it to sit on a metaphorical shelf for much of this year. Australia's NCRA is crucial to ensure we safeguard Australia against adverse impacts of climate change, and it serves as the evidence base for the National Adaptation Plan. In this way, the process is quite similar to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Assessment Reports. Here, the first working group provides the scientific basis, where the second working group assesses the impacts, adaptation and vulnerability. The NCRA can be viewed as a Working Group 1 type report, and we simply cannot have a successful National Adaptation Plan, that is the Working Group 2 stage, without it. Australia is not the first country to produce an NCRA. In fact, quite a number of other countries have released multiple NCRAs. For example, the UK and Singapore have released 3, Canada 4, the United States 5, and Finland 8. 2 things are important to note here. Firstly, we are well behind our peers in assessing our vulnerabilities and risks to impending human-induced climate change. And second, the NCRA is an iterative process. The first NCRA will not, nor should it not be, the final. The delays in the first NCRA will ultimately delay progress in the refinement of future NCRA developments, as well as implementing a crucial and successful national adaptation plan. Therefore, the lengthy delay seriously impinges our adaptive capacity against the impending impacts of climate change. Until yesterday's release, there was a lack of a mechanism for physical scientists, like myself, to work in an interdisciplinary setting with vulnerability and exposure experts and modellers to ensure that risk mitigation is underpinned by the most contemporary knowledge, resources and expertise. The climate crisis is an existential issue that can simply not be addressed without deep, consistent and facilitated interdisciplinary engagement that the NCRA will pave the way for. The cost of not adapting to climate change is at least 6 to 10 times higher than the cost of adapting, and we simply have no time to lose and must forge and maintain important interdisciplinary collaborations as soon as possible. Just like the IPCC states that every extra tonne of carbon dioxide emitted matters, every day we delay effective adaptation to the risks of climate change also matters. I therefore urge the Australian Government to show strong and unwavering leadership in mapping, quantify and adapting to climate change. Into climate risks, our systems and communities are already feeling and will continue to do so for generations. Climate change will wait for no one, and we are going to surely rely on this strong leadership for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to meet you today. For me, it's the first time. And I would like to make 3 points in my opening statement. First, the delay in publishing this assessment, the National Climate Risk Assessment, is not just disappointing, but it has several negative consequences. As stated in the assessment itself, since it came out yesterday, I had the chance to have a look, there needs to be a process of repeating the exercise and it needs to be repeated regularly. And that's because it's based on very fast-moving science and a very fast-changing climate. However, the science foundation for these future assessments in this country is under serious threat. So let me expand on each a little bit. The major negative impacts of the delay. Well, businesses must disclose climate risks. Governments need to plan for adaptation and write adaptation plans. Communities need to be informed, and they all have been missing out on crucial scientifically based information to do that. This in turn delays action, and it encourages misinformation. The climate and the science have already changed significantly since the report was finished, and I'm pretty sure had the authors known that they have an extra 9 months, the assessment would have been even better. It is very good, and it would have been even better. Improvements on future assessments also require feedback from the people who use them, and this is an important process which we've now delayed. We have not been able to receive that feedback from the people who use this. On the need to repeat the assessment regularly, the science and the climate change rapidly. New information comes to light almost every day. Hence, we need this process to be continuous, with reports released on a regular basis, updated with the latest information. There are important gaps in the current assessment as well. For example, it does not deal with the very important risks to decarbonization. What I mean with this is that our net zero 2050 economy will be highly weather dependent. The weather will be the fuel for our economy because the electricity we generate will come from the weather. And we need to assess opportunities and risks since that weather and the resource it provides are changing as the climate is changing. So is the reliability of our carbon sinks, which also needs to be assessed and hasn't been in the current report. The authors of future assessments should be chosen more transparently, and perhaps, since Sarah mentioned that as well already, through an expression of interest process akin to that of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, where authors can put their names forward to be included. Now, the quality of the science to underpin these future assessments that are so crucial for our country is under serious threat. Australia is rapidly falling behind international standard in science. Our climate computing and data facilities are simply not up to scratch, and there's no plans to significantly upgrade them at the moment. This has already put us well behind world leaders, and we are in danger to be slipping, pardon the analogy, into the lower half of the table. And if we were in a league in a country I hail from originally, we could even be relegated. Climate science across the country is also not done in a coordinated program. The resulting competition for limited resources has now become counterproductive. It was a way of doing science for a while, but when the problems are big, the science needs to be collaborative. This is now fragmenting the community. Finally, there is the belief that the science is done, but the net zero agenda really requires major new explorations in new areas, such as how is the weather going to change as the climate's changing, what will happen in urban areas, and what will happen to carbon at regional scales. So to summarize, to future-proof Australia, we need a regular sequence of assessments produced by diverse expert teams from all parts of our scientific community. For them to be the same quality of other nations, we need to future-proof our climate science, which includes urgently addressing the climate computing and data issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Neville or Dr. O'Neill?
Thank you very much, Lily, and to the senators for the opportunity to speak to you today. I wanted to make a couple of comments about the climate risk assessment, which generally I concur with the previous speakers that while delayed is a very good document that really does provide some excellent building blocks for furthering our understanding of complex climate change. I first wanted to make a point about a couple of things that haven't been included that then need to be included in subsequent developments of the assessment. So the first one is that it doesn't recognise Australia's sovereign litigation risk. And so this especially comes out with the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change, so the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change that came out on the 23rd of July. And together with the development of attribution modelling that can pass out and attribute the effects of individual companies upon climate change. So the International Court of Justice advisory opinion stated that a nation experiencing damage caused by the failure of another nation to fulfil their international climate obligations to keep temperature rises to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius may bring legal proceedings against the nation causing the harm and seek compensation or other remedies. So this means that the Australian government and thus Australian taxpayers could be on the hook for the climate damage caused to other nations by companies operating in Australia. So then together with the developments in attribution science that I mentioned to you. So there was a paper that was published in Nature on Wednesday of last week that really steps up the development of attribution science. And so attribution modelling links the emissions from individual firms to specific events. So this paper by Kilcale et al. They looked at specific events in terms of heat waves, and for example, they found that the carbon pollution from ExxonMobil's fossil fuels, their historical emissions, made 51 heat waves at least 10,000 times more likely than in an unheated world. So this really then does demonstrate that there is increasing legal evidence that could hold big emitters to account for the damages they've caused, and then with national governments like our own ultimately responsible for any financial compensation. The second point I want to make is around the economic modelling of climate change, which might flow on well from the discussion with the Treasury just previously. So in the risk assessment report, it comments that the emerging academic view is that current modelling methodologies are likely to significantly underestimate the economic impacts and do not take into account the potential cascading impacts from the physical damage from climate change to our economy. So economic modelling so far tends to focus only on the first order weather effects or climate hazards, and sometimes also including heat. Most of the further effort appears to be going towards not building in more complexity as the risk assessment does, but to downscaling the weather effects to individual physical assets, which then is of a special interest to insurers and banks and homeowners. So it's very understandable that work is being done. However, it doesn't recognise and build in that extra complexity which the risk assessment sort of begins to do, bringing to the fore the aggregating, the cascading and compounding effects. However, the risk assessment doesn't include tipping points, and it doesn't include international factors that will impact the Australian economy. So I wanted to mention a recent paper published this year by Tim Neal, Ben Newell and Andy Pittman from UNSW. And so they were able to incorporate international weather effects, and the difference they found by doing this, only integrating the national or domestic weather effects, there was a reduction in GDP by 2100 of negative 11%. But by incorporating the international weather effects, that reduction in GDP was down to minus 40%. So a substantial increase. Much of the economic modelling that has been done has been showing reductions in GDP of something around the minus 5% going out to the end of the century. So this sort of really demonstrates the increase by integrating some of the issues that have so far not been integrated. For context, in understanding that difference between minus 11% and minus 40%, the Great Depression in Australia had a reduction of about 20% of GDP. In the US, it was closer to 30%. So it gives you a sense of what that minus 40% of GDP, what it really means. The economic modelling also doesn't include the full complexity of effects. I mentioned it only typically includes those first-order weather effects. It doesn't include the second or third order health and social effects that cascade from the first order weather effects or hazards. Many of these are recognised in the risk assessment as connection points, such as new diseases coming into Australia, increases in mental illness, domestic violence, food shortages, reduction in environmental services from the collapse of biodiversity, domestic political instability, international conflict, and increases in climate refugees, which will all have economic effects. So one study that just earlier on this year did come out trying to integrate this greater complexity was by the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries at the University of Exeter in the UK, and they found that world GDP could be reduced
Sorry,
by
Professor
50%.
Neville. Excuse me, Professor Neville. What is going on out there? Sorry, there's a noise in here, Mr Neville, that's cutting across and not very helpful for Hansard. We do need to get you to wind up, though, as well. So if I can bring you to an end. Yep.
Was just that study found that the GDP could be reduced by 50% by 2070 to 2090.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We will start with questions from Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Look, thank you so much, everyone, for the expertise and bringing that to bear to us today. And in particular, Professor Neville, that was the sort of economic analysis that I had hoped we'd talk about with Treasury, but unfortunately it seems they've not been tasked with looking at many of the compounding situations that you've taken us through, which is somewhat baffling. So I'm glad we've got your expertise here. Many of you have raised the delay on the report, and you've also suggested that we need to regularly repeat the report and that it shouldn't just be a set and forget. I strongly agree with that. What sort of interval do you think the science would merit an update? Is it a 2-year update? Should it be an annual update? Is a 5-year update more appropriate? What do you think the science would say we should be tracking?
Given the effort that goes into putting this sort of report together, because it is very interdisciplinary, you would need a good couple of years to get that done, and that the science would update in that time, and that allows that sort of interdisciplinary collaboration and working to happen. I'm not sure.
So my view is that IPCC provides another lovely example for this. I think major reports should be relatively fast-paced, let's say 4 years. Mm-hmm. But I could imagine having special reports, for instance, on economic impacts or decarbonisation or whatever the government or you would like to see at a time, just like the international community sets special reports for the IPCC. They could then be interspersed with the major reports, and they could be more targeted on specific aspects of climate risk.
Yes, I agree. And it seems like the government hasn't actually committed to do any regular updates at all, let alone at intervals of 2 or 4 or even 5 years, but we will keep at them on that. Professor Perkins-Kirkpatrick, you talked in your submission about the cost of clean-up and the cost of the economic cost to all of us from the climate disaster that sadly we're barreling onto, and I think you cited Treasury projections estimating up to $130 billion in cumulative costs, and I also spoke to them about their figure of, the Colvin figure of 40-odd billion each year, and that's if we constrain warming to 1.5. So essentially a very large price tag. Can you talk us through what message we should take from that? And you also mentioned that the cost of not adapting was 6 to 10 times higher than adapting. Can you just elaborate on that?
At least. So that was a conservative estimate, is my understanding, that 6 to 10 times. It does depend on the research that underpins that, but that was, I guess, a range. It's more like that's around what it takes to deal with the consequences after. So it's not just necessarily the cleanup, which is what is cited in the submission from ISEDS, but also the knock-on effects and the impacts that happen if we just assume a business as usual and not accept that this is a real issue.
There seems to be debate about the cost of action versus inaction and whether or not it's going to be good for the economy. I mean, I take a broader approach and look at the impacts on nature and community safety, but if you're just looking at it from an economic perspective, there's been various proposals put for actually the benefits of a stronger target versus a weaker target for 2035. Do you have any views on that?
My view is that it's an investment, so we need to put the money in now and the payoffs come down the future. You may not necessarily see a return tomorrow or next year. Hopefully in a decade you would in terms of financial. But it's an investment of thinking further down the road, and I don't think we're doing a very good job of that at the moment. It's, you know, we're not thinking about the impacts that will happen 10 or 20 years from now. That's not necessarily included when we think about costs that we're inflicting on ourselves now. I think I might add to that as well, if you don't mind, that we appreciate that change or adaptation is slow, and it's not something that we can do tomorrow or, you know, next year. It's a slow-moving beast that we need to work on progressively. So that's why, you know, there's that urgency to start now and put that investment in over time, as opposed to wait for 20 years or 25 years and just deal with the problem then, because that will be a far greater cost, whether it's a technological cost or economic cost as well.
Or a cost to nature or our well-being.
Well, there's a lot of things that will go that won't come back, like the Great Barrier Reef, for example.
Indeed. To avoid the impacts outlined in the worst scenarios of this report, namely the 3-degree one, what target do you think we'd need for 2035 that would keep us to 1.5 degrees? And that's to all of the panel.
As high as possible. So the Climate Change Authority has set 75% on 2005 emission levels. I think that's the best. If not, we could go higher. I know that costs a lot of money, of course, but we need to do as much as we possibly can as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, just to add, the IPCC's position on this is very clear. Every gigaton of carbon that goes into the atmosphere will increase the planet's temperature, and every 1/10 of a degree of temperature increase will affect all the things that we see in the National Climate Risk Assessment, as is very clearly stated in it. So it's really important to be ambitious.
So what target do we need by 2035 to keep us to 1.5 degrees of warming?
Well, I will repeat my colleague's assessment: as high as possible. And 75 as the Climate Council. Look, this is well outside my expertise. I'm looking at how the weather is changing as the climate's changing. So I'm speaking more as a citizen than as an expert here. And as a citizen, I can say as high as possible.
I think it might also be worth adding some of the science that our centre has done. Some researchers that have looked at what a net zero future looks like if we, you know, delay net zero up until 2060, so 5-year intervals. And the change in the climate over a 1,000-year period, looking at when you delay it by those intervals, is quite stark. So that's why we're saying the position of as soon as possible. We don't do the modelling around net zero. That's not what we do as researchers. But seeing those sorts of results, if we don't do it in the next 10 to 15 years, we're looking at very different climate regimes to what we have now, and very much unprecedented events.
Associate Professor Neville or Dr O'Neill, did you want to add any perspective on the need for strong 2035 targets to keep us to 1.5 degrees, to save everything that we love, or at least avert the worst consequences for it?
If I may just read a brief statement as well, if that's possible. So I'm a senior research fellow at Melbourne Climate Futures. I'm a lawyer. I'm also director at Protect Our Winters Australia, and so I'd really like to talk about the Australian Alps today, just very briefly, where I live. I live in northeast Victoria in the Alps, and the Alps was mentioned only very briefly in the risk assessment report that came out yesterday. It was a one-liner to say that the entire ecosystem is at risk. This is 1.6 million hectares of public land in Victoria, New South Wales and the ACT, home of many threatened species, a hugely important carbon sink, and also hugely important for the national but also our local economy here. In 2019, the snow resorts in Victoria and New South Wales contributed about $3.5 billion to the local economy. And we here who live in the mountains are here because we love the mountains, and we're seeing what we love about the mountains disappear before our very eyes. Whenever I travel into the city, I'm astonished by how little you can see climate change in comparison to how we see the impacts of climate change when you live in the mountains. My husband is a worker up on the mountains. Those jobs will disappear when the snow disappears. And we've just been shut down for 3 weeks by Victoria Police because of the shooting in Port Punker. Tourists were told to stay away, and almost immediately businesses saw their revenue collapse by 80 to 90%. I have many friends who are casuals who were laid off immediately. Now, that's when tourists stay away. And we saw that happen last season and the season before when there was mud on the mountains in Mount Hotham in early August. This is an ecosystem that's collapsing before our very eyes. The length of the ski seasons has already reduced by about 28%, and under a medium and high emission scenario, we're looking at a collapse of a further 55 days. That just makes it impossible for any business to run in the alpine resorts when their business collapses by 55 days. They just cannot operate under that level of constrainment or that level of uncertainty. It's also a really existential question around here. You know, when you're a mountain community, who are you if it doesn't snow anymore? Who are you if the snow gums die? Who are you if there's no more mountain pygmy possums? You know, and my children know it's happening because they talk to people who say, why is there mud on Mount Hotham in early August? Why is this happening? And, you know, the short answer is it's happening because of coal, oil and gas. Coal, oil and gas are destroying our alpine environment. And there's very little attention to it, in spite of the really, really important role that we play nationally. 30% of the water that flows into the Murray-Darling Basin comes from the Australian Alps, and that is set to drop. The adaptation report that was released yesterday also doesn't mention the Australian Alps. And the Australian Alps, we can adapt. Ironically enough, the mountains will become a very pleasant place with climate change. There just won't be any snow. People will want to escape the heat of the cities for the mountains. But we don't have any money or any plan at the moment for adaptation. Thank you. And look, I can certainly speak to you. As a lawyer, I can't comment on the target, but as a director at Protect Our Winters, I can certainly say that we've taken a target of 85% to our local member, who's Helen Haynes.
Senator Waters, we are going to have to
rotate the call.
Fine. Thank you. That was very powerful. Thanks, Dr. O'Neill.
Can I make one brief addition to this? Is it possible?
I would like to just.
Okay.
I'm sure other people have other questions, and you can work it in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just want to clear something up. You weren't here this morning, but we did hear some testimony from the Australian Climate Service, and they confirmed that the report, and they finalised all the reports on the 5th of September. So that was 11 days ago, not actually at the start of the year, as you stated in your opening statement. So just important to clear that all up. It wasn't held back by the government. They actually put a lot of work into the text as well as the technical reports, and they finalised all of this only 11 days ago. But my question relates to, this body of work is a legacy of the Albanese government, which was elected in 22, after a decade of effectively climate inaction. Can you talk us through the significance of this report as scientists, noting that there's a huge tranche of technical data that has been also released with this?
A breath of fresh air. It's great to finally have this report out. The detail that was in there, I hadn't seen the report before it was released. And I've read as much as I could in preparation for today. And to see the level of detail that they've gone into was amazing. It was something that I personally wasn't expecting. So to see the rank of, like they did for IPCC, with confidence intervals around it and the risk of, severe, medium, high, etc., was excellent. And it's nice to see that finally come to fruition.
Yeah, and I'd just like to confirm that I agree with Sarah very much. And I would say it's a frank report. It spells out what the nation needs to know about the climate risks that were chosen. I completely understand why that was a limited set. I would like to draw our attention onto the future now that we have this in front of us, because there's a lot of work to be done on the things that are not in there. And I think it's of high scientific standard as well. So I would congratulate the authors for having done a really good job.
Thank you. I agree. The other question I have is, around the world, there is commentary undermining the importance of net zero. It seems to be just casually tossed around now that, it's too hard, we're not going to get to it, don't even try. Certain governments are walking back their commitments. How important, in light of this report, which has just dropped, how important is it that we hold the line with respect to net zero by 2050?
I cannot stress enough how important it is that we get to net zero as soon as we possibly can. We also need to adapt at the same time. It's not a one or the other. It's not a panacea. We're now beyond the point that net zero will save us completely. But we need to reduce our emissions to really avoid that dangerous climate change. So because of the Paris Agreement in 2015 and all countries putting their pledges forward, we don't necessarily work with the highest emission scenario anymore, which is good news. But if we don't get to our pledges, if we don't follow through with them, then that will still be the case. So we're still on track currently with pledges from Paris to be at roughly between 2.5 to 3 degrees global warming. So that's still quite a substantial change. If we get to net zero earlier, that can be, wholeheartedly avoided.
And that effort should be front-loaded, meaning we do as much as we can now rather than leaving this till the end, using mature technologies that we already have, or do we just wait for other technologies to come down the line and be proven and tested? What do you suggest?
The most effective way we can do this is just stop emitting. And anything else, like technology helping, is useful. I don't want to shoot that out of the water. But the most effective way is reducing emissions, because if we
need an alternative. Sorry to interrupt. We need an alternative. We're not using fossil fuels. We need something else to lean into,
exactly right? Yeah. I'm not saying it's just as easy as turning off the lights tomorrow, but that will be the most effective way, getting off fossil fuels in every way, shape and form. That will be the most effective way.
And my last question, Chair, I know we're pressed for time. What in this report jumped out at you or struck you? And you can all answer this. It'd be just nice to get a sense of what made an impression on you.
It's honesty, and it's how it combined the physical science with the impacts. And it wasn't just, cyclones will do this, heat waves will do that, how it looked at the different sectors, and it was a very systems-based approach, which I think was incredibly useful.
And unusual.
Yeah, as I said, a breath of fresh air in its honesty.
What struck me is how dire the situation is and how strong the impacts will be if we let a 3-degree world happen, and that brings us back to the net zero. If I may go back to that question for 1 second, it is really critical, and Dr. O'Neill's statement was very powerful in that, to stop thinking of weather just as a hazard. Weather is a resource. It's the resource for our ski industry and other tourism branches. Weather is the resource that will fuel, through renewable energy, by far the cheapest solution, from what my colleagues tell me, again, not my area expertise, to get to net zero. It's available now, but it's going to be fueled by the weather, so we need to be on top of our game in knowing how the weather is going to change as we implement all the things we need to implement rapidly to get to net zero.
And online academics, would you like to make a contribution? Just quickly, please.
Yeah, thank you. What I found what really stood out for me with the report was the complexity, the systemic complexity that it built in, especially around the aggregating, cascading and compounding. We tend to have a simplistic perspective, as the others have mentioned. We tend to focus on the weather, those first order weather impacts, without really appreciating the flow on of other effects that impact all different types of systems. Which then create that bigger, more complex picture that show that a 2.5 to 3 degree world is a world that we must do everything to try and avoid. Right? And in answer to one of the previous questions, I believe that, that the figure that goes around in terms of the economic cost or investment in decarbonising the economy is only about 2% of GDP. That might be from an Australia Institute report, I believe. And so in comparison to, minus 40%, minus 50%, impacts, it's a no-brainer.
Thank you. Senator Waters, have you got any final questions?
No, conscious of the time, but really grateful for your expertise. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for giving us your evidence today, and appreciate your patience with coming online. So thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Security Leaders Climate Group and the Australia Institute. Thank you both. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. You've both been through this process a number of times. For the Hansard record, could I get you both to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And I'll start with you, Dr Dennis.
Dr Richard Dennis, Executive Director of the Australia Institute.
Thank you.
I'm Admiral Christopher Barry. I'm an executive member of the Australian Security Leaders Climate Group.
Great, thank you. Now, do you both have opening statements you'd like to make? Okay. Start with you, Dr Dennis.
Sure. Thank you so much, Senators, for hosting this important inquiry and inviting me along. Yesterday's report is a breath of fresh air, but in some sense there wasn't much that's new in there, just a lot more detail about what's been known for a long time. I will only focus on a few key things, but let me start by reading a very important part of the report that might have been missed. Economic impacts of climate change, including the impacts on households and the cost of living. The emerging academic view is that the current modelling methodologies are likely to significantly underestimate the economic impacts and do not take into account the potential cascading impacts from the physical damage from climate change to our economy. Transmission of financial risk internationally could also significantly increase the economic impact. So what you see in that report is the best case scenario. My PhD is in macroeconomic modelling. I know as well as anyone the limitations of economic modelling. I assure you that the economic models we use, that Treasury use, that the Reserve Bank use, were not built with this in mind. And I can't stress enough the number of variables that are simply just not included in this model because these models weren't built to do this. So this is a minimum cost. This is a minimum cost. Let me give you an example of how much worse things are than you might likely expect. A lot of people talk about insurance becoming unaffordable. Just to be crystal clear, every mortgage contract in Australia obliges the holder of the mortgage to have insurance. Every mortgage contract. The reason we think bank lending is safe is that not only lending against real estate, they're lending against insured real estate. So the entire risk profile of the entire financial system is based on the idea that house prices don't go down. And even if houses burst into flames, it's actually the insurance company's risk, not the bank's risk. So to be crystal clear, if a house is uninsurable, it is unmortgageable. If a house is uninsurable, it is unmortgageable. The potential catastrophic impacts of whole suburbs and regions not being able to insure their houses is not included in this report, rightly, because the tools for doing so don't exist. But again, to be crystal clear, the bank expects that if you've got a mortgage, your house is fully insured. If your house is not fully insured, you are in breach of your mortgage contract. Right now in Australia today, we know there are people who are uninsured. Right now in Australia today, we know there are people who are underinsured. The RBA isn't looking, APRA isn't looking, ASIC aren't looking. Everybody knows that not only is there uninsurance and underinsurance today, what this has just told us is that in the coming decades there will be far more of this. This is a crucial part of the problem that our regulators are ignoring and that this report can't have provided the answers to. Just quickly, when this damage comes, someone will have to pay. You can only insure against unlikely events. Insurance companies do not insure against likely events. No 20-year-old in Australia can rent a Ferrari and insure it. Okay? No, you can't insure against that risk. What this report says is that flooding will be so common in large parts of Australia, you will not be able to insure. So, just to be clear, individuals will not insure their way out of this crisis. You cannot insure against likely events. So what is going to happen is we are either going to tell people you are on your own, you are stranded, your house is worthless, we're sad for you, or we are going to say, oh, I'm so sad that we actually want to give you large amounts of public money. But to do what? To rebuild in the place that keeps flooding? To move? To where? These are not hypothetical. And to give everyone a sense of timing, we're telling 20-year-olds today to worry about a mortgage that they won't pay off before 2050. We're telling 20-year-olds to worry about superannuation that they won't get their hands on until 2065. And this report is saying there are catastrophic risks coming right now, way before you need your super, way before you'll pay off a 25 or 30-year loan. So the fossil fuel industry seems to me to be the obvious person to pay for this, because in Australia today we're giving half of our gas away for free. The ACTU says that if we taxed it at 25%, we could have $12 billion a year. We're giving more than $10 billion a year in Commonwealth subsidies for fossil fuels. That's $25 billion a year, that we could actually stop encouraging climate change with and start diverting. But to be clear, the insurance industry will not help people in 20 years' time with their flooded houses. They can't. That's not insurance. And just finally, we've done a lot of work at the Australian Institute on climate risk. Less than 40% of Australians even know what it is, what the term means. We are bombarded with information about superannuation risk. We are bombarded with information about what suburb to buy a house in to maximise capital gain. Most Australians aren't even in this conversation yet. Yet here we are, literally approving new gas and coal projects in the week leading up to this risk assessment coming out. No wonder the public aren't in uproar. Hopefully they'll read this report, but I can see why the report wasn't released before that most recent fossil fuel project was approved. But Australians need to engage with climate risk as much, if not more, than they do about superannuation risk or the risk of missing out on a cheap house. Thank you.
Thank you. Admiral Barry.
All right. Security leaders recognise the significance of Australia's first climate risk assessment and push for urgent action in response. The Australian Security Leaders Climate Group has welcomed the release of Australia's first ever National Climate Risk Assessment yesterday. The assessment reveals a level of threat to the security of all Australians that now demands a fundamental shift in national planning, energy and budget priorities. It is shocking. The Security Leaders Climate Group initiated the idea of a National Climate Security Risk Assessment in the lead up to the 2022 federal election. The Labor Party picked up the idea and included it in the election manifesto. After the election, the government conducted the security assessment in two parts. The National Climate Risk Assessment is one part. This assessment is focused on the domestic climate security threat to all Australians, and it has taken over 3 years to deliver. The other part was the assessment of external climate security threats. This assessment is in an O&I report that was delivered to the government in November 2022. While this assessment has not been disclosed, it may be even more shocking than the National Climate Risk Assessment because it deals with climate impacts such as mass migrations around our region and into Australia, over which we have little control. It is clear that climate impacts will fundamentally change how and where Australians live and work, with even more severe storms and flooding, unbearable heat waves and deeper droughts, putting more pressure on industry, infrastructure, agriculture and vulnerable communities. It's terrible that this assessment predicts that 1.5 million Australians will be at risk from sea level rise by 2050. That's in 25 years' time. And with more certainty, 597,000 will be put at risk in just 5 years from now. Parts of northern Australia, where the government is upgrading military bases, will become unlivable, and it's likely that climate impacts will drive a permanent food cost of living crisis. The Security Leaders Group reaffirms its analysis released last week in the report, A Climate-First Foreign Policy for Australia, that climate, not China, is the greatest threat to Australia's future. Australia's political and budgetary commitments should reflect this reality. The big message from this risk assessment is that action must now match the severity of the threat. We ourselves have the agency to deal as best we can in heading off many of the worst impacts of climate change. Our leaders, by example, can also take the lead and push for change globally, where our agency is relatively small. Time is of the essence. We must begin taking action now. 2035 is only 10 years away. This assessment deals with adaptation. Mitigation is being handled via the emission reduction targets and other policy instruments, but they cannot be kept in separate silos like this. They must reinforce each other. The latest science indicates that risks are already underestimated in this risk assessment, so the mitigation target for 2035 must be extremely demanding. We have to get to zero as soon as possible, ideally by 2035. Extending the lives of or licensing new coal and gas projects when climate change is already dangerous is signing a death warrant for our future generations. If the government accepts this report, it must now set aside all new fossil fuel developments. If it doesn't, it would be willfully ignoring a direct threat to Australia's lives and livelihoods. The march towards the tipping points that heralds the collapse of the Earth system has already begun. Many people in our community already recognise this fact. The Australian Security Leaders Climate Group has noted that recent bushfires, flooding, rising insurance costs and global instability linked to climate pressures underscore the urgency for a comprehensive risk management action plan. This assessment means major shifts in planning, resourcing and coordination are needed, or Australia will remain dangerously unprepared. Finally, this risk assessment cannot be a one-off. The Australian Security Leaders Climate Group asserts that legislation is required to make an ongoing risk assessments a normal part of government business, with regular and transparent reporting to the Parliament and the Australian people.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Admiral, and also Dr. Dennis. Very moving testimony, and in particular credit to your submission, which I read in full the other night. And it's you're right that it's a shocking climate risk report that we've just seen. To avoid the impacts outlined in the report, how quickly do each of you think we need to get off fossil fuels, including ending fossil fuel exports?
Sorry, can I have that again? I'm a bit hard of hearing.
Sorry, I'll speak up. To avoid the impacts outlined in the climate risk report, how soon do you each think we need to get off fossil fuels, including exporting fossil fuels?
Well, I think as soon as possible is the answer. I mean, I recognise that contracts have already been let, and as we've already heard, government was making decisions up till 3 days ago about new deals in the industry. But I think the point we're making is you can't have all of this adaptation requirement on the one hand and not do something about it on the other. I mean, the agency we do have is to do something about it, and I think the Australian people would expect that. That's the whole point of having a climate security risk assessment on which we can now base our decisions, our priorities, the allocation of resources, and what we need to get done.
Look, I'll try to answer your question, but I have to reject the premise of it first. We're not trying to get off fossil fuels. We're still getting into them. All this talk of transition is fraud. We are still opening new coal projects. We're still opening new gas projects while talking about decarbonising. So it's kind of hypothetical to talk about how soon we should get off fossil fuels, because we're still getting into fossil fuels. And indeed, both the previous government and the current government are proud of this. That's why we're still opening new ones. So, of course, we should get off them as soon as we can. But let's be honest with each other, we're still getting into them. We're still opening parts of Australia that have never extracted gas or have never extracted coal to that activity, while saying, how are we going to help workers transition away from that activity? We're still building greenfield sites in parts of Australia that have never been in fossil fuel production. So, of course, we should get off them as quick as we can, but let's own the reality. There is no transition away from fossil fuels occurring in Australia. There is a transition towards them. And it is a subsidised transition. It costs $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money to support the Middle Arm gas project so that we can refine more gas up there. It takes government policy to keep getting us into more fossil fuels while scientists say we should be getting out of them. So to say to the scientists, how quickly should we get out when we're still getting in? You know, it's like if someone's had their second heart attack and we're buying them extra cigarettes. But, oh, it's all right, they're walking more than they used to. So let's be clear, we need to get off them as quick as we can, but we're ignoring that advice. We're getting into them further and further every time we open a new gas project. And then, of course, again, choosing my words carefully, Australia gives away more than half the gas it exports for free. So if apparently our economy depends on it, which I don't accept, but if it did, surely everyone here should agree we could at least tax it. And by the way, that's Treasury that says the PRRT isn't collecting any tax. The PRRT isn't collecting any tax from our new offshore gas projects, according to Treasury. So, yeah, we should get off it as quick as we can, but you can't get off it when you're still on a bender.
Indeed. Admiral, your group has played a central role in the development of this document and in pushing for a risk assessment to be conducted in the first place. But one of the crucial points of your submission was that we shouldn't look at things in silos, and you criticised hiving off the Office of National Intelligence report from this climate risk report. And in your statements just now, you described that ONI report about external climate security threats as maybe even more shocking. Why would you characterise that as even more shocking, and why has that potentially more frightening report been kept secret?
Yeah, look, it's fascinating that the splitting of the risk assessment into the two parts is looked at external threats, and we only know from Senator Pocock that whatever he saw or heard was pretty terrifying. And I've done my own thinking about the issue of mass migrations, and the country I've always thought about was Bangladesh, which, you know, my connections in Bangladesh know that that country will be subjected to some very, very serious climate change consequences in sea level rise and in the disappearance of fresh water and a whole range of things coming down the road towards them. And when I stop and think for a moment about if I was living in Bangladesh and I thought the time has come to move somewhere else, where would I go? I look at countries like India, or would you go to Myanmar? I'm not sure, or Indonesia. But I think Australia looks pretty attractive. If you look at our 2050 estimates of 3 persons per square kilometre, you can see how that might be very attractive if you live in a country that's got 3,000 people per square kilometre. And so the numbers might really grow over time to overwhelm anything we could do to head that off. So what does that tell me now when we look at these issues? It means we have to do the best we can to avert these kinds of outcomes. And if you look at models of 3 degrees Celsius of warming, it won't just affect Australia, oh, by the way. It is going to affect all those countries in the equatorial belt, and they are all going to be in very serious trouble. So I think that's why I think, you know, we need to be told what's in that O&I report that's so scary that Senator Pocock said it was terrifying.
Dr Dennis, you've done a lot of work with the Australian Institute on the fossil fuel companies and the freebies that they get constantly from all levels of government, and the fact that they avoid tax and then they get exemptions from the PRRT for export. Can you talk to me a bit about the costs of clean-up after natural disasters, which of course are turbocharged by coal and gas companies making their own private profits whilst everybody else suffers? We're told that the cost to clean up will be $40 billion a year, even if we stick to 1.5 degrees. Who should be paying for that?
Yeah, good question. Anyone worried about the cost of the NDIS rising should be a lot more worried about what's in this climate risk assessment. And again, as I read out before, according to the authors, these are underestimates. So all of these numbers are underestimates. Look, someone's going to pay. Someone's going to pay for the houses that get destroyed. Someone's going to pay for the roads that get destroyed. Someone's going to pay for the bridges and the libraries that get destroyed. Someone's going to pay. That's all economics can help people with, is what do you think it's going to cost and how are we going to divvy that up? So let's go with the $40 billion number, not far off what we currently spend on the age pension at the moment. Right? These are not small numbers. By the way, far more than we spend on unemployment benefits. So anyone that's worried about the cost to the budget should be far more worried about this. Who's going to pay? Well, luckily we still live in a democracy, and you and your and the people who come after you are going to decide that. But the decisions are going to be very, very hard. We, as one of the wealthiest countries in the world, a country that's so rich and generous that we give half of our gas away for free, have not found it in ourselves to help the victims of the bushfires. There are still people living with temporary housing solutions from bushfires 5 years ago.
Because they weren't insured.
That's right. So we today can't afford, and when I say can't afford, I mean choose to spend money on something else. We say we can't afford to help those bushfire victims. We can't afford, i.e. choose not to, help the people that have been affected by repeated flooding in Lismore. Today, we're saying we can't afford to fix it today. We can afford the submarines, we can afford to give the gas away for free, we can afford the subsidies for fossil fuels. As a democracy, how are we going to speak to whole communities? It's not just people from Bangladesh moving to Australia. People from Australia are going to have to move. And it is entirely up to this parliament whether we say, well, you chose to live in a low-lying area, you should have listened to that climate risk assessment back in 2025. Go you. That's one option. Another option is we go, oh, hang on, we're going to have to bandy together to help because I don't want to do that. But think about the political tension that's going to come. the political tension that the people who come after you are going to have to deal with when the people in the non-flood affected areas are being asked to pay a lot more tax to help the people in the flood affected areas or the fire affected areas. And imagine how much fun we'll all have looking back saying, if only we hadn't given all that gas away for free, if only we hadn't subsidised all the cause of this. Imagine how much money we would have had to deal with this crisis today if this current parliament wasn't still being so generous to the fossil fuel industry. So someone will pay, whether it's the individual through losing everything, whether it's the local government, whether it's the state government or whether it's the federal government, someone will pay. But unless we start taxing the fossil fuel industry today, it won't be them. Because just like the insurance companies aren't going to be there to insure your house in a flood-affected area, I promise you the fossil fuel industry will have walked away from the scene of the crime saying, I'm not even there anymore, so how can I pay any tax?
And the point is we have the agency to do that. I mean, we need to think very carefully about the kind of future we want to build, and that's why this assessment's so important, because as we go through the detail of it, and a lot of the hazard comments in this go back to 2021. It's actually worse now, and so the website with the Australian Climate Service is more up to date. But it is a basis on which we can have a conversation with the Australian people about the need for change to prepare ourselves for a future that doesn't look very good.
Sorry, just one last quick point. If you pick up a newspaper in Australia today, you'll read about how we need to open up new areas for housing, we need more land for housing. Big article in the Sydney Morning Herald, 8,000 new dwellings along Parramatta Road. 8,000. You've just got a report that says 1.5 million. 1.5 million houses might be uninsurable. So if this parliament wants to so earnestly grapple with the housing shortage today, what do you think this report is telling you about the housing shortage? Not in the forever ever. 25 years away is less than the time of most mortgages. So, and by the way, these places are going to become uninsurable and in turn unmortgageable way before then. So, you know, these costs are going to be enormous. They're already with us. We're already ignoring the people in Lismore. We're already ignoring the bushfire victims. We'll be ignoring more people while we're being generous to the fossil fuel industry. But what this report says is going to get worse and worse and worse. And any attempts today to approve a bit of land to build some extra houses because supply is important, come off it. This is going to do far more to reduce the supply of housing than every YIMBY group in Australia could hope to achieve.
Just one final question, if I could, Chair. What does it say that we as a country are prepared to commit $376 billion to AUKUS for nuclear submarines that we may never even get, but there's not a single dollar allocated for the new adaptation plan released yesterday, and no plans for extra dollars in at least 18 months for that?
Well, I think we have to put every ball in the air at the moment. We have to navigate a pathway for Australia between the alliance relationship with the United States and the trading relationship with China. And anyone who thinks China's not important is kidding themselves. It's very, very important. In my sense of it, I think rebasing our defence priorities is part of that, putting the ball in the air. I think looking at how to manage our economy is part of putting those balls in the air. I think taking a leadership role in the international community is part of putting those balls in the air. I mean, I think there's a hell of a lot that we need to be doing, and we do have the agency in this country. We do have the smart people. We've got to harness the resources to produce the kinds of answers we want. So that's why I think this is time for an open and frank conversation with the Australian people.
Only a macroeconomist can say this. The cost of the AUKUS submarines is so trivial in the scheme of Australia's economy that it didn't go to Treasury. There was no cabinet submission, and indeed Labor supported it from opposition without seeing any modelling or anything. Now, I'd take the defence experts' view that we probably don't need them, but the reality, that's how rich we are. That when a government said, how about we spend $360 billion on some submarines? Josh Frydenberg was quoted as saying, when he was asked, can we afford it? His answer was, if it's a priority, we can always afford it. Now, I know it seems ridiculous to say that $360 billion isn't a lot of money. It's an enormous amount of money for a person. It's an enormous amount of money for a state budget this year. But we are so rich that when the former government said, let's spend $360 billion, the then Treasurer said, no problem, because it was a priority. Now, I think there's much better things to spend the money on, but Australia, one of the lowest tax countries in the OECD, if we just collected the average amount of tax, we'd collect an extra $140 billion a year. So in the scheme of things, the fact that we can throw that much money at the submarines, not at defence in total, that's just one project.
Yep.
If we can spend that much money on some submarines just in case, then how can we look ourselves, how can the Parliament look itself in the eye and pretend that we're not willing to spend a similar amount of money to prepare not just for a just in case, but what this report just said is heading our way at record speed. So we can actually afford to do both, is my point. I'd rather focus on the climate and not the subs. But to be clear, if we got rid of those fossil fuel subsidies, if we started taxing our gas exports, we wouldn't even need to get rid of the subs. But I tell you what, if we did both, boy, we'd be living in a wonderful country.
Thank you. Thank you. Michelle. Thank you, Chair. I often, lament in this place that had we actually passed that carbon pollution reduction scheme all those years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation at all. We would be actually taxing the polluters. But that is in the rearview mirror, and that sort of policy has died because of broken politics in this very place, albeit over a decade ago. So I take your point. With respect to adaptation, we have actually put some money into adaptation. People may not be aware of this. It's about $3.6 billion. And if you factor in all the other indirect programs that touch on climate resilience and adaptation, it goes up to $9 billion. But the report was only released yesterday, and so of course there'll be, I'm sure, more discussion to come on that front. But I think it's also interesting that within a few hours of this report being released, that there was commentary by some politicians that we should drop our commitment to net zero. And there is obviously debate by some politicians that net zero is a waste of time, that it's going to bankrupt us. Can you please speak to that and explain to perhaps the people who are watching how important it is that we hold the line on net zero by 2050, given what has landed in the last 24 hours with these reports? Because it is a live debate. Yeah. It's a live debate.
So, of course, the Parliament did pass the carbon pollution reduction scheme. Of course, it was in place for 3 years and we knew it worked. We saw it work. We saw the economy grow and we saw emissions fall. So the Parliament did put the carbon price in. It is a pity that a subsequent Parliament repealed it, and it's a pity that your government doesn't want to revisit it. But we did have one. It did pass with the Greens' support, and it worked. So
Under the Gillard government.
Yes, the Gillard government passed the scheme.
And the Abbott government withdrew us.
Absolutely, they did. But my point is, if we took evidence,
we had a decade of climate wars after that. But if you could just talk about the question, the substance of the question, thanks.
Well, the substance was
the live issue is retreating from net zero by 2050 by some politicians in this building.
Yeah, well, I think we have to be very careful with net zero. It's what the science says is that we need to rapidly reduce fossil fuel use and does all the work here, sequester as much carbon as we can in the landscape. And unfortunately in Australia, what's central to the government's climate policy is the idea of offsetting, which is the opposite. What offsetting says is it's okay to expand fossil fuel production if someone plants a tree. It's okay to expand fossil fuel production if someone promises to not chop a tree down. So the net in net zero has to be very carefully scrutinised, because at the moment transport emissions are rising in Australia and emissions from fugitives are rising in Australia. We're seeing fossil fuel emissions rise and the science says they have to fall. The science says we have to reduce fossil fuel emissions and plant more trees and sequester. So unfortunately, the safeguard mechanism and the government's approach to net zero, not the rhetorical concept, but the policy approach of the safeguard mechanism, says that a company like Chevron can actually see its emissions increase while it's meeting its so-called safeguard obligations.
So are you comfortable with politicians in this building walking away from net zero?
Well, it depends what the net comes from. If the net is coming from offsets with no plausible science behind them...
That's not exactly the truth, is there? I mean, renewable energy has increased in this country thanks to our policies. We have an industrial framework around incentivising low-carbon fuels, like green hydrogen, for example, green metals, and so on. So, you know, there is an attempt by the government. I mean, you can whack us with a stick all you want, but there is an attempt, absolutely, to transition us. But
you did ask the witness for their response.
Yeah, but the witness is also not giving a fulsome answer.
No, we're giving a fulsome answer.
Well, I'm sorry, but, you know...
Okay, you're not in a debate. You're not in a debate with the witness. So
I would like to hear also from Admiral Barry,
just to round off, the net is only as good as the quality of the policies and the offsets used to do the net. And if you're not interested in the quality of the policies, that's okay. If you're not interested in the quality of the offsets, that's okay. But I'll put in a supplementary submission giving you the data showing that Chevron is not only increasing its emissions, but it's actually generating offset credits it can sell to other polluters while its emissions are rising under the so-called safeguard mechanism. So they're meeting their net zero obligations while their actual emissions are rising. Now, if you're comfortable with that, that's okay, but that's not science. The science says we have to lower the emissions and we need to plant a tree.
Thanks.
Not that you get to choose.
Thanks, Dr. Dennis. We'll go to Admiral
Barry. I guess my question, you're an
Sorry,
expert.
I just want to add to that. That's why we said zero, not net zero.
Yeah, good.
We recognise how you can fiddle around with the numbers.
Sure. So my question to you, you're an expert in national security. Given the live debate in this building by some politicians to walk away from net zero, what implications does that have on national security?
Sorry, can I hear that again?
Given the debate in this building by some politicians to retreat from net zero and also deny the science of climate change, what are the implications of that on national security?
Well, I have a view that people who talk about national security are separating it as an idea from domestic security. But, you know, I grew up in a world where security meant everything. I don't like the rhetoric that says national security lives just outside the borders. I mean, if you looked at the spate of crime activities going on in the city of Melbourne right now, you might say we have a domestic security problem. And I think security applies to all of us. And we've argued in the Security Leaders Climate Group that security is for all Australians. And it's not just for the people who go in the Defence Force, and it's not just for the people who are overseas. I think we're all involved in that. And when we look at definitions of security, what do we mean? We mean to be in a safe environment, be able to go about our lives and live them as we want, and not be taken down by unexpected events. So that's what I see as the issue, and it's why, in a way, splitting the assessment into the two parts created a complication. And it's why I think we need to come clean on what's in the O&I report so we can meld the two things together and have a conversation about where our future goes.
Thank you. Dr. Dennis, I'm interested in the government's response out of yesterday. This report handed down a lot of acknowledgement about how, how big the risks are, and I take the point that you've both made that this is best case, minimum cost. And in response to questions such as why the Environment Minister signed off on the Woodside expansion last week before this had happened, the minister, the climate change minister and other government representatives have said, well, we need gas for the transition. We need, so that's the justification for why Woodside has been able to expand and being given a licence to do that till 2070, well past 2050. The excuse was, well, we need it. We heard Minister on the radio this morning talking about the need for peaking gas. Can you respond to that? Because it seems to me that if 80% of the gas is being exported, then why do we need to expand what we're already producing?
Well, I would argue we don't. Again, let's start with the science. According to the UNFCCC, according to the UN Secretary-General, according to the International Energy Agency, to have any chance of keeping the world at 1.5 degrees, we need no new gas and coal developments anywhere in the world. To be clear, the Australian government denies this science. Okay, the UN says it, the IEA says it, the Australian government rejects it. And not only rejects it, counters with, no, we need more gas. Right, so let's just own this. The UN Secretary-General, the International Energy Agency say to contain climate change to 1.5 degrees, we need no new gas and coal anywhere in the world. The Australian government response is, you don't understand, we need more gas, not less. So again, we're not transitioning away from it. We're ignoring the climate science here. It's a democracy. We're allowed to do this, but we should own the consequences. When the Australian government says the world needs more of our gas, they're making an assertion, which they've provided no evidence for, that by selling more of the fossil fuels that cause climate change, they're arguing that if we sell enough gas, the world will buy less coal, and switching from gas to coal will lower emissions. But you know what else Australia does? We export coal. And you know why we're opening new coal mines? Because we're saying the world needs more of our coal too. So we're actually justifying gas expansion, which ignores the science, by saying, but the gas will displace the coal. So, well, why are you still approving new coal mines then? Mumble, mumble. Right, so to be clear, it's a democracy. We're allowed to ignore science. We ignore criminologists all the time. We ignore economists all the time. We can ignore climate scientists all the time. We have for decades. But there's no science that says drilling for more fossil fuels will lead to less use of fossil fuels. It's we're through the looking glass here, but it is science denial to say this. It says the UN Secretary-General is wrong. It says the UNFCCC is wrong. It says the IEA is wrong.
So in order to, for Australia's domestic energy use and to transition as we know we're going to need to do, and this report says this very clearly, what the devastating impacts will be if we don't, does Australia have enough fossil fuels?
Oh, of course we do. So, yes, the vast majority of Australia's gas is exported. It's just kind of, I grew up in the Hunter Valley. It's hard to imagine anyone in the Hunter Valley feeling when the coal price goes up, they'll get rich, right? Like, we just don't think like this. But here we are, a massive exporter of energy. The world price of energy has just gone up a lot. We should be swimming in cash, right? But we're not, because the foreign-owned companies that make all the profit are swimming in cash. So we're exporting all these fossil fuels. We're collecting very little tax from it, giving half of it away for free. Yet we're telling voters, oh, there's a shortage of this stuff. That's why the price is so high. I mean, come off it. Imagine the Saudis trying to convince the Saudi citizens that there's a shortage of oil. It's ridiculous. Or the Qataris. So, no, there's no shortage at all. And to give you a sense of it, because we're such an enormous exporter of gas, to export gas, you've got to cool it. These giant refrigerators cool it down and put it on those bubble-shaped ships. We use more gas to compress the LNG than the manufacturing industry uses, right? We use more gas to get the gas on the boats than all of the households in Australia use. Right? So it's just inconceivable that we could have a shortage of gas when not only do we export far more than we use more gas to liquefy it than the household sector uses. So of course there's no shortage. But what drives all of this is some companies spent tens of billions of dollars on giant fridges, all right? And for them to get their money back, that giant fridge has to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the next 30 years. So if for some reason we stop approving new gas wells, then they won't get to run their giant fridge 24/7 for 30 years. And the whole economic case for the $10 billion fridge was it would run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week forever.
And this is at the export terminals.
And that's the export terminals. So the export facilities cost tens of billions. And once you've built them, imagine if you'd built a giant fridge that can put the gas onto the ship, but there wasn't new gas projects getting approved inland. Then, you know, it's like a restaurant that's closed 4 nights a week. So that in order for them to keep profiting from this enormous fridge they built, we have to cause climate change because otherwise they owe tens of billions of dollars on a giant liquefaction plant that's not getting used very often.
Mr Barry, have you got anything to add to that? No?
I've only got one issue to raise, and that is legacy infrastructure. I've been doing some work recently, doing scenario games, and to come back to an earlier point about internal displacements, buildings that were constructed before the mid-80s in general do not meet modern building standards. And there's a very serious question about how we're going to remedy legacy infrastructures around the urban environment, particularly high-rise and low-rise buildings, and so on. I think the bill for that will be enormous, and I haven't got any idea what the process would look like. But very clearly, the post-mid-1980s cyclone standards were taken further south, etc., etc., etc. But the question becomes now, with extreme weather events and things like that, even the additional rainfall is having an effect on the life of infrastructure. And so there are a whole range of these hidden away issues that we need to think about. But a recent one I looked at was Queenslanders in the city of Brisbane and how they blow apart. It's really quite shocking because most of them are not built to cyclone standards.
Can I just add, in the lead up to the government's productivity roundtable, the Productivity Commission endorsed the idea of better building standards for housing, which I thought was a step in the right... The construction code, which I thought was an unusual step in the right direction from the Productivity Commission. However, then at the roundtable, everybody agreed that we wouldn't make any changes to the code, even though the Productivity Commission's own submission to that process was that we need it. But then today in the paper I read that maybe we will be embracing these regulations that just a month ago we were told weren't going to happen. So
a pause till 2029.
A pause till 2029. So hopefully we can go back to the Productivity Commission's original thing, and unfortunately one of the few things that came out of the Productivity Roundtable was rejecting that. But now we're rejecting the rejection.
Rejecting the rejection. I did ask the government about this today and they didn't really have much of an answer. Okay, thank you both for being with us today and giving us your insights. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to suspend for our lunch break and we will be back at 1:30. I'll recommence our hearing today, and I welcome Ms. Alyssa Hextall from the National Insurance Brokers Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you, and I understand that Mr. Kiplin is online as well. Could you both please give us your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, Senator. Richard Kiplin, Chief Executive Officer of the National Insurance Brokers Association of Australia.
Thank you.
Alyssa Hextall, Head of Policy and Advocacy for the National Insurance Brokers Association of Australia.
Great. Now, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. Brief one. Firstly, thank you for your time this afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. The National Insurance Brokers Association represents around 450 broking firms and about 15,000 individual brokers across Australia. Our members range from large multinational firms to small and medium-sized brokers and businesses operating in the cities and regional communities. Brokers work really closely with households, with businesses and communities to manage risk and ensure that insurance fulfills its fundamental role, which is about providing financial protection and supporting recovery in the face of disasters. Brokers see firsthand the challenges climate change and climate-driven disasters create for Australian communities. Rising premiums, reduced affordability, and in some cases, the limited availability of insurance are already impacting and affecting our communities. These pressures are projected to grow as climate change increases both the frequency and the severity of extreme weather events. Insurance, of course, is the cornerstone of resilience. It enables families, businesses and communities to recover more quickly after a disaster, reducing reliance on government relief and supporting local economies. But its effectiveness depends on two key things: manageable underlying risk and access to transparent, high-quality information. And climate risk assessment is therefore critical. It provides the data needed for insurers to price risk sustainably, and for brokers to advise clients effectively, and for governments and communities to target mitigation and resilience measures where they're most needed. The affordability and availability of insurance are closely linked to risk exposure, and without targeted action, many homes and businesses in high-risk issues may become effectively uninsurable, placing communities at risk from severe financial hardship and slowing recovery after disasters. Governments therefore play a critical role in managing risk. Current disaster spending is heavily weighted towards recovery, with only a small fraction directed to mitigation and resilience building projects. Strategic investment in mitigation, in resilience measures at both a household and community levels, and land use planning to avoid high-risk issues and areas are essential for maintaining the sustainability of insurance markets and protecting communities. Finally, NIBA strongly supports proactive investment in mitigation and public access to clear climate risk information. These measures are not only fiscally responsible, but socially imperative. Without action, communities will face higher costs, reduced protection, and slower recovery from climate disasters. We welcome the committee's inquiry and the opportunity to discuss how climate risk assessment can support stronger, more resilient outcomes for all Australians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll go to Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hello, folks. Thanks for your time, for joining us. I've got some questions about insurance premiums. Roughly how much are insurance premiums expected to rise for households in areas that are prone to climate disasters under each of the warming scenarios in the climate risk report?
So, when you're talking about insurance premiums, whilst they are a reflection of underlying risk within our domestic market, they're also the result of forces outside of Australia as well. Australia is very dependent on the international reinsurance market. So reinsurance is insurance for the insurers. And whilst we have seen a hardening market over the last few years, which has increased prices, we are starting to see some softening in parts of that market. As for what the level of premium increase that we would expect to see under each of the scenarios covered by the report, that is really a question for insurers based on their own risk pricing and risk premiums. Insurance brokers aren't directly responsible for the pricing of insurance.
Okay, well, can you tell me generally your response to the contention? We've just had one of the previous witnesses, Dr. Dennis from the Australia Institute, say, based on the climate risk report, that potentially whole communities could become uninsurable and unmortgageable. Can you reflect on, can you comment on that? What does your association have to say in relation to that?
There's been some data on this published previously. Climate Council, who I believe are also scheduled to appear before this inquiry, released a report a number of years ago looking at uninsurability and highlighted, I believe it's 11 federal electorates that were most at risk of uninsurability. So they used the term effectively uninsurable, which means that the premium has increased to a level that it's unaffordable for average Australians. That is something that we are concerned about and our members are concerned about, because obviously the insurance products can only function if they're priced at a level that consumers and households and businesses can access them. And that's where we really have been advocating for increased transparency in data, but also significant investment in mitigation and resilience and a long-term commitment for those resilience and mitigation works.
Can I just do a follow-up on that? Sure. Senator Waters. That definition of uninsurable, meaning that people cannot afford to pay the premiums, and the evidence that was put to us today is that it's not just about affordability, it's if the event is likely to happen, how can you insure against it? And so therefore, are there going to be products, insurance products, that just aren't available, whether people can afford them or not?
Insurance is largely a reflection of underlying risk. So based on that simple notion, there could be a scenario where the underlying risk rises to a point where insurers are no longer willing to provide cover. We have seen that already previously in some parts of Northern Australia. We saw insurers exit that market or take a step back, either to limit their exposure in the area or because the risk was too high. That was obviously before the introduction of the cyclone reinsurance pool.
Okay. So, yeah, so it's not, so there's two factors, whether people can afford the premiums because they're so high, or whether the product is even going to be available in certain areas.
That's correct. And both of those really are commercial decisions and up to each insurer's own risk appetite as well.
Thanks. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Well, when insurance becomes either unaffordable or unavailable, as we've just gone through, the costs then shift to the government and to ordinary people. Extreme weather slowed economic growth in early 2025 and, according to Treasury, cost the economy $2.2 billion in the first half of this year. What happens to the financial risk, and who picks up the tab when insurance is no longer viable?
Sorry, I think you may have just answered your question there. If there's not an insurance market to cover those risks, then either the financial risk would fall onto the government in terms of ex gratia support, or in some, and this is not a suggestion, this is just an observation, in some areas where there has been a lack of availability of certain types of insurance, mostly state governments have stepped in as an insurer of last resort, but largely the financial risk will stay with the individual households or businesses.
What would a detailed climate risk report and adaptation plan mean for the insurance ability the insurance industry's ability to plan. What will you do with the documents that were released yesterday? What actions will you now take?
For brokers specifically, insurers already have a wealth of data that they use to price risk. And they have their own data, their own maps, and that is information that they've built over quite some time. For insurance broking more specifically, this information empowers brokers to have conversations with their clients. Insurance is one way to manage risk, but it's not the only way to manage risk, and brokers are constantly having conversations around broader risk management and what their risks are currently and what those risks may look like into the future. So for insurance brokers, it's more about being able to have those conversations to educate their clients as to their current risks, but also how those risks may evolve, so they can implement either insurance strategies or other risk management strategies.
Thank you.
And if I can just add,
sure.
If I can just add to that answer, Alyssa just raised. That's exactly right. I mean, the questions, all the questions that we've been discussing so far are very vexed because as a nation, as a community, as a globe, we're all staring down the sort of issues of weather events that we're witnessing to, which might have been once in 5 or once in 10 or once in a generation. You just reflect back on this year, and we're still only in September, the sort of, photos and experiences that communities and businesses and people are dealing with. So with the data released yesterday and picking up the role of insurance broker is, really to sit beside business owners, families and communities and educate them, make them aware of the risk that, what might have been true last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, may not be true tomorrow. So there's an education piece. Then there's a risk conversation around, so how much risk are you prepared to take? And what's your, this is where the mitigation plan comes in. What steps can we, in a particular business or a particular community or household, take to mitigate and manage some of these risks? And we're all kind of well across the, preparing for fires and the community messages that come through. And then the third thing a broker is going to do is go and find the best cover and the best coverage for a particular business, household or community. And picking up Alyssa's point, different insurers will have different appetites for different issues. Some will step away from flood and fire, others will have capacity and come into the market. And then the final thing that brokers will do, and we've seen this writ large, is, when the event occurs, they'll be there at claim time to kind of navigate through what's a very difficult and painful and stressful time as businesses go underwater or fires spread or lives are lost and so on. So I think the data that's come out yesterday is pretty shocking in many ways. It's very confronting, but you've got to professionally look at what's in front of us and now go, let's understand it, and now let's start to plan and factor it into the way that we engage with our clients across Australia.
Thank you. I'll come back to me if there's more time, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Can you comment on the value of the Data Explorer to your industry and whether that tool might be something that you can work with, particularly with your customers? Because I think it's pretty hard for Australians when they're looking, for example, to buy a home in a new area to actually understand what the climate risk might be in that particular area. And I haven't looked at the Data Explorer yet, and noting that it's new, but is this something that the insurance industry supports?
Senator, I might just start and then hand over to Alyssa. Look, just broadly on the data that came out yesterday, obviously there's a lot of reading to do and a lot to digest, and it's going to take us a significant period of time to do that. So just noting that, and with apologies, we might not be able to answer
That's okay.
specific issues that turn up out of the report, but might to Alyssa for the specific answer.
With regard to the Data Explorer, I've had a little bit of a deep dive into it. Previously, again, Climate Council had some quite useful maps that showed the percentage of properties likely to be at medium and high risk of certain natural disasters based on different warming models. So this is largely a continuation and expansion of a lot of that data. And what we see with clients is that brokers' clients is that they really are experts in what they do. Their clients who own bakeries are experts in baking. Their clients who own small businesses are experts in those small businesses, but they're really not experts in risk. The Data Explorer is a really useful tool for not only having those conversations, but illustrating how that risk changes over time. A good risk advisor isn't just talking about the risk that you're facing today, they're talking about the risk that you're likely to face within the future. And so I think any tools that enable brokers and consumers to be more educated on those risks, and you did raise a very good example in people, first homeowners and those that are looking at making what is potentially a 30-year investment and a 30-year commitment, what the risk is to that property over the 30-year life of the loan and how that changes. So I think tools like this are incredibly valuable for starting conversations, for translating some of this data. When we talk about uninsurability and risk, quite often people's eyes glaze over. It's not a particularly sexy topic, but it is one that's critically important. So I think anything we can do to help make this information more digestible, not just to broking clients, but to consumers more generally, is a positive thing.
Thank you for that. That's really insightful. With regards to, I guess, the significance of this report, this is the first ever report this country has ever had. How significant is this kind of work to the industry? And what would, given the impacts of rising insurance premiums on household budgets, it's obviously a cost of living issue. There is currently a debate going on in this building by certain people around the issue of net zero and whether they should retreat from it. So what would retreating from net zero mean for Australians and their hip pocket, putting aside all the other impacts on our environment and so on?
Then I would probably decline to comment specifically on issues that are more in the political domain. I mean, certainly this report is a landmark report. Certainly it's going to be valuable for the sector as a pathway and runway and the scenario planning that sits on that. Clearly in Parliament House Canberra there are political decisions to make about all sorts of things. As an industry sector and as an industry body, our role is really to work with clients and to make them aware and then ultimately try and help them offset and manage the risk. And as I said earlier, be there at claim time. In terms of the national agenda, we want to be constructive, but certainly leave it to the politicians to land where you need to land. Like I say, we're still digesting the report, so don't really have a substantive view on whether a retreat or not is going to be a good thing or a bad thing.
No. Understood. With regards to the National Adaptation Plan, there's obviously some reference to measures that will reduce risk, levies and the like. But can you perhaps speak to what those measures look like for Australians who are living in some of these areas and some of the success of some of these measures, for example? They are referenced in the report, but I would imagine that you'd be the experts.
So we've seen very good results in communities like Roma. Mm-hmm. They had a flood levy. They're one of the biggest examples, partially because they installed the flood levy quite some time ago. When we're facing so many natural disasters, we really have had the benefit of time to be able to take lessons and observations from that. So we're seeing some very positive examples in Roma, including reductions in insurance premiums. Part of our advocacy to government has been, as I've mentioned previously, to advocate for greater long-term investment in disaster mitigation at a public level, which includes flood levies such as Roma, but also at a household level. So not all natural risks are well suited for public level mitigation. Cyclones, for example, a large portion of the damage is incurred when pieces from one building break off and cause damage to another building. So by investing in household level mitigation, you're actually also investing in community mitigation because you have more secure buildings and therefore less debris.
So there's community level mitigation measures and then there's household level mitigation measures. Are there any others?
They're the largest two. So they're usually split into communities, so things like flood levies, and then they're split into household level. For cyclone, also bushfires, it can be as simple as creating a fire break around a property, investing in fire-resistant materials, sprinkler systems. All of those would be considered household level mitigation.
And just one last question. With regards to community level mitigations, do you work with local councils in that discussion, or is that are you completely separate to that?
We're completely separate from that process.
Okay, thank you.
Just perhaps to add to that, sorry, Senator, certainly there are brokers within the NEBA community that specialise and work and advise with local councils, and across the local council and government association, there's obviously a significant amount of learning that kind of goes from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And yes, NEBA members are well and truly involved commercially, working with councils, communities, governments, semi-governments, very large corporates, all the way through to mums and dads who are looking to secure their major asset and kind of everything in between. So our sector services go from very small to very large, both government, commercial and household.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. How responsive have governments been to calls to reform land use planning laws so as to discourage the construction of residential building in high-risk areas?
You there, Alyssa?
Sorry, I wasn't sure who was jumping in on that one. Apologies for the delay. For land use planning, it's a bit more of a difficult conversation because there are multiple people involved in that conversation. I think there's been broad acknowledgement that we shouldn't be building in high-risk areas, and that's definitely been something that we've welcomed, and other groups within the industry have welcomed as well. Whether or not we're as far along in that conversation as we perhaps would like to be is not really an area that we've had the opportunity to focus on at this present time.
Could you identify which parts of the country which geographic parts of the country have a greater urgency attached to them when it comes to reforming land use planning laws as a way of mitigating against risks? You might like to take that on notice.
Not data that we have available. That might be one for insurers and local council. Mm-hmm. It's not data that we have so we could take the question on notice, but unfortunately we probably wouldn't be able to provide an answer just because we don't have access to a lot of that data.
But brokers would have been sharing their experiences and their stories with you, wouldn't they?
They would have. It's just whether or not that anecdotal data relates to land use planning. For example, what exactly is the result of less than ideal land use planning and what really is just the result of a 1 in 100 year event that is becoming perhaps 1 in less than 100 years.
Actually, just on that point, the 1 in 100 year expression doesn't actually mean 1 in 100 years. Doesn't it mean a 1% chance? Isn't that what the term expresses?
You're correct. It's probably not the most helpful expression.
Correct.
When you're rolling a dice, you have a 1 in 6 chance of landing each number. But anyone that's ever rolled a dice 6 times knows that you likely won't get all numbers from 1 to 6 in the sequence. So when we are saying 1 in 100, it probably is a bit misleading because these events are, you know, it's a 1% chance of happening, but it's a 1% chance of happening each year.
Did I make that point? How important are removing taxes and levies on insurance products to make them affordable or to keep them affordable?
Incredibly important for states that still have emergency services levies and fire services levies. The taxes and levies on insurance products account for a significant portion of the premium. Usually around 40+% of the premium is taxes and levies. So when we are talking about affordability, we can't ignore the impact that those taxes and levies have on the final premium. New South Wales has committed to removing their emergency services levy, which will just leave Tasmania as the last state. I know they did do some work around removing their fire services levy, but obviously Tasmania's gone through an election and so that work has been paused. But I think if we're talking about affordability, we really do need to be talking about these taxes and levies, not just the emergency services levies, but there's also stamp duty on almost all insurance products in Australia, which can add up to 10% of the premium. And if you were to talk to people and promise them a 10% reduction in their premiums, I know that that would be welcome relief to probably everyone that holds an insurance policy. So for some of these policies where the premiums are getting quite high, 10% is quite a significant sum that is being collected. And I know that
if
there's...
I can... Sorry, Alyssa.
Sorry, I was going to say, I know it's quite a big piece of work to remove all of these levies. We have proposed to get all of the state governments together collectively and work on an agreed approach. So that way we don't have states moving individually. But it is a significant piece of work that also needs to happen in terms of how states would replace that revenue and how the impact to state budgets would be managed over a transition period.
Thanks, Alyssa. Senator, just to add to that, look, at a public policy level, NIBA's been advocating on this topic for quite some time. Witness the percentage increase or reduction in costs if taxes were removed, and obviously in the shadow of the last election, there was a fairly big debate around insurance premiums and profitability and so on, and affordability and accessibility goes right to the hip pocket, but there's lots of people who've got who are taking part of the take, and so at a sector level, we're interested in making sure people are well managed from their risk perspective with the best possible product at the most affordable price. But those prices obviously are impacted by taxes and levies that are going through the system. So would love to continue that conversation and debate beyond this discussion.
And finally from me, and perhaps you might like to take this on notice, the experiences in the United States and Los Angeles in particular in regards to bushfire, it's an error for people to make direct comparisons between Australia and the United States because, of course, in Australia we have a nationally regulated insurance market, whereas in the United States they have a state-based regulated insurance market, and their federal structures are what I would call rigid, whereas here in Australia I would call them more pragmatic. On notice, can you just, for the information of the committee, just identify those features in the American market that make it more prone to underinsurance or non-insurance, and what some of those factors have been in driving the unfortunate experience for many American residents as a result of bushfires, which are the ones I'm most familiar with, but you might have some information in regards to flood as well, which might be helpful to the committee. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Larissa, have you got anything else?
Yeah, if I could. Do you see it as possible that some communities might end up being abandoned altogether if there's no way to feasibly invest in, rebuild or insure houses and businesses?
I think that's what, I mean, this inquiry and this report yesterday is really ultimately all about. You know, at a government level, there's what are the options? You know, work together, collectively work on mitigation so communities can survive and thrive, or at least manage through bad times. And having spent a fair bit of time in some of the disaster-prone areas, you know, there's a tremendous amount of resilience with people and communities, but it takes a huge toll. You know, if you've lost your house, or your house has got mud up to the ceilings, or you know your livestock's disappeared, or you know, I'm sure you're familiar with some of the very dreadful examples. But you know, there's an underlying resilience. So, you know, collectively, what strategically can we do as a community? Abandoning is not really a tenable option. Arguably, working together with communities and businesses in the insurance sector and government and local councils to collectively solve for, you know, how do we deal with this? Because in the last 12, 18 months, some communities, and I'm in Sydney, the mid-north coast, far north coast pretty well, you know, it hasn't just been the 1 in 100, it's kind of been 2 or 3 times this year. And long term, if you look at the scenarios played out in yesterday's report, that's devastating. And so, we've collectively got some soul searching to do, and constructive, thinking about what's the best way forward.
To add to that, I don't think anyone would ever want to abandon their home. Obviously, we saw the level of devastation from the Lismore and far north coast floods just a couple of years ago, and there was quite a lot of interest in the government buyback scheme, but there were also a large number of residents that did not want to leave, despite the fact that they'd lost everything and they were having to rebuild. There are a lot of residents that did not want to leave. But in other countries and in other markets, we have seen, I believe it's the Caribbean, I may have to take the exact details on notice, but we have seen communities that have had to abandon those properties. The other thing that we have seen, I believe the term that's been coined is climate ghettos. So those that are able to take out insurance can afford to rebuild, or in some cases relocate to areas of lower risk. Those that don't have adequate insurance, or those that don't have insurance at all, rebuild as best they can, but they can't afford to leave. So they stay in these high risk areas, and then they're impacted by another event, which in turn they can't afford to leave. So they rebuild as best they can, and it just becomes an incredibly destructive cycle. And that does have quite significant flow-on effects in terms of community services, amenities. A large number of these areas are in regional and rural Australia, and some of those are located within our food bowls as well. So it does have flow-on effects, and the report goes into some of those in a large amount of detail, and much more detail than I can provide just in this hearing. But we have seen those in other markets. Whether or not we'll get to that stage in Australia, I'm not sure, and I certainly hope not. I believe this report and the information as Richard said earlier, it's quite a harrowing read. But I think we have the political will to be able to stop it before it gets to that point, hopefully.
But surely these areas should be high focus for community mitigation projects funded by the Disaster Ready Fund, which I think allocated, almost $140 million in the last round to community or public infrastructure initiatives. So in identifying the communities, it's not a resignation that this has to happen. I mean, in identifying the communities, this should be a mechanism for focusing, limited public funding, for example, in community mitigation initiatives. Wouldn't you agree? That it's not a foregone conclusion that these need to be climate ghettos. I think the term was that you used.
No, that's exactly right. There's a wealth of data that's been published by other organisations and now in the resilience report about the communities that are at risk. And our hope is that that will be used to inform the policy decisions to reduce the impact of climate change and natural disasters on these communities.
I guess it depends on the level, doesn't it? You can have the magnitude. You can have some mitigation. Mitigation may be, the infrastructure in that area. Other forms of mitigation may need the actual relocation, depending on what the risk is. Could I ask the intersection between, as insurance brokers and the industry and the banks? Because one of the other issues that we've, one of the issues that's been put to us is that not only are some the impact of not just having homes being able to be insured or buildings being able to be insured, but if they're not insurable, i.e. can't afford it or it's not available, that product in that area for that building is not available, they won't actually be able to be financed either. People won't be able to take out mortgages. So could I just understand what level of work you're doing and with the banks about how we overcome this issue of mortgage insurance?
So by mortgage insurance, do you mean home and contents insurance?
No, I mean, in order for people to get a mortgage to build their home or to buy a home, they have to take out insurance. It's a requirement of the bank. But if no insurance is available, the product isn't available, what happens? People just can't even get a loan to build or buy. So there must be, maybe there isn't any work being done, and that says to me there's a massive gap there. But I'd really like to understand, is there any work being done in that space between the interface of the insurance industry and the banks?
That may have to be something we take on notice. Mm-hmm. There's not any work being done between brokers and banks. However, I know that this is an area that banks are looking at quite closely, and so there may be work being done through other parts of the broader insurance landscape. So I'd be more than happy to take that on notice and see if I can get some information on what work is being done. That would be great. And I think just for the Secretariat's sake, I think we should put some questions to the Banking Association and perhaps the big four banks about how they're going to grapple with this, because it's clearly a gap. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you both for joining us today and giving us your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome Mr. Simon Croft from the Housing Industry Association. Mr. Croft, I'm sure you'll get a sense of, got a sense of where the questions are going to go today, sitting there listening to all of that. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. Could I get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Simon Croft. I'm the Housing Industry Association's Chief Executive of Industry and Policy.
Great. Mr. Croft, have you got an opening statement for us?
Yeah, just a short statement. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity for the Housing Industry Association to make a submission to this inquiry and appear at today's hearing. HA is Australia's only national industry association representing the interest of the residential building industry. HA represents a membership of over 60,000 members across Australia. Our members are involved in the delivery of more than 170,000 new homes each year through the construction of new housing estates, detached homes and low and medium density housing developments, apartment buildings and completing renovations on Australia's 10 million existing homes. HA exists to service the businesses it represents and advocates policy on behalf of members to further advance new home building and renovating, enabling members to provide affordable and appropriate housing to a growing Australian population. HA's submission to this inquiry primarily focused on the issues of climate mitigation, adaptation and resilience, broadly, particularly with respect to the built environment and housing. Australia has a diverse climate and our buildings can be potentially subject to a range of natural hazards, such as cyclones, bushfires, flooding, earthquakes, hailstorms and the like. Ensuring that residential and commercial buildings are resilient to natural hazards is not a new concern, and the planning and construction of safe and resilient housing in all forms across our cities and regions requires an effective relationship between governments and the residential building and development industry. This inquiry represents an important opportunity to further consider what role and what opportunities there are for the Australian Government and organisations such as HIA to work together and to help prepare for and respond to and assist efforts in the ongoing and predicted future natural disasters. In our submissions, we have identified a number of practical recommendations for government and industry to take to support improving Australia's resilience, future mitigation against natural disasters and coordination activities on recovery and clean-up. Central to many of our recommendations includes governments developing a national approach through leadership, coordination and consistent policies and actions at all levels. Under the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework and similarly in the Climate Risk Assessment report released yesterday, it undertakes and advocates for a comprehensive strategy on climate risk management, encompasses not only corrective risk management like retrofitting and reinforcing remedial measures, but initiatives of equal importance such as community-level mitigation, land use planning and infrastructure planning, and effective response and recovery. HA is supportive of this type of framework to guide the policy settings. We've also advocated for Australia to be adopting an approach to mitigation, adaptation and resilience that focuses on applying a hierarchy of control. This style of model is well established in work health and safety legislation, and that looks like a tiered and multifaceted approach. This should apply the principles by ranking hazard control measures from most to least effective, prioritising elimination, followed by substitution, engineering controls through planning and urban infrastructure provisions, and followed by building codes, administrative controls, and finally on-site management and homeowner education. This will be underpinned by a central repository of adaptation guidelines and a single national risk rating tool to inform government and industry decision-making and identifying measures homeowners and insurers can take to improve our built environment's resilience. The benchmarking and validation of the inputs into the risk rating tool is critical in this regard and must be based on agreed scientific principles and independently verified and administered. Lastly, mitigating the impacts of climate change on our built environment and infrastructure, in our view, should have a primary focus on upgrading the performance of our existing 8 to 10 million homes built well before our current building codes and standards to improve their resilience against hazards. Past natural disasters have shown our newly built stock performs adequately and there is a system in place for ongoing improvements to new codes and standards, whereas our existing building stock is most vulnerable and where targeted action is needed. Thank you for allowing us to contribute to this important conversation, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss these matters further as part of this inquiry.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Mr Croft, for being here to represent your industry association. We saw in yesterday's climate risk report that communities within 5 to 10 k's of the coast in some parts of Australia, the soft shoreline, could be inundated by 2050, and that could displace 1.5 million people, which is incredibly sobering. We're already in the middle of a housing crisis. What do those impacts and those climate scenarios do to our ability to deliver new homes?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I haven't fully gone through the risk report as it issued yesterday, but probably what I have seen out of it, none of it's probably completely surprising findings from the report. We were seeing other similar reports, both from, over the past term of government. I think there was 4 concurrent climate-related inquiries that sort of come up with similar sort of findings. So I'll probably talk in a general sense on some of those ones today, if that's okay.
Sure.
I think your question's a very, very good one about the challenges that's in front of us and how do we balance. It'd be lovely to be able to say, just don't build in those areas. It'd be to say, if it's got an overlay of flood or bushfires or cyclone, most of the blocks of land we have left have some element of an overlay on it. As you said, we're in a national housing crisis. We need to be building 240,000 homes per year, every year, not just for the next 5 years, but every year going forward. I think that number's probably even conservative. So it is about balancing going forward and then going and looking at it. And I talked about in my opening statement about a hierarchy of control, about applying, the process of can we eliminate the hazard altogether? If we can't, what do we do to, from substitute, isolation, then through the system of planning and then down to our building codes and resilience and levies and things like this, or flood walls and this sort of piece to it. So I think for us, it's about how do we balance this in terms of a changing climate. We have seen more than 1/3 of the population now live outside of our cities. So there's a growing population to the regions. So it is an extremely difficult topic, and as you guys are all well aware, but it is the challenge of our generation, and it's not just limited to Australia. HA sits on a number of international housing associations committees, and you may as well insert country here on many of the topics that we are talking about.
Have you had a chance to look at the 597,000 homes that the report predicts will be impacted by coastal hazards within 5 years? And the areas they're in? We asked the Climate Service Australia this morning to identify precisely where those areas were, and they were, I must say, a little reticent to name names, but they certainly gave us an indication: South East Queensland, Victoria, WA. I think there was one other that just escapes me at the minute. Will you now turn your mind to those pressure areas, and what will you do with that sort of information?
Yes, so we have been part of a number of different inquiries over the years, the Northern Australia inquiry and some other similar ones around it. So we certainly are. We've got members building in all of those areas. We've got members upgrading homes, renovating homes in those areas. We've got clients who want to move into those areas. I think for us, there's a big piece on we can manage and mitigate reasonably well in our new housing estates. But those 8 to 10 million existing homes that I talked about is where where most of them, should they even have been allowed to be built there in the first place, but they're there. So how do we manage that stock? But also, how do we look at it from our land use and our planning to say we can't just sterilise large parts of the country from not being able to build there at all, but we need to balance that, don't we? And can we through applying different levels of risk mitigation, and if we applying those, if we get to the end of it and say, no, we can't, completely eradicate the risk around it, then that's probably when we shouldn't allow people to build in those areas. But applying that sort of stepped approach is what we've been talking about, to do it as a pragmatic approach, because, as I said, it's a challenging issue of where do we build, where's the land available. We're building in areas where we probably never expected to be building, and we're going to be continuing. That's going to happen in terms of our growing population in that respect.
And that will presumably add to the cost of homes too, if you have to make them more crazy weatherproof. And of course the home owners and prospective homeowners will bear that cost, whilst the fossil fuel companies get to reap the profits of unchecked expansion. What do you think will happen to house prices generally in the scenarios where risk is increasing?
It's, build costs are at record highs, land prices are at record highs as well. Probably just wanted to touch on one of your last points on the, we could, make the home fully concrete and be essentially like a shelter, but does someone want to live in that? So, and those costs getting so high, and we heard from the last presenter about the unaffordability of insurance or the no insurance around it, and if it's costing $500,000 for the build of a home now, and if we want to keep putting mitigation measures and increasing that, it becomes even more out of reach for getting that affordable insurance product. So the push-pull, as I talk about it, is such a hard balancing act around it. And we've seen from a range of inquiries that underinsurance or no insurance or people living in shed houses and things like this just continues to increase. And we've, out of the Black Summer bushfires and things like this. So we do need to, it's an important time for this inquiry. The report that was handed down is really important in trying to bring it all together, because what we see at the moment, that there's agencies over here working on this, there's another part of government over here with NC, that's just at federal level, then it's at a state level, the local government level. Everybody's well-intentioned, but how do we bring some of these things together to have a grown-up conversation on this in the challenge in front of us?
Well, thankfully the scenarios aren't locked in yet. We could still make choices that head us towards the lower risk scenarios than the higher risk scenarios. Have you had a chance to think about the different warming scenarios laid out in the report, 1.5, 2 degrees or 3 degrees, and what that would do to the ability to invest in and build housing?
Not specifically off the report, Senator, but we do participate and have for many, many years. And, our bushfire standard, for instance, we've been reviewing that for the past 20 years, and it's one of the strongest in the world. I think Senator talked about United States and the fires. Other countries lean into Australia in our bushfire standards. In terms of our cyclone standards, we've been upgrading those for probably 50 years. And made a number of very important changes, and we see now the housing stock, when we have cyclones go through now, those new homes and things like this are fairly robust and perform well, if not better than expected. Similarly with the heat wave piece that you just mentioned, we've been updating our energy efficiency standards in our building codes progressively over the past 20 years, and that's another piece where we're fairly mature on in how we adapt to that. With the increasing days of heat waves, that probably brings that part into question as the future modelling, and we continually to work on committees, and there's good work being done through the government and with industry on that. The piece that I would say that we haven't had as much detailed consideration on is our mitigation against floods.
Mitigation of floods.
Floods, and that is very, very, and that's where we bring in, where it's much more not at a household level but at an infrastructure and community level a lot more. I would think that that's our one where we really, we could put the biggest gutters on the building possible, but if there's nowhere for that water to go, it'll actually cause more damage to the building itself. So flood is probably the big one for us as to a more targeted and looking internationally. Japan and others certainly have done a lot of work in that space. With the heating, back to your question, through our energy standards and things like that, we are progressively and been updating over many, many years around that one to try and mitigate against it. And we'll continue to do that. That's an iterative process, as it was with bushfires and with cyclones, to my example. The floods is probably the one where I think out of this committee I'd recommend that there needs to be further work in looking at a mitigation, at a community down through that risk profile hierarchy of control that I talked about.
Thank you. Just one last one from me. We've talked a bit about the constraints on our ability to build in different areas, but we've also heard about increased heat wave days, and that makes me think of the building workers who are already in a fairly precarious workplace as it is. What do you think that this will do to our capacity to build homes if the workers can't work in the middle of the heat of the day?
Yes, it's a very good point, and it's something I know Safe Work Australia and the Safe Work agencies around the country have looked at. Also, after the Black Summer bushfires, the issue of air quality came up as well. So this is, they are processes in terms of those sort of committees, and Safe Work Australia and others are looking at those issues around this one. So how do we mitigate it? I know our members that work up in North Queensland and Darwin, they work different hours than we do here in Canberra. So they start work at 5 in the morning a lot of the time and finish by 2 to try and escape the the hottest part of the day or try and do activities in the shade. And if you go around Darwin, when I see some of my members building up there, they, will schedule their work and their activities around the timing of the day. So there's certainly things we can learn out of other parts of the country.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Michelle, you got anything?
Thanks, Mr. Croft, for your expertise. My question relates to the National Construction Code and climate resilience. There is a commitment from the Commonwealth to work with state and territory governments along the lines of inserting climate resilience as an object into the NCC after the next intergovernmental agreement has landed. I guess I just want to, if you could answer this in two parts for the benefit of not only us but also our viewers. What does climate resilience as an object in the NCC look like? Like, what does it actually mean for homeowners? And just talk us through a little bit about the process of getting that kind of agreement into the next iteration of the National Construction Code.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me National Construction Code questions today because we may as well take up the whole day. But no, so probably the first bit I would say around the National Construction Code is that it has been one of the most effective tools in Australia over the past 30 years in bringing together state and territory and federal government and industry together to develop a single national technical code. So that's for my first point I'll mention. Over time, the building code started where it was about life safety and structural safety, and over time it's then got amenity, sustainability, livability into the goals of the NCC, and now there's talking about resilience or mitigation, or depending on the term that might be embedded into it. I'd say that the National Construction Code has, regardless of those goals, has had measures in it for mitigation for climate since its inception. It's been addressing bushfires and it's been updating it. As I said, we've been reviewing that over 20 years constantly around it, similarly with cyclones and also with heat wave. And things like this. Hail's very, very hard. How do you mitigate against that one? We have provisions for earthquakes, even though it's very limited in Australia, around it. So there is already embedded in principles into the National Construction Code that deals with these ones. That is, at the moment, though, about essentially getting the person out to a place of safety. Over time, in terms of improving those standards, it's also made those buildings more resilient to natural disasters. I would still contend that the building code or National Construction Code still focus should be about life safety and getting people out to a place of safety, not primarily about the building itself. That sort of changes the dynamic of what it is, because we want people to get out. We don't want them to stay in their homes in a bushfire event and those sort of things. If they get stuck in it, then the building is designed to allow the first front to pass through, not to stay in there, because bushfire shelters can be good, but they also give people a wrong conception of what they should be trying to do there. So it is embedded in there already. But going forward, there's talk about that resilience to then be more about the building itself, to be able to be more resilient to natural disasters and to have to resist the bout of rebuilding or things like this in it. So your question was about what would it mean in terms of the building code. I'm not too sure, and that's probably they're still working through that. Probably the other bit I'd mention there about we go a lot of the time we go straight to the National Construction Code because it's a national tool, where really the building code, as I mentioned before, my example on the gutters, the National Construction Code or the building itself, the household, probably at the bottom, is at the lower end of where the focus should be, rather than that community infrastructure level of planning out a new suburb. Should it be there in the first place? What is the urban infrastructure? What is the dam walls, flood levees, retarding basins? Those sort of things are much more effective than down at a building level. The building level then comes in to support it, but in the planning, what type of home should be? If it's in a flood-prone area, should the floor level be raised and be elevated type of design? That's not covered through the building code. That's not its role. It's around so that's the planning system. So bringing those systems together is where, again, I would probably recommend for this committee is how do we bring those systems together rather than the focus narrowly on the National Construction Code because it's a national tool, whereas the other parts to the system is either state or local government level. So that's why I sometimes get frustrated when people go to the National Construction Code as the answer to all the questions and being, you know, everything to everyone rather than it being part of the system.
Is it conceivable that the National Adaptation Plan then will do some of that drawing together of various levels of government, industry groups, and so on? Do you have a sense that this could be a moment to do that?
Hopefully. I think the other really important part, Senator, was one of the machinery of government moves out of since the last federal government election, after the election, was bringing all of those housing-related policies under a single ministerial portfolio, under your colleagues, Housing Minister, Planning Minister, Cities Minister, Minister O'Neill. So bringing them under a single entity is something HA has talked about for many, many years around this one, to try and bring it together rather than infrastructure being over an infrastructure department, planning being over a different area, cities over here, building was under industry portfolio, then you had Treasury over here, then you had social and community housing in a different area. So try and bring it under a central banner and potentially developing a national planning code with the principles that could try and underpin this. It could be a model-based code that then could be support that to guide the states and territories to work with them and the good things that are done in certain parts of the country.
And my final question relates to the fact that we've paused, well, I'm not sure really after the earlier comment, Chair, but I think the National Construction Code is paused. I think, but maybe it's a state of flux, we're not sure. Let's just hold on that. But if it was to be paused, does that preclude industry from having ongoing conversations with government around how to improve the next iteration, for example, or explicitly insert climate resilience as an object, or to discuss other matters?
So first I would say I don't like using the word pause or freeze because it just gives the wrong connotations. NCC 2025 will still proceed. It's just a matter of what goes into it. There's already changes slated in that for commercial energy efficiency around this one, moisture mitigation, waterproofing of balconies for things like this. So there are matters that will go ahead. It's just about timing and what some level of detail of some of those things around it. Then there is the period then between when the next iteration of the code would be. It's generally been on a 3-year amendment cycle. They're now looking at what that amendment cycle will be and also to align it with the National Housing Accord. What I like to call it, rather than a pause, is a reset.
A what? Sorry?
A reset.
A reset, okay.
And that gives the opportunity to look at what are we doing about existing housing stock, innovation. When the code is just on a churn of change cycle, which it's been on, you don't get an opportunity to just stand back and look at a broad spectrum of what is the focus of the code. Has it become everything to everyone? Or can it actually now refine its principles and look at how do we improve the performance of that 8 to 10 million existing homes that I talked about that would be 1 to 2 stars at best? That is where the major emissions reductions and bill savings and also climate mitigation could be done. But if you're just working on a constant churn of the building code, it hasn't provided that opportunity to do that. And that's what we've been advocating around a reset of the National Construction Code to enable those sort of really important projects to be undertaken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just follow up on that? Have you had, as an industry group, any communication directly from government about, and I know you don't like using the word pause, but that was the word that came out of the, the productivity roundtable. And what has there been any official communication since then to you?
So there was a number of roundtables ahead of the big roundtable that we did participate in that talked to some of these matters across government. And in terms of, we saw the correspondence out of the roundtable about the pause or the reset, and from there, now the Australian Building Codes Board, who develops and maintains the building code, is now putting together, from my understanding, the sort of different options that governments can go forward with the NCC 2025, because that was been out for public comment a couple of years ago. It's now just been in the finalisation processes, and now that will go forward to a building ministers meeting, likely to occur in the next month or 2 months. I haven't had the date on that one. We don't often get privy to that. And that will provide some recommendations, both in terms of the final suite of changes for NCC 2025, and also then about timing for its adoption or implementation. And then I think it would also look at the other part to the recommendation on that reset, which is being talked about, to what are the goals, what are the focus areas going forward. So we've had some correspondence, Chair, to it, but not official about this is in, this is out type of thing, and about the timing. They will be determined by building ministers over the next period of time. We have had conversations both federally and at state and territory, different building ministers with the different agencies about some of the things, because we did raise through the public consultation processes on NCC 2025 about proposals that were in there, also about their buildability, some of these ones, and whilst it was the principle, we might agree with some of it about the detail of the change or its buildability, its practical application, and that's something, again, we've talked about the National Construction Code from when it first was implemented back in 1988 to where we are now. It's moved away from having that real practical application to it and being more theoretical or very scientific, rather than, for my builder members, being that really practical application.
So just so that I'm clear, as of today, there is an understanding that the existing code is in place. It's just about what changes were in the works, whether they happen before 2029.
No, so NCC 2022, which was the biggest ever changes to the code, is in play in all states and territories. NCC 2025 will go ahead, from our understanding, and the identification of that one was about safety or critical changes. It's just defining now, in those building ministers meeting in the next month or so, we'll define what that will be for NCC 2025, and then also about the timing for its adoption. They might be 1 May 2026, or it might be the end of this year. Who knows what they go forward with? And I'm sure the Australian Building Codes Board will put some recommendations around that one, but it is up to individual state and territories as well as to what they may go with that one. Then on to when the next version of the code, it would have been 2028, but we understand from the roundtable that will move out to align with the National Housing Accord period to be the 2029.
Okay, all right. We might put some questions to the Housing Minister just to clarify some of that timeframe, given how much talk there has been about the need for climate resilience in the code. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Croft, for your participation. So the Housing Industry Association, and you in particular, are part of the 2,000 participants in the preparation of the report. Minister said yesterday 2,000 participants, 250 climate risk experts, 40 roundtables. So you're one of the 2,000.
We have through the process, yep.
And you participated in one of the 40 roundtables.
I believe we have, Senator. I get a bit confused with all the roundtables that have been happening at the moment, to be honest with you, but we have been involved in various consultations in both the climate sort of...
And so in your contributions, did you comment, or were you asked to comment on estimates around fall in housing values?
Not something that we specifically know. We haven't, Senator.
Would you normally be asked to comment on?
Not that one. We often, the question similar to today's one about adequacy of building code standards, regulations, our existing stock, about build costs going forward, opportunities and things like this. So not specifically on that matter, no.
Right, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. Thanks, Mr Croft. Appreciate your time. So we might just take a quick break. I'm not sure how far away our next set of witnesses are, anywho.
So we'll just suspend for 15 minutes. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action, the Climate Action Network Australia and the Climate Council of Australia. Thank you for all being with us via video conference today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence, giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'd like each of you to state your full names and the capacities in which you appear, and I will just call each of you out so that we're not talking over the top of each other. And we'll start with you, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you very much, Senator. My name is Gregory Phillip Mullins. I'm representing the Climate Council of Australia and Emergency Leaders for Climate Action.
Thank you. Ms. Baxter.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Ellie Baxter and I'm representing the Climate Action Network Australia.
Thank you. And Ms. Joyner.
Thanks, Senator Joyner, and I'm CEO of Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action.
Okay. Now, I would expect that you've all got opening statements, so I'll go back in the same order and we'll start with you, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll be very quick, and I'd just like to say that although late, I'm relieved that the National Climate Risk Assessment has finally been released. It should have been done a decade ago, but the former government, as we know, was mired in climate denial and inaction. We ignore the warnings contained in the assessment at our collective peril, and decisions we make and actions we take now will determine what sort of future our children and grandchildren, and indeed future generations, will face. At this point in history, the most important and impactful action our government can take is to set a strong climate pollution target for 2035. Anything below a 75% reduction is not supported by evidence and strong settled science. We can't afford a timid target. And the risk assessment tells us what a 3-degree world will look like. It's actually probably undercooked in terms of some of the assessments. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baxter.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for having me here today. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Climate Action Network Australia. We're a membership organisation of more than 170 organisations nationally, ranging from global environmental and climate organisations through to climate action networks of individual suburbs and groups that represent specific communities such as the Indigenous Peoples Organisation and Parents for Climate. I specifically wanted to speak today to the reason for this inquiry, which was the unacceptable delay in the release of this assessment. I echo what Mr. Mullins said, that it should have been done a decade ago, but it was completed, as we understand it, 10 months ago. And the fact that this report has been hidden from the community is unacceptable. And we are now looking at the situation where we expect the 2035 target will be announced probably this week, giving the government no time to consult with experts, with communities, with people with lived experience under the knowledge that has been released in this risk assessment. And at a time when trust in government is at an all-time low, it's deeply concerning, and it can create a perception that the government is more concerned with managing political appearances than the safety and livelihoods of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just clarify that both the department and the agency working on the report did give us a timeline this morning, and for the record, they are saying that their draft was only ready in June and July, and that the final copy was only done a week or two ago. So just I take your point. Other people have made that point, but it would be remiss of me not to clarify the department's advice.
Thanks, Senator. I take that on board.
No worries. Ms. Joyner.
Thank you, Senators, and good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation to give evidence on this important matter. BSCA, the organisation, was founded and is led by people who've been deeply impacted by bushfires. And we've got members all over Australia, particularly in the regions most impacted by bushfire. So Australia has always had fires, but climate change is making them worse. And as our name suggests, we focus our work on advocating for faster climate action. We don't want to see a future where the 9-month-long black summer fire season is considered normal. We meet with politicians from all parties. We tell our stories in the media and on social media. When appropriate, we take on strategic climate litigation. And in 2021, just 4 years ago, we won a landmark case against the New South Wales EPA, arguing that they had a duty to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. Many of our members have lost all their material possessions along with their sense of safety as a result of fires of a magnitude that they understand to be fuelled by climate change. The fire behaviour captured in just some of our stories included in our submission describes fires that can no longer be defended against and could easily be deadly. Donna's story in particular should give us pause. Her house was not lost to ember attack or to the fire front, but from fire that was literally falling from the sky as a fire-generated thundercloud collapsed. This unique weather phenomenon, the pyrocumulonimbus, was once rare, but occurred at least 29 times during Black Summer. This is important because these catastrophic fire experiences occurred 5 years ago, and yet the new Climate Risk Assessment report describes how much more likely fires will be as the warming increases. Dangerous fire weather days are projected to become more frequent with a longer fire season and the potential for more mega fires. We've known that scientists have been warning that without significant emissions reduction, a black summer fire season will be the norm by 2040, and it'll be a cool summer by 2060. So we greet this report with a mix of emotions. We're not surprised. There is dread, but there's also relief and some optimism. The report findings do lay out in shocking black and white what our members know in their hearts from their own bitter experience. That catastrophic climate change is unfolding now and it will get much worse in the years to come. But we're also relieved that Australia can finally have an honest conversation about the very real costs and consequences that climate change is bringing to this country. And so with that comes some optimism that with this information we have the opportunity to act quickly to lessen the worst impacts and to dramatically increase funding to communities now to be better prepared for extreme weather and unnatural disasters. There is no excuse not to set a strong science-aligned 2035 climate target. We are looking for leadership from our government, leadership that puts people before corporations, leadership that recognises the enormous costs this country faces and reckons with how to pay for them. We already know climate change is hitting Australia's economy hard. Extreme weather and disasters cost this country an average of $38 billion a year, which is roughly $3,800 for every household. This risk assessment report shows that the damage bill could be 5 times higher than that under a 3-degree warming scenario, which we are well on our way to achieving at the current emissions trajectory. And yet, in Australia, we don't currently budget for future disasters. And we haven't even funded the National Adaptation Plan. It's quite frankly not fair that coal and gas corporations are taking this country's resources at very little or no cost, making huge profits while paying a pittance in tax, while communities are suffering the consequences. Many people who lose their homes do not financially recover ever. It's time that the big corporations paid their fair share to cover the enormous damage bill and the investment needed to help communities be ready for these climate impacts that we're being warned about. It's time that the true cost of the polluting products of coal and gas and oil was included in the cost of production, and those funds directed towards the climate damage and adaptation bill. A climate pollution levy that reflects this cost would level the playing field. It could fund community adaptation and help fund the inevitable disaster response and recovery processes. It would finally align Australia's economic decisions with the reality that we survivors already live with. Climate damage is devastating. It's here now, and paying the bill can no longer be deferred. Bushfire survivors have had to face hard truths, that our homes are at risk, that our communities may need to rebuild or relocate, and that the climate is no longer stable or safe. We've faced these losses and taken action to prepare for the future. It's time for the Australian government to do the same. We want this government, in fact, we want this entire parliament to face reality and be honest about the risks and the costs and what can be done to mitigate against them and prepare for them. Only by acknowledging the full extent of climate risk can we make decisions that give Australians a safer future. Thank you.
Thank you. Larissa, Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with you, Ms Joyner. That was very powerful. I love your suggestion of making the fossil fuel companies pay for the damage that they have a strong hand in creating, and just solidarity to you and your members and everyone that's faced devastating bushfires that are becoming more severe and more frequent over the recent years. Banding together and focusing on policy change is an incredible demonstration of your resilience in the face of that. Obviously, some of your members are still trying to get their lives back on track after the different fire exposure that they've had. Can you tell us about how your members are trying to do that, to get back their homes, their livelihoods, their health?
Look, the stories obviously vary, and I can speak in more detail to some of the folks that volunteer with us and are spokespeople with us. You will appreciate that if you've lost everything through a disaster and then had to deal with the recovery, potentially deal with insurance companies and banks, that there's not a lot of energy left for advocacy. So those folks that do volunteer with us and are prepared to put their energy and their time and retell their story from the worst day of their lives, they're very special, and there aren't that many of them. But the sorts of stories that they've faced, it's dealing with insurance companies, even the most educated and experienced people have found it's a nightmare, and they describe the recovery process as the second disaster, and it's the longest running disaster. Folks, even that have moved back into a rebuilt home, talk about having lost their sense of security. So there is that just general sense of safety, and will my child actually lose their home again before they've grown up? We have people considering selling up and leaving their rebuilt home because they don't see that there's been sufficient change, and they certainly don't see there's been sufficient emissions reduction to make them safer for the future. And just to get it, I was really pleased to hear Mr. Dennis from the Australia Institute explain that the insurability crisis is actually a mortgage crisis. If you can't insure your home, you can't mortgage your home. And if you live in a home, you may own it, but you'll never be able to sell it because nobody can buy a home that can't be insured. So we're on the cusp of a big problem. We also hear from people who've newly lost homes in Victoria that the banks take the insurance payment. The process and the pain of recovery is really not well understood by most Australians. So you may be insured and you may get an insurance payout, but if you have a mortgage, the bank gets the money first. And if you're of an older age, you may not get the opportunity to take out another mortgage. If you're 60 or you're retired, what bank will give you a 30-year mortgage? So yeah, the bank takes the money first. So that's just a small picture into what it's like for bushfire survivors. The process is deeply traumatising. It's re-traumatising.
Thank you. Your call for fossil fuel companies to pay for the damage they create is one that my party supports, but do you think many folk in the community realise that the taxpayer is instead subsidising fossil fuel companies to keep polluting by means of accelerated depreciation and cheap diesel fuel to somewhere between $9 and $15 billion every year?
I think it's true that most people don't realise how much we're subsidising the big coal and gas corporations, and they would be shocked to learn how much of our resources they take for little cost or no cost and make huge profits. And a lot of that gas travels overseas and is resold for big profits. So we give the gas away, and other companies that are foreign owned then sell it and make a big profit. I think we do have I'm part of an alliance, a Make Big Polluters Pay alliance that's relatively new in Australia. We've done messaging research with Essential Media, and that research is showing that Australians actually agree that the big corporations should be paying their fair share, that it's not fair that they're taking all of our resources, making big profits, paying very little tax, getting all these subsidies. I mean, really, it's they've got the handout while they're taking the resources. Everything's going their way. And yet communities are left with the cost and the cleanup and the ongoing trauma.
Beautifully articulated. Ms Baxter, I might move to you. I understand that analysis from the Climate Council, which in fact, Mr Mullins, I'll have some questions for you too, says that a 2035 target of 65% would actually put us on track for between 2.4 and 2.6 degrees of warming globally, which Australia would experience at between 3 and 3.4 degrees. Long story short, can you confirm, does that mean that a 65% 2035 target actually puts us on track for the worst case scenario outlined in the climate risk report?
Without the benefit of being a climate scientist, as a mere campaigner, I would say that, yes, that's my understanding of the research from the Climate Council and the analysis shown in the risk report.
Okay. To avoid the impacts outlined in the risk report, what target do we need at 2035 that would keep us to 1.5 degrees and keep us as safe as we can be?
The science is very clear. We need to be aiming for 100% reduction in emissions by 2035. And even on that trajectory, we're not in the clear because obviously we're already experiencing the impacts of climate change, as Ms Joyner has so well articulated. Our communities are already facing absolutely tragic situations. I myself grew up in Lismore, and my hometown is nothing like it used to be. The school that I went to is now condemned, and I'm just an ordinary person with no particular special qualities. I just happened to grow up in that particular town, and my great fear, and I think the great fear of many of our members, is that it will be your hometown next. And I don't want it to be anyone else's hometown next. And so we would be calling for absolutely an emissions reduction target of 100% by 2035.
Thank you. Mr Mullins, knowing your incredible firefighting background, I might ask you, first of all, how do you see our risk exposure to bushfires changing as we head towards 3 degrees of warming?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Horrifying, in a word. I've been fighting fires since 1972. I've watched fire seasons grow longer by months. I've watched fires become larger, property losses increasing 11-fold in the case of the Black Summer fires compared to the previous worst fires in New South Wales. Deaths, injuries, but the impact on the environment is massive, and a lot of people focus on homes, of course, during Black Summer, but 3 billion animals killed or displaced. And I remember fighting fires at Bateman's Bay on New Year's Eve in 2019, and something that I found particularly harrowing was seeing a mob of kangaroos on the side of the road, dead and dying because they were caught in a forest under a pyroconvective storm, one that I and my crews narrowly escaped death in, and they didn't. So it's a catastrophic disaster. This is at around 1.5 degrees warming. Now, I would contend that the modelling by the Australian Climate Service on bushfires is conservative because what has been modelled doesn't reflect what we're currently experiencing. So it's going to be worse. A 3-degree world, what they're saying is massive fires. As Ms Joyner said, there's research out there to say that by 2040, the Black Summer, weather conditions of Black Summer, up until then our hottest summer ever, will be average. And by 2060, it will be exceedingly cool. So we could expect by mid-century, Black Summer might be a normal fire season and a bad one. I hate to even try and grasp, because we couldn't deal with Black Summer. The week before last, I spoke to Anthony Moroney, who is the fire chief of Los Angeles County, and I said, "What's the one big learning, Tony, that you have from it?" And he said, "An utter lack of imagination. Despite his 40 or more years fighting fires in California, he could not comprehend the situation in the best resourced fire jurisdiction in the world, by far, that they would lose 18,000 homes. He thought maybe 2,000, which would be a lot more than any previous fires in Los Angeles. And we saw that with Black Summer. We saw that in Lahaina, in Maui, in Colorado in 2021. So massive fires that become urban conflagrations that kill people, destroy homes, and lay waste to nature upon which we rely. Without nature, without, for example, bees to pollinate crops, we might cease to exist. So a 3-degree world is something that my children are likely to see because of the lame climate targets here in Australia and around the world. And I'll go back to that word, that horrifies me.
Yeah, I share your horror, and I tried to search for some optimism. We're still yet to see the 2035 target announced, and I still cling to the dream that there might be hope for a strong target. What target do you think we need to avert the worst of those fires, the devastation on nature, on communities?
Oh, look, Ms Baxter put it very eloquently. It's 100%, so net zero by 2035, but at the very least 75%. Anything under that is timid, and we can't afford to be timid when we're talking about the future of our kids, grandkids and future generations. I don't really care about the coalition arguing whether we should be net zero. I just find that bizarre after their drubbing at the election, but I shouldn't go there. I don't really care about the poor fossil fuel industry who are lining their pockets at our expense and not paying for people that Ms Joyner described, whom I've stood side by side with in the ruins of their homes. We need to take this seriously. This is not a drill. There's a siren blaring, and if we don't hear it now, we're consigning future generations to disaster.
The climate risk report shows us that places that weren't previously or are not usually at risk of bushfire are now becoming some of the greatest types of risk, places like Tassie, South Australia and Northern Australia. And likewise, we see Northern and Southern Hemisphere fire seasons now starting to overlap. What action should we be taking to avert this potential consequence?
Yes, and look, just to encapsulate that for the committee, in Black Summer, areas that have never burnt before burnt. We saw subtropical rainforest that should be wet and unable to burn, hasn't burnt severely ever before, burnt severely up in Queensland, up in northern New South Wales. The year before, we saw temperate rainforest and the highlands in Tasmania burning severely, places that had never burned, ancient Gondwana rainforest that's not adapted to fire, burning over massive areas, and lightning strikes, starting fires in areas that had historically been too wet to burn. So the patterns have changed worldwide. 2022, 41 homes burnt down on the outskirts of London on a 40-degree day. I've travelled to England 3 times in the past to speak to fire chiefs about preparing for climate-fuelled bushfires, and previously they didn't know what they were. So what's going to happen with now? So the overlapping of fire seasons. California's fire seasons, for example, used to finish as ours started because different poles. They had summer when we had winter, we had summer when they had winter, etc. So we'd share major firefighting assets like large firefighting aircraft. In 2018, we had major bushfires in New South Wales in August, some in July actually, but in August we had major bushfires on the south coast of New South Wales. We had no large firefighting aircraft whatsoever in the country. We had a lot of our firefighting experts in the US assisting them with a serious fire season where they lost 18,000 homes, including almost the entire city of Paradise in Northern California. So this is what the overlaps do. It restricts sharing of firefighting resources. We're finding this domestically as well. Fire seasons used to shift from north to south, from the Northern Territory, northern Western Australia and Queensland, down to New South Wales, then to Victoria, Tasmania and South Australia. In Black Summer, every state and territory burnt at the same time and we could not help each other. We had what we had, and the Northern Hemisphere had just come off a big fire season, so we got a bit of help from the US and a bit from New Zealand. So this is not the future, this is our here and now. Sharing of firefighting resources is being restricted already because across the world it's getting hotter, drier generally. It also gets wetter, and that's a whole other story. We call that climate whiplash, from one disaster to the next. So what can we do about it? We can reduce climate pollution or emissions, if you want to call it that, and stop what we know is causing the problem in the first place. But it just seems like there's no appetite worldwide.
Just one last question, either to yourself, Mr Mullins, or to anyone else on the panel. To avoid the worst impacts outlined in the risk report, how quickly do we need to transition off fossil fuels, including fossil fuel exports?
I'll defer to the others on that.
Well, I'll speak to that, Senator. The International Energy Agency says we should be leaving coal and gas and oil in the ground now. We know, we understand that there is a transition to be made, and domestically, certainly this government has made more strides in that direction than any of our previous governments, and that's to be acknowledged. But that is an ongoing challenge and something that's really important for Australia to keep working on. But our exports, we just continue to, we're still giving exploration licences. We're still approving, this government has just on Friday approved the Northwest Shelf, which will be the Southern Hemisphere's most polluting project. Why are we pouring petrol on the fire? So our response is, for goodness sake, stop doing that as soon as possible. What we do ask the government to do, we're not saying turn everything off straight away. Domestically, we need to transition away from coal and gas. And as an export, it needs to be phased down. There is no need to open new projects. What we'd like to see the government do is acknowledge that fossil fuels, we do need to get off fossil fuels, and to actually have a plan for how to do that, how to phase out fossil fuels. We'd like to see Australia phase out fossil fuels by 2035.
Senator
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your testimony. With regards to the National Climate Risk Assessment, how would you see this tool working for you with respect to your engagement with local community, with other not-for-profits, particularly in the regions? You know, I'm a Victorian senator, but I live in a big city. I do travel out to the regions, and there are still some groups in regional communities who don't quite understand or don't want to understand the imperative before us. Do you see this tool helping in any way, or how would you use it?
Would you mind if
Anyone
I
can.
guess all
yeah.
of us would probably want to comment on that. But look, I think it's a vital tool because all of the information is now in one place. And that's what was lacking before. And I've said in the past publicly the lack of an agency in the first place tasked with doing this, and people like the CSIRO and the Bureau of Meteorology formerly were constrained from looking at climate change impacts. So we now have to have the Australian Climate Service to pull all of the information together. We now have a picture of how things might look at different levels of warming. We know from the trajectory where that might get to. So we can now go to local communities and say, here is your main risk. It's coastal inundation, it's storm surge, but you also have a major bushfire risk, which is getting worse. And that then informs adaptation planning. So at the same time as we try to mitigate climate pollution and do exactly as Ms Joyner said, stop us sending our poison overseas, because CO2 and methane and other greenhouse gases have this horrible propensity to mix throughout our atmosphere, and they don't just stay there, they come back to bite us. So this argument that we shouldn't report Scope 3 emissions is fallacious, to say the least. So it is a vital tool, and the next stage is to flesh out the National Adaptation Plan and to resource communities so that they can come up with their own solutions, because top-down solutions generally are a poor fit at best for individual communities. So it needs to be facilitated with expert information and scenarios. Thanks.
Thank you. On the topic of community level mitigation, I agree that the voice of the community is really important here, but how receptive is that next layer of government, local council, who are the closest to community, particularly in those areas like Lismore and some of the other areas? How receptive are they to the voices of the community in promoting ideas and solutions? And do you think that this tool, again, the National Adaptation Plan, might facilitate that, or will it hinder it?
I might speak to that. Local government is like any government, and the flavour of the local government will depend on each council. And some are very good at listening to their community, and I live in the Blue Mountains, and it's very good at listening to its community. And there are some councils that are really active, have absolutely recognised the climate crisis and are acting on that. Not all councils do that. I can't speak to what Lismore is like. But this is certainly a tool that will help residents and citizens, perhaps to engage with any councils that are not engaged on this well. And I hope it's also a tool that, likewise, the councils that are engaged in working with their citizens can use the tool, use the data in this tool. I think the conversations with communities need to be very well based in what their strengths are and what they want to see, what has worked, what they can see working in their community. And our organisation has done some work to elevate the needs and the opportunity to let communities lead in disaster response and in adaptation. There is no point doing top-down solutions. And one of the ongoing problems we see is communities are the first responders and they're the last responders in any disaster. And unfortunately, they still don't get much of a look in when it comes to disaster response and in recovery. And often what will happen is they'll get organised and start helping each other. And then the formal organisations might come in afterwards and maybe ignore or overwrite what those communities have been doing. So there's some extraordinary folks working in community-led resilience, and Lismore absolutely has some great examples of that. That needs to be supported and replicated across the country, and that's going to take money. It's actually investment in people. It's investment in social infrastructure. And it's great that there's a disaster relief fund, and it's great that it's $200 million a year, but we've been told by MPs who are proud to say it's oversubscribed. Of course it's oversubscribed. We need 20 times that amount of money. We need so much more money and support, and the money needs to be easier for communities to access and to be able to implement and do the work that they recognise they need. The processes to access that money are so convoluted, you need professional grant writers to volunteer for the community organisations to help them do it. So the access is really problematic, and I would point to that as being one of the ways that government can operate to free up and really see adaptation in communities take off. But communities, and particularly First Nations, they have solutions. They just need support and funding to implement them.
That's great feedback. Thank you, Ms. Joyner. And Mr. Mullins, you said earlier that you didn't really care if the coalition abandoned net zero. I actually do care. As a Labor member, I care if they do abandon it, because one day they could be the government. They are the so-called alternative party of government. What would you say to those coalition members who are contemplating retreating from net zero? What does it mean for, and you can all answer this, what does it mean for communities like yourselves who have really experienced that direct impact and trauma?
That they're ignoring the facts, they're abandoning the community, and they don't care. That's the message. It all seems to be about politics, and that's really sad. You're probably aware that prior to the Black Summer bushfires, 23 former fire and emergency chiefs from every state and territory, every fire service in Australia, we tried to meet with the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison. We warned that a catastrophic bushfire season was coming. We were ridiculed, ignored until it was way too late. And that it seems to be going back to that. And I don't understand it. We've all got kids, you know, a lot of us have grandkids. I don't understand the humanity behind it. So I'm appalled. I'm just appalled. And they work for us. We pay them. So I just don't get it.
Ms. Baxter?
Yeah, we will find it deeply concerning that, as you say, the alternative party of government is having this debate about what is, you know, simply a scientific reality. And it's deeply ironic that so many of the members who have been most active in campaigning against this policy, their electorates are the ones that are most on the line and the most likely to be impacted. But I also would say that giving this debate as much airtime as it's being given is really problematic, and it creates a perception that there is an equal balance between the idea of addressing climate change and not addressing it, and there simply isn't. And I think that we need to be very aware of how much prominence these positions are being given. They are fringe positions. They do not represent the majority of Australians. The vast, vast majority of Australians want clear, strong action on climate in line with the science. And it's very concerning that the media and the Parliament is giving so much space to a debate that is just fundamentally flawed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contributions this afternoon. Mr Mullins, the Climate Council report of 2019 gets a variety of mentions. This is the Climate Council report that did some analysis in regards to losses in Australian property values and also a piece of work around agricultural production. The Climate Council report of 2019 is referenced at page 31 of the overview document, and then again at page 106 of the report itself. And in the report itself, the report says, and it quotes from the 2019 Climate Council report, that damage-related loss in value is expected to rise to $571 billion by 2030, which is just 5 years away, $611 billion by 2050, and $770 billion by 2100. I just want to confirm that the Climate Council still stands by that expected the damage-related loss in value being expected to rise to $571 billion by 2030 is a number that the Climate Council still stands by?
Thanks, Senator. Look, I have to say that I wasn't a co-author on that report. My expertise is in natural disasters. I can't answer that question. I could take it on notice and ask the CEO of Climate Council to get back to you. However, the 2100 figure is pretty much verified in the National Risk Assessment, Climate Risk Assessment. So there'll be a massive loss of value in properties due to climate risks by the turn of the century.
So just on that point, the page 31 of the overview document says that losses in Australian property values could increase to $770 billion by 2090, but at page 106 of the report itself, it says damage-related loss in value is expected to rise to 770 billion by 2100. So again on notice, could you just clarify what is the position of the 2019 report, and if the Climate Council was engaged in the production and the roundtables and provided expert advice to the report, why it is that there are two different dates, because the $770 billion figure is the same, but one says by 2100 and the other says by 2090. I note that in the 2019 report itself, just for completeness, I notice in the 2019 report itself, at page 2 and 3, it says, excuse me one moment, it says, it says, you'll be able to see what it says. I can't quite find it on my screen now. You'll be able to see exactly what it says. So just on notice, if you could clarify the Climate Council's position first in regards to whether it stands by the damage-related loss of $571 billion by 2030, which is just 5 years away, and to provide an explanation, if you can, about why the Climate Council report of 2019 is represented differently in the substantive document and in the overview. I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any other burning questions? No? Okay. Well, we will leave you all there. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate the input you've given. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we're just waiting for all of our reps to be here. I welcome up to the table representatives from the Australian Conservation Foundation, the Australian Marine Conservation Society, Biodiversity Council and the Doctors for Environment, some of whom we have online and others in the room. Sorry, James, could I get you to move? Yeah.
Come over here, James. I promise not to lie.
Thank you. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I please get you all to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And we'll start with the people in the room and then we'll go online. For the online people, I'll call you out so that there's no talking over the top. We'll start with you, Annika Reynolds.
Thank you, Senator. Annika Reynolds, representing the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Thank you.
James Trezise, CEO of the Biodiversity Council.
Thank you. Professor O'Connor? Sorry, you're on mute. Sorry, Patrick, you're on. Thank you. Go ahead now.
Patrick O'Connor, Councillor for the Biodiversity Council.
Thank you. Dr. Wiley.
We might provide her the teleconference details.
Okay, what we're going to do, Dr. Wiley, is we're going to get you to call in on the phone if you can't get that to work, so we'll come back to you. The Secretariat will be in contact. Mr Gambin.
Gambin, CEO, Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Okay, all right. We'll do opening statements and we'll start with the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Thank you, Senator. We welcome the release of the climate risk assessment, but are alarmed by the circumstances in which this document has been published. The draft assessment was largely completed in December 2024 and then inexplicably held up seemingly for 9 months, seemingly to make space for the protracted approval of the North West Shelf extension, the centrepiece of the largest fossil gas project in the Southern Hemisphere. In 2024, global temperatures breached the 1.5 degree threshold for the first time, accelerating climate impacts. It is simply not good enough to be holding off on the risk assessment until it is politically convenient to release it. In order for governments to get a clear mandate for ambitious climate action, the public needs to be informed and have time to digest what the climate science shows is at stake for our communities under various climate scenarios. The climate risk assessment is an essential contribution to lifting this public literacy. It should have been released months ago, well before the government announces its 2035 emissions reduction target, so the public has time to understand what this document means and what is at stake in the government's commitments. Instead of using the climate risk assessment to lift the scientific standard of the public debate, the Albanese government has delayed its release and indulged a parliamentary circus over a coalition bill that will never pass, that only serves to confuse the public, ventilate the climate wars and dampen climate ambition. The climate risk assessment makes clear what is at stake for Australians and what is at stake with the Albanese government's continued support for fossil fuel exporters. Australia is the third largest fossil fuel exporter in the world, and the Albanese government resides over a system of extraction and export that is designed at every level to maximise the profits of fossil fuel corporates like Woodside and Santos, from enabling tax avoidance to condoning the catastrophic amounts of carbon pollution they spew into the atmosphere. This is a system rigged in favour of big corporates at our expense. The climate risk assessment makes clear that we are not only paying for fossil fuel profits now, but that Australians will pay again and again and again in the coming decades, including under a 3-degree scenario. This means the potential loss of between 40 and 70% of our plant species, with dire consequences for ecosystems and tree-dependent fauna like koalas, possums, gliders and birds, and increased likelihood and risk of major catastrophic natural disasters like megafires. In the 2019-2020 summer bushfires alone, an estimated 3 billion animals were killed or displaced. But these impacts are not inevitable. Australia must do all that we can to curve the arc of emissions downwards so that we avoid this 3-degree future, and we still can. But that means accelerating action to 2035, and it means actually committing to tackle our fossil fuel exports and phasing them out on that timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. To the Biodiversity Council, Mr Trezise, are you doing that or is somebody else?
I am.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. The National Climate Risk Assessment has sounded a stark warning for Australia's incredible biodiversity. Our natural environment faces the highest risk level currently, at high to very high, and that raises to severe. Our forests, grasslands, wetlands and ocean, which act as carbon sinks and safeguard our way of life, are already being fundamentally altered by the scale and speed of climate damage. Climate impacts don't devastate biodiversity in and of themselves. There are a range of other drivers of biodiversity decline: habitat destruction, invasive species, fire and pollution, and they all combine with devastating effect. Australia is a world leader when it comes to the extinction of mammals and a global deforestation hotspot. The risk assessment noted that resilience is lowest in historically cleared areas and highest in our most intact ecosystems, highlighting the need for better protection to manage our natural ecosystems and drawing a direct line of sight to another process that is going to come into this building later this year around reforming our national environmental laws. These two things are inextricably linked. Nature is one of the strongest weapons in our arsenal when it comes to combating climate change, but it's facing its own limits. Without stronger action, both in terms of nature protection and climate, biodiversity and climate risks will accelerate. Degradation of our natural environment, as made patently clear in the report released yesterday, will have flow-on effects on other social and economic systems, from the farm gate to the schoolyard to corporate boardrooms. We need stronger protections for intact ecosystems, critical habitats, including climate refugia. And critically, we need a significant increase in Commonwealth investment in biodiversity protection. The adaptation plan released yesterday talks to a number of existing programs that are designed to protect biodiversity, but currently only 6 cents out of every $100 of Commonwealth expenditure hits the ground for biodiversity protection. There is a huge scope for increasing ambition and investment in protecting nature, and that will have huge benefits for building a more resilient and more adaptable country. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators. Australia faces a reckoning on climate change. This sobering, important and overdue report only confirms what scientists have been imploring us to understand for decades now. What will it take for us to listen and to act? As vital as the analysis is, the climate risk report is already being mugged by reality, overtaken by what we're seeing happening all around us along our coast in recent months. We've witnessed with horror the first dual bleaching of the Great Barrier Reef and Ningaloo at scales unimaginable. And now we see the unfolding catastrophe of the algal bloom of South Australia, fueled by climate change. For anyone who has any doubt about the veracity of what scientists have been saying for so long and what this report is saying, I invite you to put on a dive mask and do what I've done, spend some time on a bleaching reef, like Ningaloo, a place I've known and loved for decades, and that people have relied upon for millennia, to experience how the myriad colours and raucous life of one of nature's great glories has become quiet and bleak almost overnight. It's not like that everywhere, but huge areas have been bleached severely. It's just shocking. Local fishers and surfers of South Australia are reeling from what's unfolding there. To experience this and the equivalents across the country and the human consequences of this should be sufficient to explain why it is incomprehensible that we see governments approving multi-decadal, highly polluting fossil fuel projects like the North West Shelf Extension. A child born today will be approaching middle age, and this industrial behemoth will still be belching huge volumes of carbon pollution. It'll fuel the next underwater bushfires that will blaze around our marine heritage wonders, like Scott Reef, that could soon see oil and gas rigs pumping fossil fuels like we didn't know the consequences. 2025 will be marked as the year when our overheated ocean brought the full effects of climate change to the community across the country and around the world. All decisions by current and future governments will be measured by how they respond to the experiences of climate destruction that everyday people are experiencing now. There is nowhere to hide from climate change. There is nowhere to hide from the accountability that must come from knowing that this report reiterates what we've known for so long. We must make this the line in the sand where Australia unshackles itself from insidious corporate influence, pays due respect to science and governs for the greater good. Where we recognise our privilege and our responsibility as a major middle power in a neighbourhood of large ocean states. We must do better, if not for us, then for our children and for those whose life expectations are already narrowing. We need to drive for real net zero soon and not open new fossil fuel projects. This report shows that every fraction of a degree matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go back to Dr. Wiley. Dr. Wiley, let's try. If you can introduce yourself, give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing.
Sure. So can you hear me?
Yep.
I've got you on the phone in front of me. So my name is Dr. Catriona Wiley. I'm a GP and the Executive Director of Doctors for the Environment Australia.
Great. So now you can have your opening statement and then we're going to go to questions for everyone.
Okay, thank you, Senator. So Doctors for the Environment Australia is the leading medical voice on health and climate. We are a charitable organisation of doctors and medical students who recognise that we need a healthy planet to have healthy people. Our purpose is to protect health by caring for the environment. So we welcome the release of the National Climate Risk Assessment, which outlines how global heating is harming human health, the health of our environment, and impacting almost every aspect of our lives, including food and water security, global supply chains, the economy, and national security. The health impacts make for sobering reading, with increased death and disease from heat, fires and smoke, infectious diseases, water insecurity, mental illness and displacement. The report should serve as a wake-up call for anyone still clinging to climate denialism or a business-as-usual approach to climate risks, alerting them to take this threat seriously and prepare for what we know is coming. More importantly, it should serve as a signal to stop making things worse by adding to the burden of greenhouse gas emissions. The best form of adaptation is mitigation, and this report should be understood by all parliamentarians of the need to quit fossil fuels to protect the health of our communities and everything we hold dear. Our government's continued expansion of coal and gas in the light of such extreme climate risk is like a doctor giving a patient with lung disease a puffer but saying it's okay to keep smoking. Such an action would be medically indefensible and viewed as unethical in the extreme. A similar analogy can be drawn with the 9-month delay in the release of the report. Imagine a doctor withholding a cancer diagnosis for 9 months. All that time lost when the patient could be having life-saving treatment. The same is true here. 9 months lost when we could be supporting human and planetary health. DEA condemns the government's ongoing approval of climate-polluting projects, including the North West Shelf Extension and the Ulan coal mine. We expect our governments to put the health of our communities first by embracing its ethical duty to address our dependence on fossil fuels. We expect our governments to pass legislation that disallows climate pollution and adopt a robust, evidence-based emissions reduction target that centres the health of our communities and our environment. We must heed the warnings contained in the National Climate Risk Assessment and prepare our cities, suburbs and towns for climate change. We must do everything we can to protect our natural world, ensuring the health of our ecosystems, recognising that their health impacts our own. This report clearly elucidates the risks. The Parliament must now accept their responsibility to not make things worse and move us on from coal, oil and gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Look, thanks all of you for appearing. I've got some questions for each of you. I'll start with you, Max Reynolds. Thanks for your strong statement at the outset there. You've all noted the timing of the approval of Woodside's North West Shelf gas climate bomb, and that it was approved finally last Friday, what with the risk report only being released yesterday. Can you run us through what the development of that project, including things like the Browse, Barossa and Beetaloo basins, would mean for our climate, and perhaps emphasise the disjunct between a report that outlines the risks of the climate crisis and a government that seems committed to approve every mega fossil fuel project that it ever meets?
Thank you, Senator. So to contextualise where we are at as a country, in 2005, fossil fuel emissions in our domestic economy represented about 8.5% of total emissions, which in absolute terms was 52 million tonnes. We expect in 2035, in 10 years' time, that fossil fuel emissions will represent between 20 and 22% of our domestic emissions, and in absolute terms, up to 65 million tonnes. there will be no absolute or percentage decrease in the contribution that our fossil fuels are making to our domestic emissions, which is obviously what we're obligated to deal with under Paris. But looking at our lifetime emissions from fossil fuel exports, currently, in 2023, Australia's fossil fuel exports placed us as the second largest polluter in the world, representing about 4.5% of global emissions, and that's analysis from Climate Analytics. When we look at the North West Shelf Extension, which is a catastrophically large fossil fuel project within that landscape, it's important to recognise that we can increasingly pinpoint and attribute individual unnatural disasters to fossil fuel majors. In September 2025, a study published in Nature was able to attribute heat waves to different fossil fuel corporations, and Australian journalists with access to that data have reported that around 49 heat waves in Australia so far have been linked to or caused by Woodside's operations to date. In June 2025, similarly, a briefing by Climate Analytics shows that Woodside's North West Shelf Extension, recently approved by the Albanese government to operate to 2070 solely to extract gas from the Browse Basin, would contribute to the loss of up to 16,000 kilometres squared of Arctic ice. Let me repeat that shocking fact. In the middle of a climate crisis, the Albanese government has just approved the North West Shelf Extension to 2070, a climate bomb that will be directly and can be attributed to increasing heat waves and sea level rise. A climate bomb that Australians will pay for many times over as our homes are lost to floods and inundation and our communities impacted by extreme heat. There is a direct causal relationship that is increasingly able to be scientifically tracked between fossil fuel majors like Woodside and the cascading climate impacts that all Australians will feel in the years and decades to come. Woodside has already caused 49 heat waves. How many more will it contribute to under the 3-degree scenario released under the Climate Risk Assessment that expects mortality to rise by 444% in Sydney by 2090? Thank you.
Thank you. Did someone else want to jump in there? No? Great. Mr Gambin, can I ask about reefs? I live in Queensland. I'm a shameless lover of the Great Barrier Reef. The climate risk report says that marine heat waves will go from 18 days at the moment to over 161 days under a 3-degree warming scenario that the government's likely targets has us tracking towards. And the report also says that means likely annual coral bleaching events. What hope do any of our reefs have under that kind of climate?
Thank you, Senator. The outlook is absolutely sobering. We knew that before this report because we can see the impacts in the water. Tourism operators, scientists have been witnessing that at the Great Barrier Reef and reefs around the country for the last decade or more. We've now seen 6 major bleaching events in the last 9 years at the Great Barrier Reef, and 2024 was the worst on record. And like I said, there was the dual bleaching event, mass bleaching event at the Great Barrier Reef and in Ingaloo simultaneously, which broke a record that we didn't ever want to break this year. So the outlook is very serious. The IPCC warned us about this 7 years ago with its 1.5 report. At 2.5, between 70 and 90% of the world's reefs are likely not to survive. At 2 degrees, it could be up to 99% that don't survive. So this has been known for some time, and yet we are not taking sufficient action to protect heritage, which Australians have stewardship over on behalf of the planet and future generations. But every degree, every fraction of a degree counts. It gives hope. It provides a degree of potential resilience for these systems to begin to recover once we get a handle on climate change globally. So we absolutely have to make much greater efforts now because it does matter.
Thank you. I'm glad you cited those stats from IPCC. I regularly refer to those and they're tragically sobering. Mr Trezise, sorry, I'm not sure if I've... Trezise. We're already in an extinction crisis. Australia's already an extinction hotspot. What occurs to those species if we get to 3 degrees of warming?
Well, the risk assessment makes it pretty clear that species will either have to be able to move or be assisted in moving, or they'll simply disappear. And that's the reality of a high warming scenario for nature. What we can do to deal with that and address that is have a real focus on where biodiversity, where critical ecosystems, threatened species, persist and thrive at the moment. And so protecting intact habitats is quite a central part of that, but also looking at where species are likely to need to move to, and starting to think about how we can build that resilience and connectivity into the system. Professor O'Connor on the line might also have some perspectives on that one.
Thanks, James. Yes, the report skims over it a little lightly, really, given the integrated nature of the problem of species having to move. The reality is that not many species get to move. They're often living within envelopes that are otherwise controlled by competition and other challenges of biotic and abiotic environments. And so what we'll find is that we essentially depauperate those areas where climate is forcing movement because we won't be able to stay ahead of that. In southern Australia, within the wheat belt, we've shown that climate velocities for many species now are at between 1 and 9 kilometres a year, so that their ranges are essentially rushing out of the climate changed areas into areas, but they quickly come up against barriers of lack of connectivity and the agricultural matrix, and so unable to move, they're really just going to come to a really depauperate state.
Yes, it's horrifying that we're sleepwalking into this, or rather having government decisions actively send us and nature to the wall. Dr. Wiley, hopefully we've got your audio still working. And thank you for your submission, which we've only just gotten, so I might ask you to summarise your recommendations because I haven't had the chance to read it closely. But can I take you in particular to that heat wave death statistic that was cited earlier and also in witnesses previously, with a 444 increase in heat-related deaths for folk in Sydney and various other stats in different cities?
Yes, so, fundamentally we know that heat is already Australia's most deadly natural disaster, and we already have increased heat burden associated with that. So whenever there's a hot day or a heat wave, in healthcare we see increased heart attacks, we see more strokes, we see more kidney disease, we see more suicidal ideation, more mental illness, we see more domestic violence, and this is happening now. Certainly the medical literature bears that out, and I'd recommend the Lancet annual countdown on climate change in human health, which already demonstrates that we are seeing, let's see if I've got it written down, in 2023 globally there was 50 more days of heat stress days around the world, that we already have loss of productivity, loss of workday availability because of heat. We know that there's already projections that with a 3-degree global warming future, we will have heat waves that last up to a month in Australia. Currently, the definition of a heat wave is 3 days or more of high minimum and maximum temperatures. And so, the health impacts for our communities are immense from that. And it should be mentioned that it's our most vulnerable communities that will be feeling this worse. Already we know that people who can't afford to just simply turn on an air conditioner are much more impacted by heat, and that once we get to those sort of bigger numbers, 3 degrees of global warming, it's going to be past the livability, I think, of lots of people.
And last question from me, what sort of pressure can you see those conditions, not just the heat waves, but all of the other health-related impacts, the spread of diseases, what have you, what kind of impact would that have on our hospital system, which is already pushed to breaking point?
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely immense. So, already we know that climate change impacts health service demand. Obviously, when there's, say, a bushfire, we see a lot more people coming in with smoke-related illnesses, heart attacks, strokes associated with the smoke. There's a changing pattern of infectious diseases. So we now in Australia are seeing increased Japanese encephalitis virus. We're seeing dengue fever in the top end, more TB, lots of diseases that, we kind of thought 20 years ago when I was a junior doctor we had under control, and now that climate change is biting, this is getting more and more problematic. We see more displacement. The list is immense actually, and when I like that the climate risk assessment does outline some of the health impacts of climate change, but I have to say that most of this is well known within the health and medical literature, and that, it's great to see it here, and it's certainly great to see it in combination with other things. The report also does show that by 2050 the impacts on health and the impacts on the environment will be severe. So I think at this stage of the game we're at a point where I know a lot about climate and health, and certainly there's a health and climate community that are completely aware of it, but the broader community are yet to see how severe this is as a problem, but it's only going to get worse and worse. When it comes to recommendations in our report, we'd really like to see the government support the National Health and Climate Strategy. This was released at COP23 by then Assistant Health and Aged Care Minister Jeg Carney. But since its release, it has got very little funding. There was 11 million in research, and there's a small unit in the CDC to get the National Health and Climate Strategy sort of up and running. In this term of government, there's not been any allocation for who is the Assistant Minister that's meant to be looking after health and climate, despite the first line of the National Health and Climate Strategy saying it's the greatest health problem facing humanity. So it concerns us that there's this, quite excellent, robust report, and here we have another, quite excellent, robust report, but is it going to be backed in with the funding that it deserves? Another thing that DEA absolutely calls for is mandatory training of health professionals when it comes to climate. We are the nation's biggest employment sector, health and aged care. We're about 16% of the Australian workforce. And yet most of us are not trained in climate change. We're not trained in natural disasters. We know the impacts are projected to be severe by 2050. We know it's happening now. But lots of doctors, don't really get trained in it. Lots of nurses aren't getting trained in that. You compare that to, say, being trained in COVID. When COVID came in, we turned on a dime and suddenly every health practitioner in the country knew about COVID. We all got trained immediately, overnight, because the government recognised it as a health emergency and acted. Here we have this other health emergency, and yet we're not backing it in with the training that we need.
Thank you. Very powerful evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anand Raja.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your contributions. Just wanted to just clarify something. You may have missed the testimony from the Australian Climate Service this morning, but they did confirm that they finalised the report on the 5th of September, so it was only 11 days ago. The draft was submitted to government, I think, June, July, so it wasn't held up by us. I just want to clear up that misinformation. It was actually finalised with the technical reports and the text and so on 10 days ago. So just to get that on record.
But just to be clear, the reason I let that go that time was because they did reference drafts as opposed to the final. So I think there's a question mark over how draft is draft, I think.
Understood.
But anyway.
Understood. Thank you, Chair. So I think my question is to Mr. Trezise regarding the nature repair market. There's an acceptance in government that we can't fix the biodiversity crisis on our own, and the nature repair market was a mechanism designed to crowd in philanthropy, private investment. I just wonder if you could talk us through the work your organisation has done towards this, establishing this, and what it means once it's up and running. Of course, it's had one disbursement, one registration for biodiversity and repairing nature.
Sure. I'll throw to Professor O'Connor as well, because he's done a lot of work around markets in particular. The Biodiversity Council engaged in the development of the nature repair market itself, but our work was largely framed around, will it work, how can it work, what are the what's the optimal design for it. You mentioned the word crowd in, and we're not seeing a lot of crowding in at the moment. We were really concerned initially when the provision for biodiversity offsets was potentially floated going into the nature repair market, because all of a sudden you create this environment where nature destruction is inevitably tied to funding nature repair, and you want to break that cycle. So there is definitely going to need to be a crowding in. There is definitely going to need to be some significant investment from somewhere, and that's likely going to have to start with government, and other organisations are talking about that. Similar ways to the clean energy regulator currently operates. The challenge for biodiversity, though, and I'll go to Professor O'Connor after this point, is that we need to break this narrative that there is nothing more that the Australian government can do. The Australian government has huge capacity to pay. We just saw, and I know it's horses for courses, but we saw $11 billion committed to defence yesterday. There's $26 billion that is committed to biodiversity harmful subsidies, which Australia has signed up to international agreements to agree to phase out the worst of those. There has been no effort at the federal government level to identify and phase out biodiversity harmful subsidies, despite signing up to UN agreements around that. At the same time, we say 6 cents, but it's 0.06% goes to on-ground biodiversity projects. Like, nature in this country gets crumbs. And it's a real issue, because when we talk about nature being one of our best safeguards against climate damage, we can't look to a thing like the nature repair market without significant government investment going and kickstarting that. Or we could also reinvigorate things like protecting and incentivising protection on private areas. So the government signed up to a 30 by 30 commitment. One of the most successful conservation programs that has run in this country has been the National Reserve System program, which ran since the 1990s. Leveraged significant investment. So at all the environmental stewardship program, there are lots of lessons from both sides of politics in government around what has worked historically. But Professor O'Connor is literally the expert on this topic.
Professor O'Connor, go ahead.
Sure, I'll just add a bit to what James said. The nature repair market only has a hope if demand is provoked, and that the demand will only be provoked by the Australian government putting substantial funds into creating supply. And then, only then will we be able to get a regulatory environment in place that actually continues the demand, as we saw in the carbon market. If you watch the carbon market worm over the last 15 years, you see when regulation looked likely, then volume started to flow and prices started to reach realistic points where real carbon could be achieved. So only with those two things is the nature repair market likely to succeed, otherwise it's speculation. In relation to the risks report, I mean, risk is the foodstuff of markets. Understanding risk, understanding how information flows around, where risks are, is what makes market work really well. So delayed or postponed or watered down or softly presented risks actually don't do markets any credit. So the nature repair market needs real honesty about where the issues are, where the priorities are, where the information is to be revealed, and it needs stimulus on the supply side of a substantial amount to be able to drive that private investment from the demand side, which will take over from the public purse when people have confidence that the system is operating well to create what's desired.
My next question relates to net zero. I mean, you've all devoted many years, and for some of you, your lifetime's work to protecting nature and to driving towards meaningful climate action. What are your thoughts with respect to a debate raging in the alternative, so-called alternative government around retreating or abandoning net zero altogether?
We've all been polite.
What, silence? Really? You're all okay with this?
Hang on. I was getting an echo chamber.
Order. Annika Reynolds.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the question. We are gobsmacked and dismayed by the circus that is being carried out by the Coalition after they took a nuclear policy to the electorate that was resoundingly rejected because mainstream Australia, the Australian majority, expects climate action from any sensible government. And that majority saw through the Coalition's nuclear commitment. They saw it for the climate denialism that it was, the fantasy that it was, and they rejected that. To take from the election the lesson that going more extreme and further into denialism is what is in the interests of Australians and the Australian public is the complete incorrect lesson to learn. But to be frank, Senator, it is also deeply, deeply disappointing that this government has used this exercise in lunacy from the Coalition as a political stick and has let the Coalition run rip through this parliament over the last sitting period. At a period of time when we should be building up climate ambition, informing the public of the scientific consensus and imperative to act, to indulge in that fantasy and that farcical behaviour undermines all of us and undermines all of the work that we have done together from across the table to try to get strong climate action up and running for the benefit of all Australians. And it's very disappointing that we are at this point in the climate debate on the cusp of Australia announcing its 2035 target, a target that will underpin the next 10 years of federal action on climate, and the thing that has been let to run rip through the Australian media for the last month is not why we need to take stronger climate action, but to watch the Coalition eat themselves alive over this issue. And that is very disappointing.
Dr Wiley.
I'd just like to add there that, of course, it's irresponsible for any political party to not embrace the science and, adopt robust targets. I feel like using climate science as a political football plays into denialism, and it brings up sort of the mental health aspects of climate change. Climate change is very frightening. It's a really scary thing. And so by fueling climate denial, it sort of feeds into that feeling within the populace and adds to the sort of the further rise of misinformation that we have, where we have so many people out there who more and more are anti-science. Because, it's uncomfortable to talk about climate change. It's uncomfortable to fully acknowledge the future of what we're facing. And so, to do political point scoring around climate and emissions targets is very depressing.
Mr O'Connor, you seem to have wanted to jump in there.
I would just say that it's actually denying the economics. I mean, maybe not everybody understands the science, and it's easier to pick on the science, but the economics is really clear. The tipping point is not very far from when future generations pay what we are not prepared to wear when we have the opportunity to avoid that cost. And the science underpins that economics, but the economics is pretty undeniable. So I think it's disappointing to play in the space where you think you get the most attention, but that's going to end up being a pretty dry sandpit.
Thank you. And Mr Gambin.
Thank you, Senator. I would just say that climate change is agnostic to politics. This is so much bigger than political tactics and strategy. Again, as someone who's witnessed a place that I know and love well at Ningaloo, going through what it is now and seeing the reaction of the community there as well, we need to get beyond the political point scoring and recognise the existential threat this is to our country, to the planet and to future generations. It's time to elevate this discussion, and anything that doesn't do that is of great frustration and isn't becoming of our parliament.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr Wiley, while we have you and talking about the health impacts of these climate disasters and the climate risk, I'm interested, as for both your medical opinion, but as a doctor in South Australia, on the recent health advice from the South Australian Government in relation to the toxic algae bloom. Firstly, this health advice wasn't publicised properly to people until after our Senate inquiry last week. But I'm interested as to what, as a doctor, your advice is to people who have asthma or respiratory issues. Should they be anywhere near the bloom?
No, they should keep away. So, when the bloom started, when I first became aware of the bloom sort of in April, I think it was, March or April, and then we had people anecdotally talking about local skin irritation if they go down to the beach, people having increased shortness of breath, and it only stands to reason that if you already have an underlying respiratory condition, that you put another salt into your system and it's going to be more and more of a problem. I do sort of understand where SA Health was coming from because of the lack of evidence, and that unfortunately what's happening with climate change is that we're in a position where our normal way of doing medicine is that you study a system, you gather your evidence, you undergo sort of robust testing, and then you can say, okay, this is what we know. But because climate change impacts are changing so hard and fast, we don't kind of have that luxury of time anymore, and sometimes we just have to apply a little bit of common sense and say, if you know you've got shortness of breath because you're walking down the beach, don't go there, or, avoid it. I think it's, so I've been talking about people, my patients with asthma, I'm saying, avoid it if you can, make sure they've got their preventers on board, make sure their asthma is as well managed as it possibly can be. And of course, there's the great mental health impacts that we're seeing in our communities. Anybody going down to the beach, it's not hard to see ecological collapse on your beaches, and you see all the dead, rotting carcasses everywhere. It's very, very confronting. And so, the mental health impacts of climate change are absolutely writ large in the South Australian community at the moment.
I'm also interested in the comments from state officials that if you go down to the beach, if you're impacted by the toxic algae and now we know there's brevetoxins in the water, at least in the metro, along the metro beaches, that you might have cold or flu symptoms for a few days. But that's, it just seems to me, what other medical situation is the advice that you get sick for a few days, but then it passes, so don't worry about it? And if you're sick, you're sick, aren't you?
Well, if you're sick, you're sick. I think if you, I suppose, like any acute respiratory infection, you'd say, okay, you're going to have a cold for a few days, or you're going to have a tummy bug for a few days or something, and, basically avoid further exposure. I think the thing that worries me about all of this is, how can you avoid exposure? Does that mean, so for all of the Adelaide population and everybody that lives down, Victor Harbour way, so we just don't go to the beach anymore? Are we going to lose our beaches now? Because, if every time we go down there, people are at an increased risk of respiratory impacts or skin, like a lot of people talk about having, rashes and things. Are we just meant to, just don't go to the beach anymore? That can't be a proper answer. But yeah, I think sometimes we would just say, 3 days, you'll get better, don't worry about it. But if that means you can never go there again because you're going to have continued exposure, then, 3 days plus 3 days plus 3 days is not really an acceptable response.
No. We did hear from fishermen that their exposure, of course, being on the water day in, day out, has meant some people have gotten so sick they've then had to take time off work. So it has then, it's broader implications.
Well, the other implication from that, if it's okay for me to just quickly mention, is that, if people then lose their livelihood because the fisheries have collapsed, then, what happens to their health? Because that means they are now, there's the economic costs of that, therefore their ability to access healthcare, the increased demand of healthcare, and, you know, the knock-on effects from a social point of view of people being under increased stress and strain, and then everything else that cascades after that. So one of the things that I actually would like, last point I'll make, is that what I do like about this report is the recognition of cascading and compounding events. Certainly we also see these in the IPCC reports, but it's, you know, really nice to see this here. You know, and we see, like, you know, the report looks at the impact of climate-sensitive diseases on emergency response in the defence section, you know, global supply chains on medicine availability, increased health risks for rural communities, all of that sort of stuff. I think it allows an opportunity, though, for further understanding of compounding risks, and I recommend someone getting a system scientist to have a bit of a look at this and say, okay, let's get a nice system modelling to show how all of these domains impacting each other, because I don't think there's enough yet on how the various domains within the report intersect and, you know, the knock-on effects. You know, we talked about marine heat waves before. What does that mean as far as, you know, people's ability to access the beach, on land heat waves at the same time, et cetera, et cetera. I think that the risks are well delineated, but the combination of the risks aren't well delineated enough, and I think there is a further body of work there that the government could recommend.
Okay, thank you. Any other burning questions from anybody?
Oh, could I just, on indulgence, wish my grandmother a happy 98th birthday? Nana Betty Tibbles, 98. Go girl.
Well, from us all, now that you've put us in this position, from us all, yeah.
She will love that. Thanks, everybody.
Well, from a Liberal, I hope so. That's great. That's very reassuring.
I'm sure we know how she votes. Thank you, everybody, for your evidence today, and if you've taken any questions on notice, appreciate your time. That brings us to a conclusion for our hearing today. I'd like to thank Hansard and our wonderful Secretariat staff, my fellow senators. Just a reminder that questions on notice are due September 30. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senators.